Barcelona Bash bringing it as always. Day 9 is on the way. We've got the Jags back on deck and the Jaguars are undefeated. They have 3 matches today. Can they keep that streak alive? And can we also see the second batter to reach the 3,000 run milestone? I'm Mr. Maximo. Settle in. This is the European Cricket Series Spain and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you, buenos dias, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day of European cricket. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, to take you through the action on day 9 in ECS Spain. We are here in Barcelona. This ground has been magnificent. And as always, it's such a great backdrop to show some of the biggest hitters in European cricket. So we are starting the day with match number 41. The undefeated Catalan Jaguars are taking on Spartans Hospitalet. I do have some toss news a little bit earlier. It was the Spartans that won the toss and elected to bat. So they certainly are the underdogs in this one. They'll be hoping they can find some runs, at least to push the Catalan Jaguars. But I mean, all eyes on Hamza Salim Dar today. He starts the day needing 136 runs to become the second batter on ECN to reach the 3,000 run milestone. Of course, we saw Mohamed Ihsan do that as the first batter on the weekend. Weather conditions here, I can tell you it's a nice mild morning. A little bit chilly, I suppose, expecting a maximum temperature of only 13 degrees, and currently it is about 8. But it'll be an interesting one. I mean, Hamza, of course, the race to 3,000 is on for him. We won't see him till the second half because the Spartans, they've won the toss and elected to bat in this one. Hamza might have a role with the ball, though, and the Jaguars, they are looking strong. But it's been the kind of few days where you feel there might be a surprise at some point. Let's get ready for the first ball as we get over to the commentary box.
Yes, good morning once again. Great to have your company from the central commentary position as we get ready for day 9. And what do you think about Hamza? Can he get the 136 runs that he needs today to become the second batter to 3,000? Maybe he only needs one game. We'll have to see. This is what happened yesterday. Catalonia Red had quite an interesting day. Remember, they had a terrible start, really, to the competition. They were 2-8. And they pushed Paco Care, to be fair, 121. They were able to get on the board. Paco Care, though, through another half-century from Mohamed Ihsan, the first man to get to 3,000. They were able to get over the line, but it was close. They went all the way to the last over. So Catalonia Red, some good signs there for them. Royal Barcelona then put on a bunch of runs. Shahid Nazir, 110 off 31. His second ECN century coming over 3 years after his first. And Ashad Butt, he was nicked off for 42 in the response. Murad Ali was excellent, I thought, with the ball, 4 for 18, including a couple at the end. And so Royal Barcelona running out comfortable winners in the second match of the day by 64 runs. And Royal Barcelona put 163 on the board. And that was mostly thanks to Taki Umazar. But would you believe it? It wasn't enough. Catalonia Red, they were 2 for 2 after 1 over. They lost their playmaker, Ali Hassan, for a duck. They were 6 for 3 after 8 balls. But then a couple of really important partnerships dragged Catalonia Red over the finish line with Ramanullah and Wazirat Ali starting it off. Tavrik Iqbal with some really good hitting at the end. It was one of the top chases we've ever seen on ECN. Soal Hospitalet were back on deck in the 4th match of the day, match 39, putting 135 on the board. 49 to Ashad Butt to go with his 99 earlier in this series. Kashif Afzal with some good hitting in there as well. But Paco Care, as they have done so often, they just kind of blasted the opposition into submission. Ihsan and Mochim both making runs. Mochim a bit unlucky not to bring up his first ECN 50, but yeah, the bowling left a little bit to be desired, to say the least. Soal Hospitalet, though, had the chance to make amends, but Catalonia Red, again, batted themselves out of a tight spot, 145. They put on the board. Tavrik Iqbal continued his really good form with some excellent hitting. Ramanullah continued his good day. Soal Hospitalet, in the end, never really in the hunt, it's kind of one of those situations where I only lost 1 wicket for most of the innings. There was an early one. Shazad Khan and Amir Siddiqui, though, just couldn't keep up with the rate, and they ended up falling by the wayside in the chase. So this is how the table looks at the end of day 8. And Paco Care, perfect 10 out of 10 at the moment, but still 8 matches to go for them in the group stage. Jaguar playing catch-up today. They're 6-0. They wouldn't plan on losing any today either. Spartans 2-10. We can see how they're doing. They would just love to pitch a couple of wins and maybe drag themselves into the 8. Once you're in the 8, anything can happen, even though from 5th downwards it gets pretty tough to win the trophy. You'd have to win 4 straight against some good opposition, but at least you've got a chance. So these are the 2 teams. As Hamza Salim Dar, like we said, 136 runs off the milestone. Farouk Sahel has been good as well. You got Raja Adil there, another Spanish player. Amir Hamza, another Spanish player in there. National team player. Spartans Hospitalet, though, where are the runs going to come from? That's the question. I'll be shuffling the deck a little bit. They're given a chance here. But European cricket is littered with stories of underdogs battling against the odds. And that's Bilal Aslam. Again, he's having a pretty decent series now, just to confirm that it was Spartans who won the toss and elected to field in this one. I think I might have said earlier that they wanted to bat, but just confirming that they're electing to field. And that means we will see Hamza first up. And remember, he is 136 runs off 3,000. Could he be the second player to bring up the milestone? This is Jalal Haider, who's going to open up. And Hamza had 2 centuries in the day the other day. Won a game as much as you could say literally off his own bat as ever. when we saw him plundering the second of his centuries. I want to say a quick good morning to everyone in the chat. I'll be in there in a second. And as always, it's great to have some interaction. Rico is off today. Well-earned break. But he'll be back tomorrow with me. Let's get ready for the start of day 9. Haider to Hamza Salim Dar. Starts with a Gundy ball down the leg side. Gets away from the keeper as well. Now think of 2 here. Hamza wants it. Has he run himself into trouble here? Well, he almost does. Oh, well, Hamza thirsty for the strike. I mean, this would have been a turn up for the books. Because Hamza, to be honest, first thing of the day, it's unnecessary risk, but he really wants to face, so much so that he almost runs himself out for a diamond. If that hits, he's gone. Even if it's a better throw, maybe there's a chance for the keeper. But it wasn't. Has to go down as an opportunity. You might not get too many against Hamza Salim Dar. Another one down the leg side will be called wide. So that's 3 before we've even started here. And this has been a constant hassle for the bowlers. Certainly, I think the bowling hasn't been up to the standard of the batting in this series, and you can say what you like about the conditions and all these things. And look, that is true. It's difficult. But, I mean, those kind of Gundy balls, I'm just asking for trouble. More often than not, you're going to find it here. Another ball that's in towards the legs. Hamza just kind of plays it away. The first bat and ball of the day. But yeah, you're going to have to get it right. The thing with Hamza, he's got no obvious weaknesses, so it makes him a pretty difficult player to bowl to. Can go offside, can go leg side. Now, picks this up. It's high, and it's going to float all the way. And it's going to bounce just before the fence. Maximo! You can see why Hamza was pretty keen to get back on strike. He fancies this. He's the kind of guy, he just loves that responsibility. He wants to be the guy to win games for you. That's pretty obvious. That was timed out of the ground, even with the fielder out there. He didn't care at all. He thought he was going to get it over, and he was right. And yeah, the catching's going to be super important as well. If he does give an opportunity, you better hold on to it. Down leg side, change of angle, and this time not handled, but they won't try and take the run. Hamza did probably look a little bit more susceptible, strange as this may sound, to some of these balls outside the leg stump. Kind of later in the innings when there was fielders back there off some of the slower bowlers, he would miss time a few. But I mean, if that's your tactics, it's pretty high risk. Waiting for a miss hit. Around the corner, this will be 4. Hasn't been well directed so far from Haider. We've got 15 off the first half over. Supersonic pace, essentially. Yeah. So how can you get him? Well, I suppose maybe trying to get him in one ball is not going to work. the miracle delivery. But maybe what you can do is try and build up a bit of pressure, get a few in the block hole, starve him of boundaries through good bowling, and then maybe, force him into a mistake. He's human. Another Gundy ball on this first over might never finish the way things are going. Hamza turns down the run. He says, nah, you're not going to get me out of the office that easily. Good morning to Tanaka Jayasinghe. Now that I'm in the chat, gives me a chance to see who said hello so far. Hello to Rob Thompson. And he's watching from New Zealand. Hello to Ivan. Yeah, better ball. That's the thing with Hamza, though. I mean, he's still quite patient for such an aggressive player. He'll know, all right, if you bowl one to me like that, I'm happy just to kind of be a bit more conservative, knowing that the bad ball might not be far away. That's what the evidence would say so far in this series. Better. Yes, also a good shot. It's going to get through the fielder. So this doesn't help either. Mujahid Muhammad out there. Yes, it was travelling. Yes, it's early. But you're not helping yourselves here. I mean, that was timed well by Hamza Saleem Dar. Yeah, but this is kind of what I'm saying. Fielding side's compounding their own problems. And the bowler does get kind of 2 decent deliveries in a row. You think about it, think about a longer form of the game. What are you trying to do? You're trying to build pressure, aren't you? And it doesn't really change in this kind of a game, bowling to someone like Hamza. Now, he wants the run because it's the last ball of the over, but he won't get it. It will be a magical first, though. 20 without loss after 1. Just 12 days now until the European Cricket Championship Women event, and man, I was so excited about this. The news yesterday was that the squads were released, and I'm not sure if they're on the website yet, but if not, they're not too far away. We'll put them on the screen a couple of times today. And yeah, I know that I was asking a few questions to some of my contacts around European cricket. And I think I mentioned Sharon Wittanagi for Italy, just unable to be available for the event, so that leaves a bit of a leadership hole for them, but they've got some very good players as well. Second over coming up, and it's Paramveer Parmar to bowl. Down leg side. I think there's a noise here, but I don't think there is, if I'm honest. Let's see what we pick up. Oh, look, it might have hit the pad. It might have hit the pad, but if the umpire doesn't see it, it's definitely not off the bat. It's definitely not off the bat. But, yeah, maybe a bit unlucky with the wide call. This one is wider. It won't be a wide because it's been sent over the fence. Maximo! And Bilal Aslam is certainly in the mood as well. Lifts it up and out of here. Again, it's not great bowling. It's not well directed. And you'll be hoping, okay, with Hamza in such great form, maybe we can restrict Bilal, but not with bowling like that. So 7 off the first ball of the over effectively. Better ball, but also a cracking shot by Bilal. Bit of width, and he just goes with it. So they're no one-man team, this Jaguar outfit. Maximo as Aslam goes large, and you start thinking that this could be a monster first innings total here. The fixtures today, interestingly, they're exactly the same as the fixtures on Saturday, on day 6. Short and asking for it again, and hit again. Maximo Aslam. Now he's 3 balls, 3 sixes. No wonder he didn't want the single last ball of the over, saying to Hamza, well, just hold on a second. Hamza not backing up at all, just kind of standing there on the bat, waiting for a boundary to be hit. And it was. Yeah, and the corresponding match on Saturday, Jags were able to chase down the target of 111 in just 5 overs, and Yasser Ali was able to pump a century in that game, despite the target only being 111. No Yasser in the lineup this morning, though. Some pretty big squads here. That's all to do with the fact that these guys, they're They're not professionals. They do have lives and jobs they have to work around. Right now, tough job ahead of the Spartans. And that'll be 4 and 4. You better believe it. Maximo. And, well, Palmer getting the ball to shape a little bit, but kind of shaping from their hand. And, well, I don't mind even saying it. We're on 6-6's watch here. I don't think I've ever seen, though, a player do it off the first 6 balls he's faced. It's quite crazy what we're seeing. But he'd have to hit 2 more, and he'll be trying. No doubt about it. Outfielders got a long off. A deep backward point. Doesn't really matter at the moment. 4 out of 4. Can he do it again? Oh, he mishits a ball that probably should have gone for 6. Short and outside the legs. And Aslam, he'll be kicking himself there. I don't even know in cricket if it's happened before. Considering the 6-6s in an over is a pretty rare feat as it is. To do it off your first 6 balls face would be insane. Arms up to face the last ball of the over. Temporarily pushed into the second violin seat, but maybe not for long. Last ball of the over. The wire gets away from the keeper. That's trouble as this one goes supersonic. That one might roll down the hill. Someone left the back door open. Remonstrations from Maruf Hussain, who's behind the stumps. But again, the power of the right-hand, left-hand combination. So that brings up the 50. What a start. 51 off 11 legal deliveries. And it's not even the fastest 50 because in Germany we had Dusseldorf Black Caps bring up the 50 off, I think it was 9 balls. Or maybe 7 balls, something crazy. I might have to look that one up. Right now, I'm focused on this over that could go for more than 36 with arms on strike. It's a definite possibility, but he keeps it out and he just wants the one. He'll get it. So a bit of normality at the end of the second over. And the score is 52 without loss. What are we thinking? Jags have 3 matches today. They won't catch Pakakare today, but they won't be far behind if they can win all 3. They've got matches against Spartans and then Magic CC in the middle of the day. That'll be a pretty good game. Soal Hospitalet to finish the day. You can already see there's a bit of a haves and have-nots here in the top 4 and the rest. Bengali still not getting any fixtures, but we will see them for the first time on Thursday. And they've kind of back-ended their fixtures. Again, some of the teams have made requests with the fixtures, which is completely fine. Some want less match days, some are travelling a bit further, so we try and accommodate those requests. Third overtime. Jalal does get another one. Hamza goes to the skies, but this is an opportunity. Needs to be held, and I think he's caught it. Yeah, well, he has. Well, Hamza's not walking. I mean, they're saying it's no catch. Oh, I thought he just threw it away in kind of relief. I thought he might have grasped it to his chest. He's facing away from me. Let's have a look what we got here on the replay. He drops it here, but then this is the one where, was it held? I mean, there, we can't see what happened. There, well, there, you can see it pops out. Jawad Hussain. Now he gets replaced and has time to think about what's happened. I had that extra opportunity, but you could just see it at the end. Now, he actually did grasp it to his chest momentarily, but when he hit the ground, it pops out. Not good. Arms are dropped on 16. 15, in fact. Now works off the hip, and he's going to get 4 here. They talk about taking the wind out of your sails. That was a clear moment. Arms are probably trying to make something out of, probably biting off a bit more than he could chew on that occasion, or taking a slightly riskier stroke that he probably didn't have to take. Yeah, okay. I found the fastest 50 partnership. Oh, God. All right, in the air, another opportunity. Got to hold this. Surely. He's dropped again. And Hamza is given 2 opportunities in the over. He trots through for 2. That one, yes, I know it's 7 degrees right now. It's not great catching conditions, but you couldn't hope for a better opportunity. So Hamza is dropped twice in the over. He's dropped on 15 and he's dropped on 21. And you could hear the groans from around the ground. Let me distract everyone by telling you that the fastest 50 partnership, fastest 250, was Fassi Karan and Indran for Buyer Boosters versus Clone Challengers. They brought up their 50 partnership in 7 balls, 7 legal balls. That was in match 47 of the ECS in Krefeld. And there was a wicket next ball, so their partnership finished 50 off 8. Rounds of walks, and even the best players, they give opportunities in this form of the game when they're taking such big risks so often. But right now, the writing's on the wall, and it's a font big enough for everyone to read it. Might have been a little edge on this, but doesn't carry to the keeper. Yeah, catching so important. Hello to Nick, who's joining us. Hopefully you're well. Gotta say, I had a lovely evening in the city last night. Dinner for one. Everyone was a bit tired to come out, but... All right, this is a blast. And let's not forget that Aslam has been in incredible hitting form this morning as well. He goes Maximo to finish the power play, and it's dizzying heights achieved early on. 67 without loss after 3. But I'm going to say 3 opportunities to get Hamza. There was a run-out opportunity off the first ball. Okay, that's a half chance. But the other 2 were fairly regulation outfield catches. And, okay, credit to Hyder. I mean, it does create a couple of opportunities, but they're not held. Okay, so Jabhat Hussain, he was the culprit earlier, and now he's going to have to face the music as this is whacked over the fence. That's downtown. May have just, no, that's gone. That's down the hill. Maximo. Arms are being helped out. This is the difference also between international cricket fielding standard, I think, and club fielding standard for some of these guys. When they do give opportunities at the international level, I mean, arms would be gone by now, but he is still there and able to make a big difference. The only problem Hamza sometimes has, I think, is boredom. Game's too easy for him. Now it goes up. There's another opportunity, 3rd time, and this time he's gone. So his luck runs out on 30, and just look who it is. It's Jalal Hyder who created those 2 opportunities last over. So I've got to say that the drops won't really come back to bite them too much as far as Hamza's concerned. He was dropped on 15, he was dropped on 21. On 30, he gives a 3rd opportunity, and this time it's taken Hyder. He's given a little bit of a frustrating look after that, as Hamza gets a friendly word from the bowler. These guys know each other pretty well. But it is the first wicket of the day. Partnership is broken. 73 for 1. Well done to Jabhat Hussain, though. We talked about getting the ball in the right spot, at least make him play a more difficult shot. And then a miss hit can bring a wicket. New batter coming in is Abu Bakar Siddiqui. We'll be hoping that he can keep the pace up. Interesting, they're not going for Soal at 3, which would have been an option. Oh, he goes upstairs first up. Abu Bakar Siddiqui, we haven't really seen too much, so a couple of matches so far has impressed. Hit a nice 38 not out against Sohail Ospitalet. 50 runs in his first day of European cricket on Saturday. Pitched up, maybe slight slower ball from Jaman Hussain. He'll be feeling a lot better now. Remember, he was the guy that dropped Harmser out of deep cover. Just got out of his grasp. Oh, pitched up. Now they think of a run. There's total confusion. They have to turn it down. I mean, Abu Bakar Siddiqui just annoyed that he missed the ball, but didn't realise there was an opportunity. And Aslam hungry for the bye, but they won't take it in the end. I mean, that's very close to knocking the stumps out. One thing about Jamal Hussain, I will say, needs to get out in the way of the umpire. After he bowls, it needs to get off the pitch to the right-hand side if he's bowling around the wicket. And will be wide. Just have a look at where he ends up. I mean, he's a non-striker. I think if I was backing up, I'd be sending a pretty clear message, probably by driving my bat into the back of his feet. Just look at where the umpire's standing. Because yeah, wow. Well, maybe the umpire's getting a run up now, because he starts a long way out, and then that's almost one of the best umpire clotheslines that we've ever seen. Jawad Hussain. I don't even know why he stopped the game. But anyway. Oh, fearless. Bit better position this time. Last ball, the 4th over. Wide. Straight over the tram line. But yeah, most right-handed bowlers, if they haven't played a lot of organised cricket, they'll have a natural tendency to follow through to the left after they bowl, which is fine when you're on this side of the wicket. You can see there's no issues at all. But when you go around the wicket, you know, with a proper cricket, when you've got a proper umpire there, you need to let them do their job and get off the surface. Oh, it's pretty close, you know. Is it coming back enough? Well, I don't think you can give this runs because he's left it. And I don't think he's actively trying to avoid it. But this will be an interesting one. I mean... Oh boy. I think at the very least it's a dead ball, right? If he doesn't think is it going to hit the stumps or not? Oh, if it's missing, it's just missing. But I think you got to just give it a dead ball. Yeah, dead ball's called because he's not playing a shot and he's not actively trying to avoid the ball. Even though I think he thinks he's avoiding the ball because he doesn't think it's going to hit his leg. But yeah, I mean, at least you got to give that a dot. Was it coming back to hit the stumps though? Pitches in line. Straightens. Does it straighten enough to hit the stumps? I got to say that I think it's going to hit the stumps. What are you seeing there? It just seemed that after it pitches, it straightens enough, and I don't see the whole ball missing the stumps. Only a little bit of the ball has hit the stumps, remember. What do you think? That's an interesting one. Believe in the leave. So it'll be a dot to finish the over. So 75 for 1 after 4. Time for some spin. And Afaq Hussain gets the first ball across. What do we think of that LBW? I'm trying to visualise it again. I just don't see it missing. All right, this is up and out of here. And Shub has certainly started in the right frame of mind, although that was a stinger. Sent everyone scattering. Maximo. And Shub, instead of throwing it back like a normal human being would, decides to just kind of drop it and start giving it the old, almost the John Cena. Have a look here. Yep. He's not interested in really giving the ball back. Just needs to shake the hands out. Understandable, I guess. And yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the LBW and the interpretations of some of the laws. Pitches outside next time this time, so it can't be out. So it shouldn't matter, and I use the word shouldn't. It shouldn't matter whether he's playing a shot there or not, because the only time playing a shot or not matters is if you are struck outside the line of off. Right, hit straight, fielder comes around, takes it at the second opportunity. Paranveer Parmar is able to get Bilal Aslam, and again another drop, and suddenly things have turned around. And if you've had a rough start to your morning, it's never too late to turn things around. Spartans have both openers now. It was a bit of a filthy full toss, if I'm completely honest, but it does the job. Slight mishit, came around to his right, got away momentarily, but Paranveer able to hold on to it. And yeah, you can see how much it means to Afak Hussain. We'll never know how much that ball would have turned, but it still does the job, and the Jaguars are 81 for 2. So just go back to the LBW. So actually it's irrelevant whether he's playing a shot or not, as far as the laws are concerned. But in an interpretation sense, oh well, this one doesn't look like it's mishit at all. It's going, and gone. Maximo crashes into the camera tower, and Soal, well, he's certainly appreciative of the opportunity. A guy that hit 98 earlier in the series starts with a powerful straight strike. Yeah, so this will be the end of the over, and the score is 88 for 2. I'm going to come back to the LBW in a second and the interpretation about shot/no shot. But what I will say is that I want to look at the ECL draw. Why don't we do our first roll of the dice of the day? So I've got Group G, Team 3. Okay, Oslo CK. Oslo, obviously from Norway, and they seem to have a habit of being in the last group. I've just noticed this. They were in the ECC anyway. Raza Iqbal will lead them. Very good left-handed bat, also a handy bowler, very experienced leader. I think he'll be their captain. But Norway certainly are generally underrated. Well, I don't know about this ball, to be honest, from Ali Shuja. It's short, it's wide, but let's just have a look. So, yeah, Norway often underestimated is what I'll say. But there's some very good cricket and very good cricketers up there. But they've got CIYMS in their group, which is a bit of a tough one. Gets away from the keeper. I don't think he'll make it all the way to the line. And they'll get back for an extra 2, so that'll be 3 wides. Let's have a look at it here. Just not quite where he wanted it. And yeah, certainly I think they'll be having a good look at it. Eventually I'll get back to talking about the LBW. And that's kind of better action from Shuja. But he loses it down the leg side. Well, we actually can hit a decent ball. Yeah, that's a good delivery for as far as the action's concerned. Certainly, I think the first couple, it's just a bit of a bend, which he shows he doesn't have to do it all the time. And now this is going to be hit over cover. Now it's going to be 4, bit of width, and Farouk Sohail catches in. Okay, finally I'm going to get back to the LBW. It shouldn't matter whether he plays a shot or not, but it depends on kind of umpires' interpretations. In a lot of competitions, including county cricket, I don't know if it's still this way, they said if the batter's not playing a stroke, then the benefit of the doubt goes to the bowler in this circumstance, right? So this is where it comes relevant. A little bit short in the air. Another catching opportunity, and held once again by Jalal Haider. Well, he's caught well. He's in a bit of an army of one there, if you're honest. But it's going to be another big wicket. Farouk Sohail is the next man to go for 15. And the score is 100 for 3. So what a difference it makes when you start holding a couple of catches. And the Jaguars already with 100 on the board and building a big total, but maybe not as big if Spartans can hold their catches. Farouk, again, gets most of it, but not quite enough to get it out of the ballpark. Ali Shuja comes up with a wicket. Yeah, so in this circumstance, and I kind of agree with that interpretation that, there's nothing in the actual rules that says benefit of the doubt in the whole laws of cricket. But, well, that's a hanging full toss, and it's adios pelota. As Amir Hamza comes out, Spanish national representative. And just have a look at how high this one is. Yeah, it's pretty high, actually. Is it coming down enough? They're happy with it, I think. This one called wide. It's pretty close, though. Anyway, yeah, just going back to what I was saying. I kind of agree with that because benefit of the doubt is something that we've all made up because giving people out when they're technically not out ruins people's days. That's why it's a thing, I think. But I do agree, if the batter hasn't played a stroke, then why does he deserve the benefit of the doubt? Just as a kind of philosophical argument. So in that case, where I think we're kind of, to be honest, the jury's kind of split on whether it was the hitting or not, as this one will be out of here again. Hamza's come out in a mood. Maximo. And a little bit short, pins the ears back and goes deep all the way. And what is this hit? It's gone from over the fence and bounced back over. Off what? I've got no idea. I can only see what you can see there. Last ball, the over. When it goes very wrong. Called a wide. He's trying to say it's off the pitch, but is it before the stumps? If it's before the stumps, it's a no ball. If it's after the stumps, it's not. Where does this bounce? Oh, yeah, it should be a no ball. They'll call this a no ball now. It should be a free hit. But not so sure that they've spotted it. Next one's a wide. Yeah. So, yeah, I got to say the LBW for me, if I'm looking at the interpretation that I think is the right interpretation, I think I would have given him out. I'm just not. The question is, are you sure it's missing? I'm not sure. All right, this is up. It's in the air, hanging a long time. It's a tough one, but it is taken. Now, was it called? Is this a free hit or not? Yeah, it was. Okay, so I didn't see it. So it is a free hit. So that'll be the end of the over. Okay, so they do get that one right. I didn't see it. And at the end of the over, it's 117 for 3. So yeah, so they must have changed that one to an O ball. It's a bit slow coming through on my system this morning. But yeah, tell me what you think about that. Not offering a shot. Do you agree that the interpretation, which has been used and kind of actually, verbalised. I remember in the first class game in England, it was a while ago now, when I was following it a bit more closely, all the technicals, as we start a new over, and it's driven down to long off for a single. Yeah, as far as the action of Ali Shuja in the last over, I kind of agree that maybe it just hadn't warmed up yet. The first two just didn't look legal, but then there were no issues. So just maybe something they need to speak about with him privately. Again, you don't have to crucify anyone here. This is going to be, well, that might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo. Well, Abu Bakar Siddiqui has kind of been stuck down the other end for a while. Stuck on 0 for a while, but he gets off the mark and he does it with a 6. Just carrying the rope. Yeah, so Rob asking about what's in the laws. The laws just kind of state what should be out and what shouldn't be out, but they don't ever say anything about if there's doubt. Wow, this one almost lodges in his pads. This is quite an interesting one. How long does this rattle around in the top of the pad flap? There you go. Is that a dead ball or not? I wonder. If it lodges. I suppose it never lodges, it just kind of threatens to lodge. Oh, we're having it all so far this morning. Now, wide, good eye from Abu Bakar Siddiqui to watch that go through. So, I mean, the law, I'll give you an example. The law will say if in the umpire's opinion, the ball is hitting the stumps. But what does that mean? It means if you think it's hitting the stumps. It doesn't say if you're not sure, don't give it out. It doesn't say if you're certain. It just says if the ball would have hit the stumps. Something like that. But what if you don't know? All right, in the air, simple catch. They're going to collide. They don't, thankfully, as the captain and the keeper, Maruf Hussain, says, get out my way. I got the gloves on, and I really don't trust anybody. Maybe that's not named Jalal Haider. And so he'll hold on to the catch. It'll be another wicket down, 125 for 4. It's going to be a prolonged 6 now from Abu Bakar Siddiqui. And, yeah, that was good keeping, I think. I was just worried the fielder wasn't going to get out the way. So they have pegged things back to a degree. I suppose the question for Spartans, where are the runs going to come from? Yeah, so benefit the doubt fascinates me in cricket because it's something everyone says. It's one of those kind of, to be honest, it's like an unwritten rule. It's said and everyone would assume it's in there, it has to benefit the doubt. But it just says if you think it, then it is. Not to get all Socrates on you. And yeah, now we're still talking about it overs later. When I go back to that one that he left, if you take the batter out the way and just imagine him bowling at stumps, I think it's going to hit. More likely than not 100%. If it missed, it was missing by an infinitesimal amount. Last ball of the 7th over, Palmer, member of the Naughty 40s club. This is kind of into the gap, but knocked down. Fielded in the end, long single. Hamza will retain the strike, and at the end of the over, it's 127 for 4. Good discussions. Anyway, this is the finals format. This becomes relevant because it's hard to believe, but we're only I think 9-10 days away from the final series, beginning with Elimination Day, the 15th of December. How it works is the top 2 teams straight through to the semis. So they only need to win 2 matches to win the trophy. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you need to win an eliminator to get to finals day and then win 2 matches. So you need to win 3. If you finish 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th, you have to win 2 eliminators on Elimination Day and then 2 finals on finals day. So you'd have to win 4. That's why he's going to be working hard to finish as high as possible. Let's get back to the action then as we get ready for over number 8. It's going to start with a wide. I think they're querying whether this bounces before or after the stumps. Oh, well, I think that's bounced before the stumps. Again, they want one more look here. For me, it looks like it's just before. But the umpire on the field will give an opinion. It's a bit hard to tell. Just my suspicion when you look at where the line is that's bounced just before the line. But let's see. I think they'll just go with the umpire's call here. And yeah, it is a no ball to free hit. It seemed that way. Hamza probably doesn't need a second invitation. Oh, it misses out though. And so it'll be a dot ball. The whole thing will be pretty much irrelevant in the wash. I saw a lively debate on social media this morning about the LBW law in general. Another good slow ball from Hussain. Doing the trick at the moment. Hamza just over swinging. I think we're in for a penalty here though, unless they're super quick. Have a look at that. No real footwork. Hamza tries to whack it over the fence and misses. Another good slow ball. Well, maybe they can get back on time here. Yeah, so the debate was about, should a batter be able to be given out if they're struck outside off? And why is that a rule? Is that difficult for... is it too difficult for bowlers with the game getting so batting heavy? And so, yeah, I mean, personally, I don't mind it the way it is at the moment. Everyone's kind of used to it. That was the most recent revision to the LBW law. Well, this time, it's just when he looped over the keeper. And does it get there? Not quite. They'll come back for 2. Maybe they'll get 3 now. It's actually really good running. We'll probably have a little look at this, but it seemed to be clean. Just keep an eye on the foot This one here, yeah, it's still inside, no problem. So a rare 3. Good heads-up play to get back for a third. Genuine 3 as well. This is hit away. One hand, one bounce style. Hyder has been a standout in the field, hasn't he? Yeah, so as far as the... Well, there's two parts of what I'm trying to say. One is the debate about whether they should make a law change to say you can be given out even if the impact's outside off, because what does it matter if the ball was going to hit the stumps? So that's one argument, and it's a valid argument to make. Oh, this goes wrong. Too many balls missing the pitch here, and it's a wider pitch, so there's no real excuses. Another free hit coming up. Yeah, so that's one thing. So that's one debate we could have, but then also there are a lot of comments like the game's fine, leave it alone, or like, you know, the laws were written. Some of the comments were kind of like the laws were written right and they've stood the test of time, etc., etc. And so I might start with the last bit first as we get to the end of the first over, of the 8th over, I should say. It's 134 for 4. This idea that the laws were written a certain way hundreds of years ago and have remained static throughout history is a little bit of a myth, I think, that people have. So, for example, I think the LBW law, when originally it wasn't even in there, and since it's been included, it's been changed 12 times. Right? Just because it doesn't get changed very often doesn't mean that it never changes. I think the most recent change was in the 1990s when they included the rule that you could be given out if you are hit outside the line of off if you're not playing a stroke. All right, so here we go with over number 9. All happens in the 9th. It's going to start with a Maximo to Amir Hamza, who moves into the 20s. And brought back Afak Hussain. And Hamza keen to take on the challenge, left-hander against left-hander. Yeah, so I think this is, it's wrong to say, you know, if your only reason is that's the way it is, it's not a very good argument. As this is hit high. Again, it's a teaser for the fielder, but this is going to be 6 as well. Maximo, as Amir moves into the 30s. Doesn't spend long in the 20s at all. So these are kind of challenge deliveries from Afak Hussain. He's something a bit different. But I think the left-hander, he's liking it, and he knows that they shouldn't run out of wickets here. Yeah, so I do agree it is a reason if there's pros and cons. One of the reasons could be it is that way, so let's not change it because there's not enough benefit from changing it. Edged and dropped. And just kind of snatched at that one a little bit, maybe a slight deflection. Let's have a look at it here. Just didn't get the gloves together, did he? That was a healthy edge. Now he's going to get pounded over the fence. Maximo! So 6, 6, drop, 6. 150's come up in this over as well. Yeah, so this is just something that, well, don't know where that ball's gone, by the way. Now he has to go offside, and there's no fielder back here, so that'll run away for 4. Onto the clay, arms are into the 40s, and things getting a little bit violent here. 4 more to the total. Yeah, so I think if your only argument is that's the way it is, it's a flimsy argument. Wide. Attempted stumping attempt. I think he's home. Have a little check on the replay. Gets back just in time. Now on the charge. They want the leg by, they're going to take it. They'll have a throw anyway, but he's safely home, and they can get an overthrow on the rebound. So there'll be 2 leg byes to finish the over. And Amir Hamza will not be facing as we go into the last. Mudassir will be at the end of 9. It's 159 for 4. So as far as then the debate about, you know, should they change it again to say you can be given out if you hit outside off, even if you are playing a shot, I think I kind of get the philosophy of it, and I kind of like it in a way, because, you know, the idea is the game of cricket is to hit the ball with your bat, not your pad. But I think the issues come with it's a difficult one for umpires to interpret, or basically to calculate if they think a ball's hitting the stumps or not when it is moving a lot sideways. So I just think it creates a variable that makes umpiring a bit more difficult, not less difficult. So I think that's the reason I don't think it would work in practice. Well, last overtime, Shuja coming back after going 1 for 29 in his first. Just checking the clock. Did they make it? Nope, they did not. I didn't think they were going to. All right, well, this is short and whacked away, and it's going to be out of the ground with the officials under attack as well. Maximo time, and that was like Paolo down there. Had a bit of company. But yeah, the clock ran out during the 9th over, so confirming 5 penalty runs have been added to the total. 170 now. That's another ball that really should have disappeared, but it'll be a dot. Anyway, that was my first kind of rabbit hole of the day. Didn't take long. It's something I was reading this morning. 3 to come. Can they get the 180 here? Oh, again, mistimed. Fielder gets there, drops it, bounces away. And really, things finishing how it started. As Hamza will get a chance to ring up his 50. He's got 2 balls, he needs 7. He pretty much needs a 2 here or a 4 or a 6 to keep the dream alive. Won't have to hit that. But yeah, if you want it, especially when I'm alone, sometimes I like getting on these kind of soapboxes. So if you have any issues in cricket that you want to talk about, today's a good day to get me alone with my thoughts. Thanks to everyone for the interaction. 2 to come. Hamza on 43. And make that 49. Full toss. He reaches, he fetches, and he smashes. Maximo! That one's all the way down to the softball field. No softball is out there today, being a weekday. That Hamza 49. Just has to hit this, I think. Hit it safely, and he'll get his half century. Does favour that leg side, doesn't he? So 178. And Hamza to bring up his 50. Ooh, he won't have to do it yet. Amir Hamza. He does have an ECN 50. In fact, he scored 60 earlier in the tournament against Calonia Reds. This one would have been a wide, but he reaches for it. Well, could he be out in 49, join the 49 club? He will. A ball that he should have left alone, really. And he wasn't in that mindset. I think he'll be happy nonetheless that he walks off with 179 on the board for his team. So Shuja, he's going to finish with the slightly interesting figures of 2 for 44. And the Jags don't make the 180, but they set the 180. 179 for 4 in the 10 overs. And Spartans, they were 8% at the start of this. I'd be curious to see what they're down to when we start the second innings, because there's a bit of chasing leather, but as my mum used to say to me frequently when I was a youngster, really, it's all your own fault because the catches were going down left, right and centre. They had a chance to run out. Hamza off the first ball of the day. The sitters were being shelled, and Hamza, he thought he was gone. And then you can see there the emotion. Jalal Haider, he was a bit of a standout for me because he created those 2 chances. He was visibly frustrated, but he was the one that started holding a couple and just changing the feel of the innings. But really, it starts with the ball, and there was just too much fruit that was thrown up during this innings. Shub took one and then was shaking it like a Polaroid picture. And Paramveer catches that. I mean, he already dropped it, but then caught it on the second opportunity. Haider took another good one on the boundary. You can see that Ali Shuja, he was pretty happy after quite an interesting start with the ball. Then the keeper and the captain, Maruf Hussain, said, out of my way. I'm going to take things into my own hands. But Hamza was pretty good. I mean, Hamza I'm talking about with 49, some good late hitting. Really, the Jags are a galaxy of stars, aren't they, out there at this level? and they pound the attack into submission. 179 on the board in the first innings of the day. 49 to Amir Hamza. And although he didn't open, he was the top scorer. They went with Bilal Aslam, who actually started with 4 sixes and set the tone. Farouk Sohail with a couple of good ones in there as well. Extras 33, too many. 25 wides, 3 no balls, 5 penalties, and all of them are avoidables. Okay, some of them went for extras, but just checking. 17, 19, 20 extra deliveries. It's no good. And that's why they cost them the 5 penalty runs as well. If you want to search for positives, you can say 4 of the 5 bowlers did take wickets. The only one that didn't should have. Jalal Haider had 2 sitters dropped, but he did hold on to a couple in the next phase of the innings. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. 180 will be the victory target for Spartans. Could it be the miracle in Barcelona? We'll find out after this. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. On day 9, you're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Great to have your company. Ninth morning of the European Cricket Series. Actually day 11 of our cricket here in Barcelona though, because we did start with a couple of days of internationals and quite a few of those players taking part here. And a few of them on the field right now. In fact, Catalunya Jaguar putting 179 on the board against Spartans Hospitalet here in the first half of match number 41. 180 is the target. And, well, let me see where this win predictor starts. 2. All right, well, it's a chance. If you're going to chase down 180, this is ground for it. Someone's going to have to go large. Mujahid Mohammed to face up. Hamza Saleem Dar with the ball. And a big swing first up, but no contact. Umar Raja behind the stumps for Catalunya Jaguar. And this one, Hamza Saleem Dar, just kind of operating off a few steps. Just concentrating on accuracy over pace at the moment. Wasn't particularly accurate, but it'll be a dot ball. So, yeah, Hamza had a couple of lives, ended up making 30 in the first innings. And remember that he started the day 136 runs off 3,000. This one swings a bit too much. It'll be called a wide. It certainly went in the air. Yeah, so now he's 106 required. Still 2 more bites at the cherry this afternoon. Right off the end of the bat, this one. And yeah, check out where this hits on the bat. Right off the cue end. I'm watching a bit of snooker actually. Ronnie O'Sullivan, some player. Youngest and oldest world champion, I believe. Just playing away defensively. It's Paramveer Parmar. Wild throw comes in. Yeah, so he's the first and he's the oldest and youngest world champion. And it kind of reminded me of this, Shahid Nazir. How about this? He scored the first ever century in Barcelona in ECS cricket. This will be a single, pretty quiet at the mill in the first over. 3 without loss. 2% might fade away pretty quickly. Yeah, so he was the first Centurion, and now he's the last Centurion, for now at least. Playing for Juventus Units in 2020, 116 off 34. And for Royal Barcelona, he scored 100 on the weekend, 110 off 31. And in both those innings, he hit 14 sixes. So it just shows you that over 3 years apart, but Nazir has his second century. As far as the golden ball counter goes, 292. We start the day at. And I'm pretty sure we can tick that over because I don't see a 179 draw here, but who's to say? We saw Catalunya Red come back from a pretty awful start yesterday, but yeah, one of Corey's expressions, and hello to Corey, by the way. And he would say, I think there's more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way. Venus does spin the other way. It's the only planet to do so. Roger Adil getting the second over here. And another dot. So yeah, Spartans kind of brought some Play-Doh to a gunfight here, I think. It's going to be a rough 10 overs. They'll be trying to put something together. Palmer, 1 of 5. 1 of 6. Raja can't find the stumps. But yeah, we're having some good discussions, weren't we, in the first innings? We're talking about the LBW law and how much that's changed, and just generally how the laws have changed over time, significantly as well. Like, you know, used to be that overarm bowling was banned, to give you an idea. So this is one that is going to be called. Raj doesn't like it. Let's have a look. I think it might have just got a little bit of the tram line. Let me have a really good look here. Yeah, you know what? I think it is just a wide by like a millimetre or two. Remember, the ball has to be completely inside the line. Raja can think positively and think it's another opportunity for him to take a wicket, though. I hope he has that mindset. That one for me is okay. Oh, okay. Same. This for me was a little bit more inside. It goes after. Let's have a look. Yeah, see, that one for me is just okay. But Raja should probably aim at the stumps and then he won't have these issues. He should be greedy for wickets, I think, in this situation. Lovely guy, Raja Adil. Yeah, well, does get straighter. Now we might have a run out. Well, there's nobody at the stumps, nobody home. And Mohamed Wakas ends up just eating it. Nice little inside-out drive from Paramveer, but it's going to have to go down as another dot ball. Slower ball, clever one. So Raja, only the two wides conceded in the over so far. Hello to Iggy Mitchell, nice to see you as always. Yeah, so I know it's a bit early for food chat, but I did have my black paella last night. The black rice, as they call it here. A nice ball the over. And goes straight through him and misses the leg stump. So just the two wides in the over, and Raja Adil, he's kept things pretty quiet, a bit like Hamza did in the first. It's 5 without loss after 2. And, well, a couple of wide calls going to the batting team, but really probably need all the help they can get at the moment. Spartans staring down a 2-11 record after this game. And I think that, especially with Red winning a couple of games, it spells trouble for both the Hospitalet sides, really. Bengali, obviously, yet to see them, but looking at their squad, I think they look pretty competitive. Hamza coming back, and looks like he might be bowling a bit of spin here with the keeper coming up. Let's have a look. Probably feels he can't do anything wrong at the moment. So here we go. Well, he gets whacked first ball and he gets whacked for 6. And, well, Hamza actually, to be honest, he's a pretty good leg spinner. I've seen him bowl it before. So he's deciding that now's a great time to try it out in a match situation. But I quite like his leg spin because part-time leg spin's pretty difficult because leg spin is such an unnatural act over the wrist spin to get the accuracy. But I think he'll stick with it here. Maximo, though, that's Mujib Mohammed. Takes Hamza straight back over his head first ball. There he goes off spin. Chickens out of bowling another leggy. Off spin is so much easier than leg spin. So that's why you see a lot of part-time finger spinners, but you don't see too many part-time leg spinners. A couple of Australians that would do it, though. Michael Bevan and Simon Kadich back in the day. Yeah, but you don't see it a lot. Now this is a little bit short and gets hit. 1 bounce 4, I think, in the end. Yeah, cuatro carreras, and well fielded. We had a lot of helpers at the ground doing a great job keeping us looked after. Yeah, Hamza, though, it was just a bit too short. Most people, when they try and bowl part-time off spin, they normally try and bowl it too fast because they don't necessarily have the courage to toss it up, especially if you're normally a quicker bowler. This is pushed through, and it's not the greatest fielding attempt I've ever seen. It'll run away for 4 as well. I like to see Hamza going back to the leg spin here. Go shopping for wickets a little bit. But, at least a few runs saving face for Spartans in this power play. This is a leggy because of how he's throwing the ball. Yep. Oh, it slides on. And it was the leg spinner, or leg spin action. Well, Iggy is saying if the Spartans make 50, he'll buy everyone a beer. Well, I hate to tell you how many people are actually watching this game, Iggy. Yeah, this is in the air. Is it a chance? It is, and it's held. So Hamza comes up with a wicket, and it's Raja Adil that takes a good catch down to his right. A bit of a stinger. And so spin to win for Hamza. He does get a wicket with a leggy. I knew he should have stuck to that. Pretty good catch from Adil. Should mention it's still 8 degrees. And Hamza saying, yeah. And I was blessed with talent from above, and it's not restricted to seam bowling and batting. And so into the over. And the Spartans are 19 for 1. I actually think his leg spin's worth working on. And I suppose the issue you've got in this form of the game is you can only bowl 2 overs. You've got a guy who's just taken a hat-trick in the ECC, for example. So I do think it gives you another tool, though. 3, 2 and 14 in the power play, but the third over brought the wicket. Yeah, I just think that if you came up against certain matchups, a lot of right-handers, for example, if you had that string to your bow, you've got other guys that can bowl pace, but you don't have that many leg spinners. Lorne Burns is the obvious one in the Spanish setup. It's been very good since he's come into the team, even captaining the side in the absence of regular captain Christian Munoz Mills in the Tri-Series in Desert Springs last year, in the T20 Internationals. Farouk Soal will bowl over number 4. This first one deflected away for a single. But isn't it a funny thing in cricket that people always want to be what they're not? So, for example, I grew up as a bowler that batted a bit, but I always wanted to wicket. Any chance I got to wicket, yeah, go on. If there was an injury or if someone was unavailable, yeah, go on, give me the gloves. I'd love to do it. I got pretty excited about it. And in junior cricket, sometimes you'd have multiple wicket keepers in a game or in a morning. This one drops into the block hole. And we'll scramble through for a single. Yeah, but same goes, People that are batters, they love the chance to have a bowl. Everyone seems to enjoy it. I suppose being a bowler, you do have to bat. That's one thing, so it's not unusual to see bowlers batting. But seeing batters bowling gets people, people like to see it. I think people enjoy doing it. I mean, A.B. de Villiers, remember he took a test wicket with the ball. All right, up and out of here. It's a good strike from Palmer, who's 2 off 10, but puts that one on the top of the practice nets. Maximo. Now that's a proper zoom-in job on the Grizzly ball. Great camera work up there. And he enjoyed that one. He's got to get a few consolation blows, I think, if you're the Spartans here. Try and reduce the margin of defeat. 2-hat strategy. Eyes in the back of his head. I suppose it's not that intimidating for the bowler, with it being his hat in the first place. It's an interesting look, though. Right, goes straight. This one is going, and gone. Maximo. Seis carreras más. Palmer goes deep again. Good strike. I don't know if we can show the umpire again. Now I see it. It feels like the umpire is facing the wrong way and looking at us. Let's wait for the main shot here. It looks like the umpire. Just have a look at this. Yeah, look. Oh no, he's got the hat off now. That's a shame. I was enjoying it. Too short, but with a bit of pace. It ties up Palmer. He doesn't get another Maximo. Yeah, but isn't it interesting that people always want to be what they're not? Kind of in football, the thing would be, when you run out of goalkeepers and, run out of subs or something like that and someone has to do it. If you run out of quarterbacks in American football, it's a similar thing. Okay, hits straight, and it's to Adil's left. He's not going to get there. And it's going to be 4 runs, so Palmer making up for lost time here. That'll be the end of the over, and Spartans Hospitalet are 37 for 1. Yeah, Michael Clark was a good part-timer. True. 6 wickets in an innings once to finish a test in Australia. I love part-time wicket keepers, and it's something that you're going to see less of because there's been a law change now which says that you can have someone from the outside the 11 wicket keep in case of an injury. So you can have a substitute wicket keeper now, and that was a safety thing because they kind of started saying, when you've got people doing the job that aren't really proficient at it, it can create some danger issues. But I remember David Boone doing it during the 1992 World Cup. I remember when Healy went down, they didn't have a second keeper in the squad. I remember a couple of other occasions. Amir Harms up with some left arm spin. And this will be lifted up and out of the ground. Well, that's a good shot by Hyder. He's been a bit of a shining light for Spartans in this game. Maximo pitched up and arms up. Turns around and sees that one disappear. Yeah, remember Phil Hughes did it once? The late, great Phil Hughes. That was after, I think, Haddon got poked in the eye in a celebration gone wrong from James Faulkner. Well, pitched up and same result. Maximo. Good strike. So, yeah, that rate's already out at kind of 4 a ball. That's the only way it's going to come back. Nice hit from Jalal Hyder. Who else? I'm trying to think of like emergency wicket keepers. I think Alan Border did it once. I think Javed Miandad had a stumping for Pakistan in a test. This one goes wrong, almost misses the pitch. I think it's just on. It'd be called a wide. Trying to follow the batter, but it was fake footwork from the batter. I think people like variety, generally. All right, lift it up, but this is too high and it's not leaving the infield. Should be caught, and it is. I think you see there the difference between the two teams with the sky ball going up, and you never felt like it was in doubt. Abu Bakar Siddiqui is the one that takes the catch, and so the 50 comes up. Some good hitting from Hyder in that over, but he's going to have to go. And the score now 50 for 2. And well held, well judged. Hamza gets his man in the end, Amir Hamza. And so, yeah, the 50 is up, Iggy, just saying. A few people reminding him in the chat. Rob Thompson saying Ross Taylor, yeah, New Zealand took a wicket in his last test, getting the last man out. Yeah, perfect send-off, wasn't it? Yeah, trying to think of someone, like Mark Taylor, he was an average bowler. This is going to be hit up and over the offside. As Iqbal comes out, Fahad Iqbal, and gets a boundary first ball. To Hamza, got the wicket, but he's also gone for a few. Got nothing to lose here, Spartans. Michael Valletta kept in a test, yeah. He actually did keep a bit for WA though, Mike Valletta. He was a bit more than a casual wicket keeper. He did it when Tim Zura used to bowl leg spin. It was kind of a weird phase of cricket in WA. On the charge this time, Iqbal will get a single. And Mike Valletta is a fan of the ECN. Great mates of one of the biggest fans, Jim. Yeah, I love Jim. Hello, Robot. Good to see you, and hopefully you're well today. Yeah, Mike Valletta, pretty good player. In the air, it's going to be over the infielder. That's going to be 4. So Hamza goes magical, but he does get a wicket in there. It takes us to the halfway point of the innings. Spartans 59 for 2. I suppose recovering pretty well after a tough start. Trying to think of other strange wicket keeper choices. They say Glenn Maxwell's a pretty good keeper. That doesn't surprise me. I'm going to talk average keepers though in a moment. But looking at the squads for the ECCW, I'll put all the players there you're likely to see, and maybe you guys can dig in a little bit further. There's a few that I haven't seen before. Most I have probably outside the England 11 because of the cricket we've had this year. Of course, that is 10 over cricket. It is going to be at the Carter Oval. It's a new over. Abu Bakar Siddiqui starts with a wide. I did hear that Sharon Vitnagi, the regular Italy skipper, unavailable due to family commitments. So it's a shame they'll miss her, but there's some good players in there as well. Who's your favourite for that? Let us know in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Lifted up and away from the fielder. This is going to bounce just inside and go for 4. So Iqbal gets another boundary. So, yeah, okay. I'll tell you who should be a good keeper but isn't. Mike Hussey. So, being a good fielder doesn't always translate to being a good wicket keeper. It is quite different. And so the Maxwell I hear is good, and I believe that because he's a freak, right? He could probably do anything. American bat standing on his head. Oh, another pretty good drive and a long chase for the fielder. This time it will be stopped. And it'll just be a single. But Mike Hussey, he'll be the first to admit he wasn't that comfortable when he had the gloves on. Had to do it sometimes for Australia. I think he had to do it for the Scorchers in a final once. They dropped the keeper and picked an extra bat. But also one of the nicest guys to play the game and a great statesman of the game, Mike Hussey. I'm just trying to think of your emergency keeping options and when they've been required. I've heard, used to be you could have a player outside the 11 keep with the opposition's consent, and I think it actually happened in a test in England, maybe in the late 70s. They kind of got someone out of the crowd, one of the county keepers. That's the story I've heard, at least. Oh, hit hard, and this is going to be 4. Nice shot by Palmer, who just picks the gap here. And it's the correct shot for the ball. That's why I like it. He's outside off, and he goes offside. Plenty of gaps over there. There's only 4 fielders on the offside, and gets the boundary. I remember, I won't know his name, but there was a young keeper from the UAE that actually played for Australia in the warm-up match. Oh, lifted up and out of here. Maximo Palmer. He's getting a few personal highlights in. Moves to 32 after a pretty slow start. He's found his mojo. Good batting. Yeah, so this young keeper for UAE playing for Australia was a pretty cool experience. That's because I think they had one keeper in the squad. Might have been Brad Haddon at the time, and they didn't want to sap him in the 45 degrees for 3 or 4 days. Felt he was prepared enough for the test. So, yeah, what a great opportunity for him. Kept pretty well, I think, by all accounts. This will be the end of the 6th over. It goes for 17 in the end, and Spartans are 76 for 2. Yeah, Mark Taylor was an awful bowler. I'm trying to think of other people. I used to get pretty excited because you wouldn't know how people would bowl. You follow these cricketers and you wouldn't know what it would look like. Dean Jones used to bowl occasionally. I think David Boone used to bowl occasionally. I'm kind of talking about the players that I used to follow when I was a kid. You know, Sachin Tendulkar was a pretty good bowler. There's a bit of the harmser about him as well, as far as, leg spin, yeah, no problem. Off spin, no problem. This shouldn't be a problem either, as it's going to be caught by Amir Hamza down the deep cover boundary. So Palmer's innings is going to come to an end on 33. Played some nice shots in there, but the first ball of Bilal Aslam brings a wicket. And that's the 3rd one to fall. Spartans are 76 for 3. And yeah, couldn't avoid that one, Hamza. Straight down his throat. And holds on to the catch. And then there were certain players I didn't really understand, like Chris Harris, who bowled at a pace that would be described as, let's just say, fast medium in a park cricket match, but he was very clever. And they found him hard to get away, especially with the protection of big boundaries, I think, in certain grounds. Also, Chris Harris played some very, very good innings for New Zealand with the bat. There was one in the 96 World Cup against Australia. It was outstanding. Big 100. Iggy saying that he'll fetch his wallet. He said, didn't see the Spartans getting to 50, but a little bit of the sting taken out of this game with that huge first innings. And look, a lot of good batting in there, but Spartans, they'll see the difference in the level in fielding is a key element of what's causing their problems at the moment. We called a wipe. Well, Helix saying that John Howard, former Australian Prime Minister, was an average bowler. Here's the thing with John Howard. Was he that bad, or was it just, the one ball that people got on camera was a shocker? And it is bad. It is bad. I think that was in Afghanistan. Nice shot. Just kind of worked way behind point off the back foot. And, Imran Mehdi will get off the mark with a boundary. That's pretty good batting. Again, I like to see guys going offside. There's value there. There's only 4 fielders over there because they feel that they're more likely to kind of drag across the line. Nice shot by Imran. Oh, hit straight and almost takes out the umpire. Quick footwork. Avoids that circumstance, and it'll be one down the ground. Yeah, John Howard, he certainly talked a lot of cricket and sold everyone that he was a fan of the game, and I don't really have reason to doubt that, but when he was asked to bowl, yeah, he almost bowled it into his own foot, didn't he? Bob Hawke was a very keen cricketer as well, but if you remember, he actually had quite a serious injury when he got hit in the head playing a hook shot without a helmet. Shattered his glasses. Full toss and just a single out to Hamza. Amir Hamza, that is. Yeah, so I once wondered, was John Howard unfairly hung out to dry for that one ball? I mean, we all had one ball where it slipped out. But here's the counter argument. If he could bowl, you feel they would have set something up where he actually, you know, they had an excuse to film him bowl again. Obviously, they weren't that game to try it again. This will be played away once again to Hamza. They might look at 2 here, but Hamza's got a good arm, and sometimes too good. It goes through everyone. So they will get the 2. They went to the gloveless end of the over, and after 7, the score is 87 for 3. Yeah, a bit of a trend of teams chasing winning here. That's certainly not going to be the case in this game. You can see the high successful chase, 164. Catalonia Reds did that yesterday. Average score batting first, 133. But I think also that's a lot to do with who's playing who and who's batting first. Lowest score defended, 105. We almost saw the Catalonia Reds defend a score in the 80s, but certainly in a lot of locations, we've seen very few double-digit defences this year on the network. Pitched up by Hamza, who's been copping a bit of tap in this morning's proceedings. And this is no exception. Maximo. And 6 to start the 8th over. And Helix seems to think that John Howard probably was an awful bowler. That's why he didn't try and do it again. Oh, that's a good shot as well. Iqbal comes down the pitch and he puts it almost in the exact same spot. This time it's through the gate. Bit of a knock-knock job down there. Maximo. Back to back, and Hamza, yeah, for a player with a fair bit of international experience now, he won't be too happy not getting taken down like this, no matter what the score is. Now it goes offside. Is this going to be taken? Well, he pulls the parachute in the end. And now it's going to be an overthrow, so Hamza won't be happy. I mean, I wouldn't say it was an easy one for the fielder out there, but he gives up about 5 metres short and then throws it to nobody. It will be a wide, just turns a bit too much. The thing here is you think you're being safe by letting it bounce, but you're actually not, because when it bounces, you're probably going to have to chase it anyway. So you might as well just try and turn it into a catch. And if you don't catch it, it's almost certain they're going to be able to get 2 anyway. Normally the idea is you're saving a second run by kind of backing off a catch like that. This one won't carry, there's no infielder in that area. It should just be a single. So yeah, Jeff Mobb saying that when John Howard was younger, he was actually quite good. He was our local member and played a few social games. Yes, I mean, I kind of believe that he does have an interest in cricket as a kind of social cricketer. But he probably hasn't bowled for, yeah, decades. And then they're like, all right, come on, have a bowl. And he's probably thinking in his mind, yeah, no problem. There was a problem. Ooh, pretty close. Yeah, it looks out to me. Does it straighten enough? I suppose that's the only question, but he's caught right on the crease and hit him in front. So Hamza does have some wickets to show. Is this one turning enough? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty confident that's going to hit the stumps, hit the leg stump. The umpire feels the same way. I got a question for Amir Hamza, who I'm sure will watch this back. Would he rather have 2 for 39 or none for 10? If you ask the bowlers. Because theoretically, the none for 10 is better for your team, but you don't really have any kind of highlights in your mind. You play cricket for highlights. I think the answer would be, I'd rather have 2 for 39 as long as we win the game. And I don't want to be losing us the game by conceding too many. Big swing and a miss, and he will finish with 2 for 39. And after 8 overs, Spartans are 104 for 4. Hello to Jason. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're well. And Jay plays his cricket at Cossonay in Switzerland, and he's excited because Srinath is going to be on commentary Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. He's stepping in as I've got some personal commitments that are going to take me away for a few days, but I will be back before the end of the series. So Srinath, who we did hear on the comms with Andrew Leonard in Switzerland, will be back and will be with Rico. And so I think that's why Jay's excited. Is that right, Jay? And what's the weather like over there in Switzerland? I've heard it's pretty snowy. It's been blizzard conditions in Europe over the last week or so. Not here in Barcelona, though. This one is short and hit pretty well. Maximo. The only movement that Raja Adil had to make was with his neck to see it go over his head. Nice strike there by Fahad Iqbal. He's played a few nice shots so far. Moves to 32. This is hit down the ground for a single. Yeah, well, speaking of Australian former Prime Ministers, I would have liked the one-on-one Bob Hawke versus John Howard battle. I think that would have been an interesting one. I think my money's on Hawke. Especially in the club rooms post-game. This has worked around the corner and just a single. It's, loving the discussions. Keep them coming. Oh, that's pretty close as well, you know. Maybe going down the leg side. But he was so far across here and he's hit so far back. This is an interesting one for me. Look, where does it hit him exactly? Yeah, that's a good call. I think it's just going down the leg side, even though he is so far back. That's good umpiring because so much of his body was heading towards the offside. Looked certainly worth some scrutiny. Now, slower ball, I think. No run there, and it'll take us into the last over because that's the end of 9, 112 for 4. Credit to the Spartans, they had a real rough start. They're only 5 off 2 overs. So they've picked things up a bit, but there's no real intensity in this one, given the scoreline. Coming up, we have more cricket, and we'll get to that in a second. Right now, we can have a look at the bowling figures. Hamza and Raja saving their economy rates, but some of the others going for a few. Yeah, so you're looking forward to the second game of the day. Spartans are going to be on the rack again. Coming up. Raja Adil does get the second over, none for 2 of his first, but he wants wickets and he almost gets one here. He does the keeper as well. Umar Raja, and that's going to be 4 byes. That was an end of the finger job as well. That's going to sting. So it won't go against the bowler, but it will be handy runs. They're just not really getting the whole catching surface area involved. Yeah, so we've got that Hospitalet derby in match 42, Spartans versus Soal. Spartans winning the toss and bowling first. So Asjad Butt will likely open the batting, I'd imagine. I wonder who they go with him. Maybe won't go Shazad Khan, but they've got a few options there. But both teams have been struggling for victories, so should be a good game. Full toss, and for the first time, Raja Adil will concede a run off the bat. as it goes through the point area. I do think he's a little bit late on this. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he played for it. Nice shot by Javid Hussain. Brings a boundary. Jay saying it is pretty snowy in Switzerland right now. And at ECN head office at the moment. And finally, Raja Adil will pick up a wicket. He certainly deserves it. He's probably one of the main reasons that Spartans never really had a realistic chance in this chase, bowling such a good second over. This is a slow ball, I think. And he's a mile through the shot. Javid Hussain crashes into the stumps, so he'll have to go. And it'll be another nail in the coffin. Javid going for 5 off 5, 120 for 5. New batter coming out is Ali Shuja. He's actually a decent hitter. But doesn't have too many to play with now, with just the 3 balls remaining. Yeah, so that next game is coming up, starting pretty much 30 minutes from now. Shuja gets a bit of bat on this. For some reason, doesn't run. And now he will have to run because the throw comes to the keeper's hand. The only reason I can think is that Ali Shuja wants to face again, knowing that he might not get another chance. I think at this stage, you hit it, you run. 2 to come, and gives the strike back to Fahad Iqbal, who's put together a pretty handy 33. But he doesn't connect with this one. That's the other reason I think you run if you shoot you there. Give the strike back to the guy who is set. So theoretically, always trying to reduce the margin of victory. And to be honest, they've done well to get 120 plus on the board. After the first 2 overs, it wasn't looking anything like it. Could have quite easily been a 100 plus run margin as it is at the moment. It's 58, and here's the last ball of match 41. Slower ball, charge, hit, long chase, and it is cut off. Well, again, why are you turning runs down? I don't really understand the thought processes sometimes. You got to run there. Probably need a coffee. End of the 10 overs, and Spartans are going to finish 122 for 5. And so the margin of victory in the end will be 57 runs. And well, Helix, before you go, I did see your question about the Hospitalet teams. It's actually an area here. You're able to get their Hospitalet, and that's the area that these guys come from. But a very good question. And so there is obviously some history in the name, but I don't think most of these guys are kind of in that industry. Thanks for the question. Match 42, starting in just under half an hour's time. In fact, we'll be back in about 25 minutes to take you into that one. Spartans winning the toss and sending in Soal. Can Asjad Butt get moving? And, well, we saw the double hat strategy. I kind of liked it with the eyes in the back of their head. Sometimes the umpires do need to have eyes in the back of their head, don't they? But it was quiet early. And, yeah, probably won't see too many highlights from the first 2 overs because there weren't too many. Hamza tried his hand at spin in the third and came up with a wicket. And, yeah, thanks to the man upstairs for that one. Raja needed a few thanks for taking that one knee high to his right as well. Middle of the innings, the game was pretty much already a foregone conclusion. But, I mean, I liked Haider. Jalal Haider, I think he had a good game. But you could just see the difference in the fielding standard. That was pretty clear from Catalina Jaguar. Even on the ground, but especially in the air, that they were taking these opportunities that were getting away from the Spartans in the first half of this game, and that had consequences on the scoreboard. Like I said, I liked some of the hitting. I think Farhad was pretty good. Hamza did go the journey a few times, but did pick up a couple of wickets. Amir Hamza, that is. And then Raja Adil, the clever slower ball. He deserved a wicket. He got one in the end. And really, Spartans back to the drawing board for them. Kind of had the right approach, just trying to throw the bat, but yeah, just weren't quite in the same echelon as the Jags, who extended their winning streak to 7 in a row. Fahad Iqbal top scores in the end with 34 off 16. 33 for Palmer after a slow start. But just have a look at the difference in extras. And I wouldn't even say that was a very good innings for extras either. But 14 is kind of a bit more average. 10 wides is kind of average. Give 1 and over, okay, at this level. But I think 33 or something first half of the game. It's such a killer. We'll take a break and we'll be back very, very shortly. Let's look at the bowling figures. I mean, Hamza with 2, but he was expensive, like we said. Hamza Salim Dan Raja with a wicket each, and also Bilal Aslam. But we'll have a quick break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes or so, and we'll have the intro to the Osmolet Derby. It'll be Soal that are batting first after getting sent in. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your Tuesday morning so far, and hopefully you can join us when we return for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company in Barcelona. Time for the second match of the day, the Hospitalet Derby between Soal and the Spartans. It is Soal batting first after getting inserted at the result of the toss. It was Maruf Hussain who won it, and so Spartans will be on the chase again. Hopefully not chasing as many as the first game of the day as far as them and their supporters are concerned. They were chasing 180 in the first game of the day, but they're safe for Soal. A lot of responsibility on Asjad, but he's looked better as this series has gone along. A little bit short of cricket in the first couple of innings, but I think he's a very good player for Spartans. Well, they fought hard, didn't they? I like some of the late runs by Farhad Iqbal there. I think that Jalal Haider had a pretty good game for them as well. We're almost ready to get going. Great to have your company, whether you're watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent or, of course, on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Spartans, despite the heavy loss this morning, they're going as favourites in this one. These two did play on Saturday. In fact, it's a carbon copy of the fixtures today as they were on Saturday. So, yeah, they did play in match number 27 on that occasion. It was Soal. They got the points, winning with 5 balls to spare. Still underdogs, though, according to the computer. As it will start with a drive that gets through the field and gets to the boundary. So, yeah, pretty useful start there from Asjad Butt. Very correct shot. He's actually a very enjoyable batter to watch when he gets into stride. And it wasn't really the worst ball. Okay, maybe a bit of a half volley. But well struck. And we're off to the races. It is Jalal Haider with the ball. Created a couple of opportunities that didn't get held in the last game. Off the bat of Hamza Saleem Dar. Asjad pushes and runs, but he's quick enough to get through for the single. And welcome back to everyone after a little bit of a break. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I know that got viewers from all around the world, and yeah, Barcelona always has a slightly different feel, doesn't it? Effort ball from Haider down the leg side, gets away from the keeper. That won't impress Maruf. This one doesn't swing, and if anything, it goes the other way and creates too much of a task for the gloveman. So yeah, frustration personified at the moment. That was a big problem for Spartans as well in the first game of the day. They conceded so many extras. In fact, they bowled 20 extra deliveries during their innings. They bowled 80 balls, and this is really something they need to tighten up to be competitive. And, well, tighten up he does. Haider with a perfect reply, and he rocks through Raza for a golden duck. And so yeah, it looks like maybe a slight variation. It came into the right-hander, who was kind of dancing away from the ball. Look at the footwork. He's kind of going leg side. It wasn't a good shot, really, from Syed Raza. He'll know that, and he pays the price. So, Minimo bold combination. I don't see that very often. Or maybe you do on ECN, but that will be the first wicket of this game in match 42. Long walk back for Raza. It's 10 for 1. So, Haider worked hard, deserved a wicket or two in the last game. Didn't get one. That's, yeah, they'll be hopeful they can turn that into something more, Spartans. New batter out there is Shazad Khan. Well, these are the two I probably would have had opening, if I'm honest. Shazad, he's looked pretty comfortable at the crease, and he's well balanced. He's going to start with the boundary. So, yeah, well, action so far. 2 boundaries, a minimum and a wicket. And we're not even finished the first over. This is ECN cricket for you. You kind of do get desensitised to it a little bit. Now, just want to let you know a late change that Farhad Iqbal was a late withdrawal due to a slight injury picked up in the last game. So Syed Hussain has replaced him. So yeah, I mentioned Iqbal as a good performer in the last game, but yeah, he won't be a part of the lineup in this match. That's a shame. Something I just found out about moments ago. I suppose that's bound to happen sometimes with teams playing back-to-back matches. Last ball of the over coming up. Yeah, well bowled by Jar Hyder. They need to. Okay, there's that one ball that got away from him, but the rest of the over was pretty decent. In the end, it cost him 14 for 1 after 1. And so you're looking at the counter days until the ECCW, just 12 now. So under 2 weeks, and yeah, really looking forward to that. And Corey was meant to be with me for that one, but yeah, he's just got a few issues that are keeping him at home at the moment. So yeah, Corey, thinking of you at this time, obviously. Rico will be with me and a few special guests in the commentary box. All right, start of a new over. And high-ish full toss. Was it dipping enough to get under the waist? That's the question. As Asjad turns around the corner. Umpires seem happy with it. Let's have a look. Yeah. It's one that they probably let him get away with, but it wasn't too far away from being a no ball. Maybe anything waist or higher in ECS cricket will be called. It's really up to the umpires to interpret that how they like. Welcome back to all of our viewers who are tuning in for this one. Hospital at Derby in the air, but it's going to travel a long way over the fielder. Maximal power from Shahzad Khan. And I just think getting these two together isn't a bad thing at this stage. Shahzad does have the power play in operation, took on the fielder there and won. So wasn't too bothered about the long on, long off being back. Now he can go square, and he knows there's no one back here. So a slower ball, I think, from Azam. Even more than usual. And so I think that's good awareness from the batter about where the fielders are, the outfielders in particular, being straight down the ground. So you knew he had lots of insurance with that kind of uppercut square of the wicket. Around the wicket now, Azam. Oh, hit back and dropped. I don't think this is a bump ball. Let's have a look on the replay. Tell me this first. No, that's right off the end of the bat. And you can see he was worried about how hard it was hit, and probably rightly so. Now low full toss, drag to the leg side. Pretty good fielding, great anticipation from Afaq Hussain out there, who is going to make the stop and keeps it to 1 into the second over, and the score 26 for 1. Looking at the table, both these two in struggle town, and look, the team that wins this, slightly better chance of making the 8. We know that Soal got the win on the weekend when they met. Who will win the return bout? In the fixtures today, like I said, on day 9, exact same lineup as day 6 on Saturday. Hyder comes back, the gamble with bowling him out. Kind of makes sense. He looks like the guy most likely to get the top order out, which is something you're going to have to do. Also caught very well in the previous game. Well bowled. That's the effort ball in the block hole. And then, look, you can just be hoping for the best, or you can kind of be trying to build pressure and make these batters feel slightly uncomfortable, or make them feel like they have to make something out of nothing, rather than just serving up bad balls. I think Hyder's done that better than most today. But this one, he slightly misses. He's clipped away. It's a classy shot, and it will go all the way. Maximo! Nice pickup shot. And so it's going to be 6 of the best. It just shows you miss by a little bit, you can go a long way. Better bowling though. I didn't like this. Well, I'm curious here. It's a guilty kind of run from Aschad. Now, they're asking, does this hit him on the toe first? No, it's straight off the bat, isn't it? So maybe he's not guilty. He's just looking for a run. But the run's not there, and he really should have been run out. Yeah, so I thought for a second that the appeal was, if that hits the pad or the foot, it was pretty adjacent, but I think it was 100% bat. It was a funny hit and run from Aschad because he hit it straight to the field. It wasn't like it was late in the over and he was trying to get the strike back, and he probably doesn't need to pinch the strike with Shazad there anyway. Oh, now I think a few cramp elements here coming in, and yeah, Aschad, this is what it looks like. Maybe so when he exerts himself, taking off and then having to really turn quickly and sprint back. I think the ball will be 4. You hope it is just cramp and not something more. Yeah, because otherwise that could spell trouble. And typically, you don't associate cramp with so early in the game as well. Remember, this is his first game of the day, so yeah, I don't think this is looking too good. Just reading the body language here from Aschad. And so, yeah, that's going to create an issue. I think he's just trying to decide right now, do I try and keep batting or not? Knowing there's not, well, knowing that there's a big responsibility on him, I think, to try and do the most, I suppose, do most of the heavy hitting. Okay, well, while we're waiting for Aschad to see if he's able to continue or not. Okay, I've got a question about what's the best matchup in Group C. Good question. That's come in from one of our behind-the-scenes viewers. I will say that the Battle of the O's, up the top there for me. Alton, champions of the ECS Switzerland, and with a couple of national representatives in there, and Old Victorians who are new to the ECL. I think that will be a very good game. Clash of styles as well between those two. And at the other end of the scale, I think as far as where cricket is in the country, Afyon Karaisa, SHS versus CC Academic Sofia. I mean, I think they will be a fair bit behind the other teams in their group, but I think the game between them will be a pretty interesting matchup as well. Well, here's big news because Aschad is going to retire hurt with that injury, and it looked like a hamstring or something like that. I missed it live, but I just saw that he went down, and that's not looking good at all. With that, they lose their opening batter, probably their opening bowler and their captain. And the way he's moving, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to come back. So new batter will come to the crease, Azim Latif. Score will remain 34 for 1, but Aschad was almost run out, and then he's flattened out here in the 3rd over. And another wicket, so they lose 2 batters essentially on the same delivery as Shazad Khan swings across a straight one, and Jalal Haider had some reward for his toil this morning, had something to show for it, 2 wickets. And also, obviously, the loss of Aschad Butt off the bowling of Jalal Haider, and the second official wicket falls down. It's 34 for 2. And Haider, he likes it, and why not? Shazad, maybe a bit upset by the break in play, just misses out on that one, end of the over as well. 34 for 2. Beautiful day here in Barcelona. Still single digits though, 9 degrees for the start of this one. I had another question about the Hospitalet name. What I'll do, I'll put another link in the chat. It is an area here, L'Hospitalet de Llobregat. Bit of a mouthful. And you can check that out. It's pretty close to town. In fact, it's the area where we're staying in while we're here And yeah, also here in Barcelona, Spanish is widely spoken, but the traditional local language here is Catalan. In the air, could be another one. Oh, maybe you could argue it should have been. Yeah, it's Mohamed Azam out there. One thing they have struggled with, it's no secret, that the Spartans haven't held a lot of catches in this series at all. And that's another one where, he's not confident diving. Just hopes he can hold it while keeping his feet, and he can't. So that's a life for Azim Latif. First ball. Yeah, these two pretty evenly matched. I mean, you saw the win predictor at the beginning, not too far off the 50-50. Goes after this one. Another opportunity taken this time. And so it looks like Paramveer who's on the field. I think that Spartans have their own issues with some slight injuries being picked up early in this match. But well taken. Almost got away. Paramveer Palmer out there. Little ice cream cone. Look at the ball. Try and get out. But he's able to hold on to it. So it's a super sub job from Palmer, who's not in the 11. Just going back. Yeah, Ali Akhtar off the field currently with a slight injury. So Paramveer on the field. And so that'll be the end of Raja Shahzad. I mean, he's a pretty good hitter as well. He goes for a 2-ball duck. And so that's now 35 for 3. But I think the way that the Aschad was moving, it feels a lot more like 35 for 4. Hello to Tim Reedman. Good to see you in the chat. Jay talking about Alton. Of course, Jay playing in Switzerland, saying they've got tons to prove in this ECL. They really need to see some Swiss success after the ECC. Of course, the Switzerland team beating the England 11 and really pushing them in Group E. In the end, England able to recover to win the final. And yeah, Alton, somehow, they topped their group after day 1. They were bottom of the group at the end of day 2, and they didn't make day 3. All right, so new batter out there is Kashif Afzal. Yeah, but you're right about that, Jay. Old Victorians, I think, will be pretty handy. Remember, Farmers from Jersey last year made the top 7 championship week. Straight down the ground, hit high and hit far enough. Maximo has, that'll be 6 more to the total. And despite the loss of the wickets and the retirement, still swinging hard. And that's a nice shot by Afzal. He's got a slightly unorthodox kind of load up, but hits the ball pretty well. Tossed up, goes for it again. Is this carrying? No, not quite. Again, just not able to navigate the path to the drop zone there. Gets away from the fielder, Afak Hussain, and that's going to be 4. They're living dangerously. It will be the end of the over. 46 for 3 after 4. Yeah, I know people like me playing this game, so I'm going to do it again. I'm going to roll a dice, and I'm going to talk about one of the teams. And it's come up, Group B, Team 5, Hornchurch. Well, what a story Hornchurch are. I mean, they're a team that finished 4th in their group last year, but were perfect on Group A finals day, getting past the Guernsey team, the German team, and the Greek team on the way to winning Group A. And then we saw them make a run all the way to the ECL final where they lost to Dreux. They were blown away. Now, Hornchurch, we're not expecting to come back, but because of the format, it's a 35-team format, and 33 countries are involved, plus the previous winner. There was a 35th spot that had to be awarded, and the decision was made at the board level that the fairest thing to do would be to invite back the runner-up from last year. Coming back to the action now. So it's quite a story. Hornchurch, they were devastated when they got knocked out of the... Oh, well, is he overcommitted here? Oh, I think he gets back. We'll probably have a look at this. But I think it just took the bowler too long to manoeuvre the ball back onto the stumps. Look, they lose eye contact there. It's always a problem. Better throw, he's in trouble. But, no, he's home. He's just home. But it was a tight one. And now he might have hurt himself. We have another potential injury here. And their diving always looks easy, but it's pretty hard on the body. And he's throwing everything physically at the crease there. You hit the ground pretty hard. There's a few things that can happen. One thing that can happen is you can actually bang yourself with your own helmet or bang your head onto the sharp bit of your helmet and cut yourself. That's one that I've done a few times on impact. I just think he's a bit shaken up there, but he will survive. Kashif Afzal. But going back to Hornchurch, they were devastated when they were knocked out of the running to be English champions again. Ultimately, Wimbledon would win the championship, and they qualify, coincidentally, also in Group B. Wow, that's a shot and a half there. Goes sideways and times the trousers off it. Maximo. Brilliant hitting that time from Azim Latif. Yeah. He knew he got that one. He was not bothering to run at all. That was over everybody. Yeah, so when Hornchurch found out that they'd been offered another opportunity to go to the ECL, they couldn't believe it, to be honest. And I know a lot of their supporters are planning to go and support them again. I think we'll literally see hundreds of their supporters there. And in Wimbledon, I'm expecting a good crowd as well. This is going to be 4 more. Again, wasn't well directed, and it's going to go with no real fine leg in place. It's too short. That's been a constant problem for Spartans bowlers, I think. It's the accuracy. Too many short balls on this pitch. Unless you're bowling express pace, it's not necessarily a good tactic. Yeah, but Hornchurch, as far as their players, they have Adil Malik, who is the brother of Shoaib Malik, the Pakistani international. Oh, edge and caught, and what do you know it? They can hold a catch after all. Here's a big, thick edge. It flew to that kind of pseudo-slip position, and Soal have lost a 4th wicket, plus the captain retiring hurt. 36 for 4. And, well, makes it look as easy as you like. And Azim Latif kind of stands motionless, wondering how that happened. But he'll be the next man to join the line of wickets. It seems a very good cricketer. And yeah, he'll be disappointed he can't go on and turn that into a bigger score. But how's the catch there? Last thing we're expecting. But it will be the end of Asim. He'll go for 21. Maroof Hussain, who no longer has the gloves. He finds himself in the action anyway. Caught well today. This would have been a big wide. Wahid Alahi is out and he gets off the mark immediately. Helix is pretty confident that the Wombles, Wimbledon, are going to win the whole series. Well, they'll have to get through their group first. It won't be an easy ride. How do you think they'll adapt to the format? I know they would have watched a fair bit of it, but they won't really know what they're in for. If you speak to the Hornchurch guys from last year, they said it was like we're playing cricket on another planet. All right, in the air. Now, is this catchable? Should be. Down it goes. Well, sure as the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, and that gravity will pull you to the Earth's surface. And you know that Spartan's going to drop catches. Now, what's happening here at the end? I want to see what's going on here, because there's a bit of an appeal. Nah, I don't think. I don't think that's out. I think that the ball's dead. Everyone's acted like it, and even though it's pretty immediate, it was a weird one. But yeah, just wouldn't feel right if that was given out, or the batter probably should be a little bit more careful. Pitched up and hit Miles. That's going to go over the fielder. It's going to bounce just in front of one of the tents. That's classified who's in there. Maximo. 6 more to the total as they move up into the 40s. Well, Jay's saying he's proper excited to see the supporters at the ECL. He's calling me a fan favourite of the Brits. Well, I am Australian. I don't know if that's possible. Though they did kind of take me in as one of their own, didn't they? Oh, bounces over the stumps, but there's an edge on it. So it's going to be another wicket. So the slow stuff works. As Maroof Hussain, he's into the action in the last few minutes. He took a catch. He's got the gloves off. He's got the ball. And little edge. You can see the deflection there. And so it'll be a 6 and out situation. And another wicket goes down. Just cannot get a partnership going at the moment. And that's Afzal, who's caught behind by Ayaz Ahmed, who's got the gloves in this game. I've just noticed the score is kind of stuck, but I can tell you that the score now is 65 for 5. And that's after 5.2 overs. So apologies for that. We'll try and get that back up and running and correct as soon as possible. Ready for action as new batter comes in, Imtiaz Ahmed, and he's going to start with the boundary. Finds the gap. Just a fraction short that time from the Spartan skipper. And Wazza might be giving us a little bit of the Wimbledon team song. Is that right? Got to say, I used to love watching the Wimbledon football team with Vinnie Jones. Vinnie, that's much tougher than I am. This would have been an LBW candidate if he hadn't hit it, but he does. Ali Shuja does the fielding. Hello to Dave B. Good to have you with us. And hopefully everyone is enjoying the action so far. If you don't have too much sunshine in your part of the world, well, come and borrow a bit of ours. We've got beautiful blue skies. A little bit chilly, I suppose. 10 degrees, though. We've hit double figures, so that's something. So the score looks pretty accurate now. Maybe just a couple of balls behind. There we go. Now we're back. Maroof. Rolling hand grenades here, but doing a job. Well, thanks for picking up the score on the board. It had frozen, but now we got it back moving. Sometimes you just need to turn it off and turn it on again. Last ball of the over here in the 6. A bit of respect. Maroof goes the full goalkeeper style to try and knock it down. He does enough in the end to prevent the single. And that's the end of the 6 over. It's 70 for 5. Got to say, obviously you notice when things may not work perfectly, but it just shows you how much of the time it does work perfectly on ECN, considering that we have over 3,000 hours of live cricket this year. Well, so it's becoming a bigger and bigger and more complex operation, so managing that's always a bit of a challenge, but I've got to say, a lot of people work hard to make European cricket what it is. We're really lucky to have some very good people that are passionate about the game and its development. Getting ready now for start of the 7th over. That score is correct on your screen. It's 70 for 5. And it'll remain that way. Afaq Hussain comes in and probably the same kind of a bowler, i.e. slow. Gives the batter enough time to get themselves into a mistake. Throws this one a bit too wide though, but not a bad spot to miss. I suppose if you look at the field, you got 4 fielders on the leg side. They're all on the boundary and a long off. So if you can kind of hit to the left of screen up over the top, there's nobody home. And the line that Hussain's been bowling, that's the kind of shot that would be good to have in your kit bag, but I suppose not all these guys are comfortable hitting over point. They like to drag it. That's the kind of ball that would be too wide. And a bit of twister, but batter keeps his foot down. Change of angle, okay. Well, now you really got to be careful if you're Hussain not to get hit over the leg side for 6. Oh, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. And Hussain gets the breakthrough, gets this one to shoot under the bat, and another wicket goes down. It's 73 for 6. Basically 73 for 6.5 with Asjad Butt leaving the game with what looked like a pretty significant leg injury. You see there, that the batter, Imtiaz Ahmed, was playing for a bit more bounce than that. And crashes into middle and leg. And Soal Hospital struggling to get the 100 on the board, I feel, here, just with his constant loss of wickets. 73 for 6, but I can't see Aschad coming back. I mean, maybe will, even if he can't walk, but got to think of the whole series, not just this game. You never know what's going to happen in cricket, and also on ECN in particular. But you can see their change of angle works, and fucking saying, I love it when a plan comes together. He tried over the wicket, trying to drag the batter wide, and just missed his spot a few times. And Spartans looking to get revenge for dropping this match to Soal on Saturday. Oh, now this one beats the bat of, well, is that Aschad? Aschad has come back out. Okay. Just feeling for that one. So Aschad has come back out, the opener and captain. Let's see how he's moving. I'm going to guess not good. But he probably feels that he's a better option than sending out the number 9. So Aschad Barty retired on 13. He's come back. Pretty clever trying to make him make the pace. But you can see he's in a lot of pain here. And it looks like a hammy or a calf. I'm guessing it's a hammy. But he's in a lot of discomfort here. And I just don't even see how he's going to get a single. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe not. Last ball the over. No, lets it go. He's struggling here. Got a feel for Aschad. He's a lovely guy. And he's been courageous here, feeling that he's the man that might be able to drag him up to 100 plus. But hard to see how on that evidence. End of 7, and Soal 73 for 6. We are in the final European Cricket Series of the year. ECCW to come. 6 days of action from the 17th of December. And as discussed already, that is only 12 days away. 3-week end-of-year break. We will start on, well, we think it'll be the 15th of January. It will be during that week, one way or another. Just working out the final fixtures and venues. We don't have that finalised yet, but we'll let you know as soon as possible. And you always keep an eye on our website, europeancricket.com, to get the most up-to-date details. So yeah, 3-week break or so before we rock into season 2024. So Mohammad Azam being brought back here. And so, yeah, well, this is the issue. If Aschad can't run, kind of the responsibility then falls on Elahi to start hitting boundaries. And I think he finds himself kind of in the position of Kiefer Sutherland in Designated Survivor, wondering how he got the job. And yeah, well, this is Aschad. He's going to get some hopping practice here. So look at Aschad here. Down the ground, knows he should get there, but yeah, that's the old right, left. The old cha-cha about that, but Aschad does get the strike back. Now, such a clever shot. This guy's a very intelligent cricketer. Well, he knows he can't basically move his feet. And this is one shot where you don't have to. He goes with the angle, and he is able to manufacture a boundary. That's probably shot of the day. It's just top-level problem solving. And gets 4. Bit of the Glenn Maxwell situation about this. The lack of footwork possible. And now that's a dot. So now Aschad's probably looking for a 1 here. But again, how realistic that is, I don't know. He'd have to hit the ball into the outfield to have any chance of getting through. He wants to deflect, he misses. And so that will be the end of the over. The scorecard's still a bit sleepy, but it will be 78 for 6 after 8. So what do you think about that? And so I'm going to say Aschad in discomfort, but still entertaining. That little reverse. His feet did not move at all. So, yeah, the consistent taking of wickets. Look, 5 overs in a row, they lose a wicket. They also lose Aschad there for the middle overs with his leg injury. Yeah, where's that gone? Oh, right between the legs. And as I'm sure they'll say to me one day, you're not the man you once were. That's basically Aschad right now. That's well bowled first up as well. Afak Hussain coming back for a second, but he loses the handle on this one. And now the other clever thing about bowling slow bowlers here, now when Aschad gets on strike, is he can't just do what he did last over and use the pace. He has to try and make his own pace. Wide again. Afak can probably get a bit straighter. Spartans made 120 plus this morning against the Jags, although it was kind of a dead feel in the innings considering what they were chasing. So here we go. Aschad will get the one here. There's been some great innings in cricket where batters have been injured. And Maxwell's the one, obviously, very recently, where he was struggling a lot. But I remember Steve Waugh back in the late 90s doing some crazy things. What are some of your favourites? Malcolm Marshall hitting a 4 one-handed in England. No, Aschad does want to take the one here. I wonder if it's getting easier for him now that he's got a strategy about how he's going to get through the old right-left strategy. Hello to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. Hello to Wazza as well. Hello to Ken. Spartans turning the screws at the moment. All right, goes for this, but he doesn't have the distance, and he's going to get caught. So the catch is starting to stick as well for Spartans. Mujahid Mohammed. Yeah, again, I think that one's a stinger, but he does take the catch, and so Elahi doing the right thing, trying to get on with it, but he doesn't get the distance, and so Soal will lose a 7th wicket. The score is 82 for 7. Mujahid. Yeah, spikes at NFL style. I don't think you're going to do too much damage to the ball on this surface. Some people don't like that. I kind of like it. I feel if you take a catch, you should be able to celebrate within reason. Just banging the ball into the ground, so be it. I don't think we ever see too much reverse swing out of these balls, so I don't think you're going to be doing you too many favours anyway as far as changing the condition, if it does at all. Okay, so new batter is Halim, and he will get one past the fielder. Now they're going to decide if they're going to run or not, and they will. This is a funny one, although Aschad's not laughing. Halim wanted to go for the run. Aschad had to be certain it went far enough for him to get through, considering that he can't really run. Now Aschad will probably look for one here, you'd imagine. Last ball of the 9th. Trying to drag themselves up to 100 here. He won't get it away here. Doesn't leave the immediate area. So what a spell that is from Afak Hussain, who finishes with 2 for 8. And Soal being quietened here in match 42. 83 for 7. Yeah, tell us some of your favourite injured people innings. They were the ones that came to my mind immediately. We often do say, beware the injured batter. They just don't really have that fear factor anymore about getting out, do they? Can change the dynamics. Jaguars Hussain to bowl the 10th. And he's going to start with a wicket. It was full, it was straight, and Halim swings all around it. So running out of time, running out of batters. Sohail Hospitalet. Yeah, it was pretty well located, Halim. He had other ideas about where he wanted to put it, but Hussain gets the breakthrough. And so 83 for 8. Hussain did take 1 for 13 of his first over, and he starts his second with a pole. Yeah, I suppose one thing you would say with Spartans on the chase, I wouldn't say they've been setting the world on fire with their batting, although they've been okay. I can bring you some numbers up on them, let you know how they've been travelling. Afzal gets a bat, And the thing is, yeah, they're trying to get Aschad down there, but they probably will have to get the ball out of the infield to do that. Yeah, so Spartans are averaging 116 with the bat. A high score of 154, which they've scored twice. Low score of 72. Right, in the air, this should be caught. They're going to run if it's not caught, but it is caught. So what do you know? Spartans took them a while, but they're starting to have the catches stick to their hands. That's Soal gone for a duck. They're down to their last man now. And that's if they're able to get the last one out there. Siddiqui, he's also had some sort of an issue, I'm hearing. I think this innings will be done with Aschad Bhatt stranded there. Yeah, so I know that Siddiqui had a slight issue and they're feeling that he isn't going to be able to bat. And so that will be all done and dusted. 83 on the board. They don't get to the 100, and there were plenty of issues they had to deal with. Soal in this one. But Spartans maybe better for the run this morning, where they had some good moments against the Jags, but some of the old problems coming back to haunt. Aschad was looking okay, wasn't he? He was looking on. But the big moment came when he was struggling with some sort of a left leg injury. He wasn't able to continue. You can see how he was moving there, not well at all. And it wasn't getting much better at the other end because the very next ball, Shazad Khan was gone. So that was the double strike. And really, this is where the nucleus fell out of the innings. If you watch the Spartans this morning, you'd say that it's fairly safe hitting it to them on the full, but they did hold a few. Maruf Hussain, he took that catch, and then the slow bowling actually did a bit of a job. This was a scramble back effort, but in this middle of the innings, they just weren't able to do too much at all. And yeah, you could see that he needed a bit of attention as well. But then little inside edge, the slow bowling doing the trick, the captain, Maruf Hussain. And at the other end, he had a puck doing a good job with his left arm. So yeah, the pace being taken off, and effectively so. That was the shot of the innings, easily, from Aschad Bhatt, who couldn't move and didn't have to. A bit of the Glenn Maxwell about that one. But at the other end, they weren't able to do much. The catches kept sticking. Aschad ultimately ran out of partners. And at the end, they will be all out for 83. Yeah, Amir unable to bat as discussed previously. So yeah, looking at that, 21 for Latif, top scores. Aschad did come back after being retired hurt. So it looks a bit like he carries his bat there, but that wasn't really the whole story. Shazad Khan with 16 in there, the only other player to reach double figures. 10 wides, kind of par for the course in the end. 84, they should get 84, Spartans, but you never know with some of these teams we're seeing at the moment. They're highly unpredictable. The other thing is Aschad, I'm guessing, won't be able to bowl. He's a key bowler normally for his side. 3 wickets for Jawad Hussain in the end, 3 for 13. 2 for Jalal Haider, who finally got some reward. 2 for Maruf Hussain and Afaq Hussain. The spin twins and Muhammad Azam kept it pretty quiet as well, only going for 17. We'll take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll see if Spartans can polish off the 84 and square the mini-series with their Ospitalat rivals. Of course, don't forget Soal did win this game on Saturday. They certainly have an uphill battle here, but we'll have the second half coming your way after the break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. See you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Barcelona. Great to have your company here on day 9. Time for the second innings of match 42. It's the two teams that are from the Hospitalet region here in Barcelona. And so it should be a pretty interesting second half with Spartans chasing 84 for victory. They got through the Soal batting lineup in the first half, knocking them over for 83. So it will be 84 to win. Looks like Said Raza is going to get us going. Spartans batted okay earlier on in the day against the Catalan Jaguars, who are undefeated at this stage. And they were able to put 122 on the board. And we'll start with a dot. Los Jaguars are undefeated, 7 out of 7. And still 3 undefeated teams that have played. Bengali haven't played yet, but Pakai Care have gone undefeated so far, like the Jaguars, like Badalona CC as well, the Young Guns. So some interesting matchups coming up in the second half of this group phase. There are 90 matches in it, approaching the halfway stage. After today, in fact, half the matches will have been played in the round robin phase of the competition. Hello to everyone. Hello to Oliver, who's tuning in from the UK. And yeah, he's interested in getting involved in European cricket. I'm always encouraging to anyone that would like to get involved. Of course, it's not a professional endeavour, but if you are in Europe, most countries will allow you to register with a club and get involved. I think more players is always a good thing. Down the leg side, gets away from Azim Latif. He'll get an extra run, so 2 freebies. You don't want to have too many of those. We haven't seen a double-digit defence yet here in Barcelona this year. Best defence was 105. And so, yeah, teams batting first have had a pretty tough time in general. But it was Magic that defended 105 against Barcelona International on Sunday morning in match number 31. Yeah, right off the end of the bat, this one, but well knocked down. So you just got to start somewhere, don't you? Ashad is in the field, noticing. And I don't think he'll be planning to move too much, but he's out there leading the side. I wonder if he'll even try and bowl some off spin, because he bowls it pretty well. And he's struggling with that leg injury, so yeah, personnel issues for Soal Hospitalet in this one. Cracking shot though. This is pitched up, more or less half volley. It'll get to the rope. So Mehdi has been given the opening responsibilities, and he gets the first boundary of the innings. He's out there with Mujahid Mohammed. So Ken, hopefully you're well as well. James, hopefully your wife's recovering as well. Yeah, this is short and pulled away. Kind of beaten for pace there, wasn't he, Mehdi? But he will get 4 and he'll take them. Yeah, I was just talking in the chat about one of the quite unique things about European cricket, and if you come from a country where cricket is widely known and widely played. And I was giving the example that my suburban club, so not my district club, but my suburban club back in Perth, now has 9 senior men's teams. Turned away by Mehdi. And they turned down the run. I think Mujahid would like the right of reply. That's why he doesn't want it. And so he'll face up at the end of the first over. It's 11 without loss. Golden ball counter alert. 293. And, oh, well, the way things are looking, we might end up hitting the 300 for the second consecutive time. It went off at 3:34 last time. That was in Italy. Nish is the only commentator on ECN to get a golden ball in the last 527 matches. I was on the plane on my way to Malaga for the ECC And yeah, really tested how long you can keep your phone on when I was watching that finish in the European Cricket International between Italy and Austria. It was Italy that got across the line in the end. Second over, Wahid Alahi is going to bowl it. Yeah, but I was going to say, my club, my suburban club in Perth, has 9 senior men's teams now. So think about it. Whatever your level is, you'll slot in somewhere. I was even looking up a scorecard of K grade. Friend of a friend was pretty happy with his performance. Sent me the scorecard. I said, that's pretty good. But hold on, what is this? K grade? There's a K grade? So what? That's K's the 11th letter of the alphabet. So that's 11th team cricket. I did say in jest that perhaps he could earn a promotion to J's. But this just shows you, there's levels of cricket when there's more infrastructure. This is opened up and it'll get away from the fielder. Zaschad at the short third position, but he's no chance to chase anything down. This one will get to the rope under its own steam. 4 runs to Spartans. Yeah, but my point is, whatever your skill level, you can find an appropriate level of cricket. Now, in European cricket, for the most part, and there are some exceptions, I know that Dutch cricket will have 3 divisions. There are other countries such as Czechia where there's 3 divisions. But as far as clubs go, the clubs are generally only in 1 division most of the time, even if there are multiple divisions. This is smacked over cover, and this will be another boundary. So Mujahid, this is why he wanted to strike. He wants a chance, and he's going to get his second boundary of the over. So when you are part of a club that basically fields 1 team, then it creates a situation where you have an enormous variation of playing abilities and experience levels and skill levels within the 1 team. So that's why. Now here in European cricket, that's just the way it is. You might have a guy that scored first-class hundreds in your team, and you have a guy that might have never played before playing his first or second game of cricket in the 1 team. And now, where else does that happen? It's very, very unusual. And that's why, you see things in European cricket you don't really see elsewhere. Well, drop catch, and now it's Sohal's turn to start shelling a few. It was turned round the corner. It was a fairly simple chance. Okay, the sun's a factor at this time of the day on the right-hand side of the field, but down it went. And so it's just something to think about. And we have a lot of viral moments, I think, because you're getting all kinds of shapes and sizes. Ages playing European cricket right now. Mehdi, his turn to get in on the action as he just back cuts this one behind point. Again, a lot of footwork, but watches it all the way under the bat. This outfield is very forgiving to batters as well. Just continues to roll. And so no wobble so far in the chase, although that catch did go down earlier in the over. And I also think that must be quite intimidating for some of these players to know that they're playing at a level of cricket where there's cricketers that are a lot above their level, but they're being put in pressure situations. It's good for their overall development, but it does make you a bit uncomfortable sometimes. Must be a wide, just sneaks down the leg side. But it's just something that I think people need to realise. And the thing with ECN and European Cricket Network cricket, a lot of things go viral because the things you won't see anywhere else, it is normally kind of some of the bloopers because the volume of cricket and the nature of the makeup of the teams that we just touched on there. So, you'll see some very good shots here, but you'll see lots of very good shots in other cricket around the world and professional cricket. But some of the things you will see here, partly it's the kind of the dynamics of the format as well, which contributes to the pressure in these situations. And so that will be the end of the second over. So far, so good for the Spartans, who give a chance, but it's not taken in the second. It's 26 without loss. Quick look at the table shows these two are neck and neck, and actually Soal won the first battle between these two on Saturday. Spartans trying to get that back now, but both teams only 2 wins, and Spartans now into their 14th match of the series. Still to see Bengali though, they've kind of back-ended their fixtures, so we'll see them on Thursday for the first time. Had a question in the chat, and keep the questions coming. I'm loving the questions. Hello to Trevin as well, who's watching all the way from South Africa. What part of South Africa, actually? I know that our good friend Tyrone Peters is heading back there pretty shortly to visit some family and friends. So yeah, Helix's question was, are all the teams I was talking about playing on turf or a mixture of hard wickets and turf? And the short answer is I think the top 2 teams play on turf and the other 7 play on hard wickets or artificial wickets. That's in what's called the Suburban Turf competition in Western Australia, which is, where I played a fair bit of my junior cricket and even a couple of seasons of seniors. This is up and just squeezed behind point. He wants 2. I wouldn't say that Mehdi was thrilled about it. I think both these guys wanting the strike at the moment. Interesting power dynamic, but they're both going at an acceptable rate. And that's pretty typical, I think. Certainly the setup in Perth where I played my cricket, and there's 16 district cricketers, 16 district clubs which feed into the state system. Made for a very competitive first grade competition when essentially you're competing for a promotion into the professional game, which means there's a lot of very good cricketers that miss out all the time. And that's always been the case, I'm pretty sure. I know that before the international and the domestic state schedule was so packed, you'd often see international cricketers playing grade cricket, Lillian Marsh and these kinds of names. It does still happen, but not that often these days, with the advent of franchise cricket as well. But still, when I was playing, it would happen quite often. 56 off 45 here. Shazad Khan is bowling the 3rd over. It's worked down the ground for 1. But I suppose the ultimate goal here in European cricket is for it to keep growing, for it to be more of a mainstream sport, more of an established sport, and that means that teams will grow, clubs, there are a few around Europe that will field multiple teams already. Prague CC's one in Czechia, using that example. I know that a lot of the clubs in the Netherlands will have a first and second 11. Here in Europe, it's just not that common for one club to have more than one team, and then to have first and second 11s. I know that Vinarati, another one in Prague, which at times have fielded 2 teams depending on the format. Turned around the corner this time by Mehdi. That's a good stop. I like to see guys getting down and keeping the ball in front. That'll be the end of the 3rd over, end of the power play. Not going to set any records, but it keeps them ahead of the game at this stage. Spartans Hospitalet are 30 without loss. Yeah, but Trevor, let us know what part of South Africa you're watching from. And Ken, he's just bragging about his grandson, who's 9, bowling in WA. And, well, I hope he loves his cricket, that's the thing. But, yeah, love of the game, especially as a youngster, it can kind of just get in your blood. I know I was one of those kids that didn't really have a family background in cricket, but I read a book when I was 7, absolutely loved it, and just kept wanting to know more, and I still want to know more. Here I am 35 years after taking my first interest in it. Trevor's watching from Durban. Well, Durban, haven't been there, but I heard it's amazing. All right, pitched up and sent deep out of the ground. Maximo. Well, Halim is always going to be a bit of a gamble. I like that he tosses it up. He's hoping for a false shot out of Imran Mehdi, but Mehdi gets enough of this to get it over the rope. I was going to say Durban is the home of Bunny Chow. This turns back, but not quite enough to avoid it being a wide. And everyone out there saying, what's Bunny Chow? And I know it's a bit early to go into food chat, but Bunny Chow is something I was introduced to when I was playing a bit in South Africa. And I don't know who thought of it. There's a quicker one from Mehdi, but he loses it the other way. I'd like to see him still trying to toss a few of those leggies up. That's how you're going to win this game. You're going to have to take wickets. Let's see if he does. I feel like he's going to here. Here it is. But this turns too much. He does spin the ball well. Oh, he doesn't get the call this time. I don't know about this one. Where does it pass the crease? Let's have a look. Oh, I think that's a big wide, if I'm honest. Anyway, gets the call. Next one. It's going to be a quick single. Yeah, so bunny chow, basically, it's imagine a loaf of bread, like a cube of bread, and then they scoop out the middle of the bread. They cut a hole in the top, they scoop it, they cut the roof off, and they fill it with curry, and then put the top back on. Yeah, good turn once again from Halim. I like it. Yeah, so it was delicious. It can get really hot sometimes as well, but I got to say, I didn't have it. I actually had it in Johannesburg, but I didn't have it in Durban. So maybe it's not as authentic, but it was amazing. Too short. And yeah, sometimes this can work in the bowler's favour, forcing the batter to make all their own pace and not really hitting the middle. That over, not the worst, goes for 11 in the end. And after 4 overs, Spartans are 41 without loss. Yeah, so bunny chow, look that up. I'm surprised it hasn't caught on in other places. Okay, in the air. It wasn't the end of the over, pardon me. A bit ahead of myself today. But now it'll be the end of the over, so we'll go for 11, and it's 41 without loss. Thanks, Ken, for sending that through. I'll have a look at it when I get a chance. He was saying that he was going to show me his youngster bowling, and I'll certainly take a look at that when I get the chance. Okay, so no wickets yet. Searching for a turning point. And now it looks like they're going to go back to Said Raza. First one gets away from the keeper, not too far. And so that will be another 1 to the total. Well, short, and this time Mujahid Mohammed is all over it. Maximo! Well, a couple more of those. This game won't be going the distance. Well struck. Too short though on this wicket. This hasn't been a good time. Oh, this one could be gone. Oh, it doesn't carry back to the bowler. Frustrating. And somehow I haven't been able to create and take an opportunity yet. So Soal still searching for a turnaround, and this won't help. It's a classical leg lance from Mujahid Mohammed, and it's going to go to the boundary. And that'll bring up the 50 as well. And the 50 partnership for Spartans, who are just cruising at the moment. .32 off 32. I always think there's some chance if the runs required is above the balls remaining, but it's seeming pretty unlikely at the moment. This will be angled away, and this is going to be yet another boundary. A few have just kind of rolled. They've timed them nicely into the ropes. And so another one is... it's gone down. And you just feel with the kind of just the body language out there. Soal aren't really believing this is their game at the moment. Oh, certainly not with bowling like that. And that one is so wide. You wonder how it's even possible to get it that wrong. Yeah, okay, better steps a bit, but just getting it all wrong. It's been the story of the day so far. And now this is in the air, and again, not able to turn it into a catch. And what's worse, it finds its way to the boundary. And so really, I think everyone knows that the result here is only heading one way at the moment. Having a look at the calendar, and what a year we've had. And okay, I'm just going to pick one at random with my finger on the screen. Ooh, Hungary is written on there. Well, the big story there is that the Royal Tigers end up coming fourth. Back to the action here, and they are going back to Mohammed Halim. Royal Tigers end up coming fourth in the series, and they normally have been dominating cricket. That was back in July. That was a hot series as well. It's actually one that I didn't go to. I was covering the Valletta Cup at that time. I know that Rico and Charlie were there. Corey was there for a bit as well. And that one actually hits the infield marker. And I'll probably have to put that back towards the end of this game. Not that it'll matter too much right now. But yeah, also the ECI Hungary at the end of that series, it was crazy. The bronze final in Hungary was a memorable finish. Okay, this one is going to be hit and hit for 4. So it's really going to be a quick quick finish, I think, the way things are going at the moment. Could be an early lunch. All right, this one is in the air, but Aschat is not moving well at all. And yeah, normally he might even have a play on that. Actually fielded that in that position pretty well before. Yeah, Ken, I'm just having a bit of trouble getting that link working of yours, but I'm working on it in the background. Well, this time goes in the air, finds the fielder though. This one is held. So Syed Raza will take the catch and end the innings of Mujahid Mohammed, but this opening partnership is set up, well, I think it's a certain victory at this stage. As Mujahid is going to be caught out for 35 off 18. And finally, Soal have something to celebrate. It's 70 for 1. Trevor is telling me that Bunny Chow is spicy. Johannesburg was the mild version. I did ask for the very hottest one they had, okay? And it was pretty hot. Just remembering back, that was back in 2019. I was playing some indoor cricket over there. Nicely taken there by Syed Raza. Hit leg side, and yeah, well handled out there, just zinger. And well, now things winding down a little bit. 13 required off the last 4 overs. 71 for 1. And Spartans look like they're on the way to their 3rd victory of the series. So, here's Shazad trying to keep the game alive. Well, that's a great catch for someone that cannot move. It's Asjad Butt that takes it, and it's a little deflection shot. I think they just ask him, has he caught it? He's saying, yeah, I have. I'm not sure how. Because, yeah, he's on one leg. Almost like giving catching practice, isn't it? Aschad just slightly out of the shot there. You see it here. But, yeah, he takes it, and that's a brilliant bit of fielding. And so 71 for 2. Nicely held by Aschad. So, look, it's hard to find too many positives here for Soal. They've been kind of knocked around in this game. Injury concerns. Now here's Mohamed Azam. It comes in the 4 spot. But I suppose sometimes you just got to put games to bed and hope for better in your next performance. Oh, be a bouncer down the leg side. I'm just trying everything at the moment. He does have a pretty slippery delivery, Shazad Khan. You can see he loses the line of that one. I think the actual length was pretty good. Just 12 required. Swing and a miss. Maybe your only way in is to stack up a few of those. If you could have someone bowl it, over that only goes for 1 or 2. Pretty unlikely, but you never know your luck. Going straight and going the journey. Maximo. It's pretty well hit. Came out of nowhere. Well, there's half the runs you need. And that was well connected. I think he enjoyed that one. Mohamed Azam has actually shown he can score pretty quickly when he puts his mind to it. Now he's going to be on his way. So going to double down and end the match. Just the innings that's ended here. And good sportsmanship as well there between the two Hospitalet teams. Maddie at the non-strikers end. The first to congratulate the bowler on a good delivery. The shot was an expansive one from Mohamed Azam, but he's going to have to go with the victory target within sight. 78 for 3. So, yeah, next game coming up is in around about 40 minutes time. We'll be bringing you the lineups there in a second. That was well-directed ball from Shazad Khan. Javed Hussain might get just the one chance to end the game. Well, it'll be a wide. And this is what's coming up in around about 40 minutes time. Third match of the day. In fact, we don't have that for you just yet, but we're waiting on it. And these are the squads, ECC squads for the women's event, which is only 12 days away. Let's get back to the action here. Finish this 7th over. And this is going to be an awkward stop, but pretty well handled by Saeed Raza. That will be the end of the over. It's 8. In fact, no, they won't run. Okay. So, yeah, not really wanting Hussain to get another opportunity, I think. The issue there. So Maddie will face up, end of the over, 79 for 3. Yeah, so Netherlands and England 11 probably the most favoured teams in that tournament. I think Italy and Austria will be pretty close together, and Spain as well, actually, for that matter. Spain were a bit too strong for... Austria were a bit too strong for Spain. I was going to say, they did actually meet each other in the ECIW earlier in the year. Italy and Netherlands also have played against each other earlier in the year. And England 11, the only team that haven't played before in the 10 over format. That's a wild delivery first up. And no ball for height. Not a good delivery at all. This is over the waist. I think it's a good call. All right, so this could finish it, and it will. It's Maximo. Game set Maximo as Maddie bats through the response. And they end up doing this fairly comfortably with 17 balls to spare. Just couldn't get the early wickets that they needed. Soal to keep this alive. And yeah, for them, it's a tough one. But they still have a big afternoon. They're looking pretty banged up, and they've got 2 really difficult games against Magic CC later on. Then they'll play the Jags in match 30. But yeah, for now, we'll leave you and remind you that the next game is 40 minutes away. And of course, the next game of the day will be Jaguar versus Magic CC. I think that'll be a very good game. Let's go to the highlights. And they really, Soal didn't have the answers, didn't have Azjat with the ball as well, which is a pretty big weapon to lose. That was the catch that was not held by Azaz Afzal. And really, there weren't too many opportunities given in the short term. The big hits continued. But just, yeah, the fielding, both these teams have struggled with it, if I'm completely honest. That one was taken. Said Raza, he's a bit of a lone wolf over there. Asjad, even on one leg, was able to turn this into a catch. A couple of consolation wickets late in the piece. But ultimately, it would be Imran Meidi that would get his team across the line. And they bring up the victory at the start of the 8th over. Looking at the scorecard, it was a pretty good opening partnership that got things going. Oh, got the fantasy in. So let's have a look. Match 43, Catalunya Jaguar take on Magic CC. I mean, that'll be a really good game. I think when those two met on Saturday, it was pretty high scoring, 152 to 136. The Jags won it on that occasion. Magic CC winning the toss and electing to bat on this occasion, though. Let's see if they can put a winning score on the board. But what is the winning score against the Jaguars, who are 7-0? And yeah, we're about 35 minutes away from coming back to you with that one. Opening partnership set this one up, didn't it? Of 70 in around about 6 overs. That was Mehdi and Mujahid Mohammed that were doing the heavy lifting. Mujahid with the top score in the end, 35 off 18, but closely followed by Imran with 30 off 19. A few too many extras, I think, for a 7-over game, or 7-over innings in the end. The 13 wides and a no ball. Shazad Khan with 2 for 12, bowled pretty well. They only used the 4 bowlers in the end. 1 wicket went to Halim, who was pretty tight, you'd say, in his 2 overs. But yeah, again, just leaving too much to too few. I think both these two teams have struggled in that department. They end up splitting their series 1-1 with each other after Soal won against Spartans on Saturday. Spartans were able to turn the table in match 42. We'll take a break and we'll be back in about 35 minutes, as I said, with the big Jaguar versus Magic clash. There's going to be some Magic cricket around the corner. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your day. We'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back to Barcelona. Great to have your company as we roll into the third match of the day. The Montjuic Olympic Stadium is in the background there. We're at the Montjuic Baseball Ground where the 92 Olympic Baseball was held. It is a wonderful facility here. And we've already been treated to some top-class entertainment today, and it will continue. This, for me, is the match of the day. Catalunya Jaguar versus Magic Cricket Club. Jaguars 7-0. Magic also with 7 wins, but they have 3 losses to go with it. One of them was to Catalunya Jaguar, a pretty high-scoring one the other day. It was on Saturday, in fact, in match number 28. Hamza Salim Dar starts this game just 106 runs away from the 3,000-run milestone. News from the toss, Magic winning and electing to bat, though, so we'll have to wait to see Hurricane Hamza. Bilal Hassan listed to open with Zain Ihsan. We'll find out pretty shortly if that is the opening combination. And a very warm welcome back to everyone watching on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent and, of course, watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Well, Catalunya Jaguar, 78%. I wouldn't say they're a shoe-in, though. I will say this morning they got the win, but they were stretched a bit against Spartans. But what I will say is that Spartans dropped a bunch of chances, and you'd expect Magic CC to hold on to a few more. And so I think that's a fairly sensible percentage to start the game. So, welcoming everyone back after a bit of an extended break. And Bilal Hassan, he is listed to open, I believe. Yep, he'll be on strike there. I can see him there. And he's out there with Shakil Ahmed. So, this should be a doozy, actually. Hamza, who was dabbling in some leg spin and some other of the dark arts this morning. And he's going to go back to his kind of regular medium pace here. So, KG1 in the chat. Nice to see you. Shake, rattle, let's roll. Match 43 live from Spain. Hamza certainly goes up a gear in this game, I think. Just saving his energy a little bit before. Had a pretty tight first over and went to spin in the second. And starts with a wide here down the leg side. Oh, this one is hit towards the fielder in the circle. It's going to be 4 runs. It was in the general vicinity of the short fine leg, but with the pace on the ball from Hamza, a bit of an in-swinger. Not really a realistic chance to pouch the catch. So first boundary of this one. And now this one is going to be pulled away, 1 bounce 4. So Bilal all over it. And yeah, pretty good shot, especially against the ball at the pace of Hamza. This is leg side, and it's going to be another boundary, so it's turning into a very good start. 3 boundaries in the over. Hamza, I'll be hoping to get Bilal sooner rather than later. Oh, it's a pull which is aborted at the last moment, almost bunts it straight back to Hamza Salim Dar, who knows he's in a fight now. Now, this is a bouncer. Is that more than one for the over? Yeah, well, that's the one. Obviously, it's the first of the over. So, good battle here, 1-on-1 at the start of match 43. Oh, it's a bit of an indiscriminate swipe that time from Bilal, but he gets away with it. It wasn't really his best shot so far. So Hamza, he's opening up. You'd imagine that Roger Adil would get the second over. I suppose the big news here, Yasser Ali is in the side for this one. And let's not forget the century he scored on Saturday morning. Well, that is launched. Yeah, takes it off length and high in the sky. Maximo! Oh, he huffs, he puffs, he blows the place down. Bilal Hassan goes magical in the first over. 20 without loss after one. Yeah. So, shots fired by Magic early in this one. Looking at the daily run rates, interesting here. Historically, there was it's pretty consistent actually, around the 11 and over mark. ECS 21 was quite a long series. I was just looking up the stats. We've had something like 85,000 runs in ECS cricket in Barcelona, which is pretty crazy. But you can see there that in this series, it's a bit higher than usual. 2 points higher than when we were here a year ago. It did kind of settle down last year though, when we did have the kind of tournament come to a conclusion. But anyway, thanks to Ravi for putting that together behind the scenes. Lovely shot, but straight at Yasser Ali. They have gone to Roger Adil here in over two. To give you a bit of an idea as well, the ECIs here, Spain, Portugal and Romania, the run rate there was 12.5 runs and over. So a bit more info for you there. Swing and a miss. Raja bangs it in and gets it up ball. Yeah, so it is interesting to make some comparisons between last year and this year. So this year, the run rate, 13.4 at the moment. Maximo rate, 10.7 maximos per 10 overs. You compare that to last year, 7.6. An attempted drive. So even bigger hitting this year. Although, having said that, we haven't had quite as many games yet. But it's interesting to put some of these numbers together. So Shakil Ahmed out there, he'll have the gloves for Magic in this game. The Jags on the hunt for early wickets. Again, short. And you can see here, not many bowlers have the pace to get away with a short ball on this pitch, but some have been able to rush batters into mistakes. I think Roger Adil is the kind of bowler that does have the pace to do that. I think Murad Ali for the Royals was able to do it pretty effectively yesterday. There's Yasser on your screen into the lineup. Goes after this offside, doesn't really get it. Fielder goes back, he can't track it down. Now has to try and keep it inside the field of play. Farooq Sohail, he does that. They'll come back for two. So a bit of a miss hit, but gets away with it. Yasser Ali into the side. We saw him playing on the weekend. Cracked that 101 not out against Spartans. Again, bangs it in, but this time Shaquille's able to meet it, and he gets it into the gap, and he gets 4. End of the second over. Pretty tight one from Raja. He does go for a boundary last ball, but only 6 come off that over. The score 26 without loss. Looking at the table, these two both on 7 wins, but Jags without a loss yet. Could this be the time they stumble against the Magic? Hamza is being brought back for over number 3, and he gets launched leg side. Maximo. In fact, no, let me take that back. It's 1 bounce 4, but still a very good shot to start the over from Bilal Hassan. Now, 1 down the ground. And swinging Yorker this time, banged out. Doesn't beat mid-off. That's Mohamedou Malwakas, the Jaguars skipper. And so, just kind of holding things tight since the first ball of the over at the moment. Missed time pull this time, doesn't go very quickly to Mohamedou Malwakas, so they'll get through for a single. Hamza. He's there to take wickets up front. And he got brought back despite going magical in the first over. That's where you got to be, though. Now, we've tried this kind of short ball tactic, but I still think it's kind of your plan A. Full and straight. That one almost knocks out the stumps. So, Hamza slimmed up. Match winner, isn't he? People saying he's the most improved player on the continent. It's hard to disagree with that. He does roll the dice with a short ball again, gets a dot. That'll be the end of the over. Apologies for the lack of on-screen graphics, but we'll bring that back pretty shortly. And so, yeah, end of the power play. Just bringing things back into the zone of reasonability, although it's hard to say what kind of a total would be safe. So just a few technical issues at the moment, but we'll try and get them back up and running as soon as possible. Farouk Soal Ball over number 4, gets hit up in the air, catchable, and fielder like Yasser Ali, he's not going to miss too many, into the side, into the action. And so that'll be the first wicket to go. Shaquille never really get going the way he wanted, I think, in this innings. And the Jaguars have something to show for it. Magic CC lose their first wicket, 32 for 1. That'll bring Fahad Hassan to the crease. So yeah, just confirming the score, it's 32 for 1. After 3.1, Bilal Hassan goes for 23 off 10. Push and run. Oh, has that hit the base? This could be tight, you know. I thought for a second it hit the edge of the pitch, but it must have hit the rubber base. Let's have a look at it here. Throw comes in. And, oh, he's just home. Where does it hit? Does it hit the base? Look at, so we know he's in now. We'll have a look. Yeah, it does. It hits the base. That is part of the stumps, but he's just in. You can see he gets the bat down. But yeah, anything that's part of the stumps is part of the stumps. So you can hit the base. Even that ball, I think, was probably going to miss the stumps if it didn't have the artificial base. Now, a little bit too short, and you're going to get your comeuppance. That's going to scream past the score. It's 4 runs. Magic through Bilal Hassan. Certainly more than a fighting chance in this game. Well, let's roll the highlights. I don't know if you can hear what I can hear. And just sending me a little bit of a hint. All right, skied. Okay, someone's got to catch this. They're leaving it to the man in the circle, and it's gone. And that's Amir Hamza that takes the catch. Let it get low on him, which is always a risk. He's good enough to hold on. So big moment in this game as Bilal Hassan will be the second wicket to fall. He goes for 27, and the score is 37 for 2. And so, the high ball is held, and they haven't all been held today, have they? Needing to have about a step up here. I think when you're trying to beat one of the top dogs in the competition, okay, Jaguar are a new side, but certainly a very experienced bunch of players in ECN cricket. Now, I think you're looking for an individual in particular to take the ball by the horns. It looked like Bilal would be that guy, but he's going to go in the 20s. Next ball from Soal was lost down the leg side. So the score at the moment is 38 for 2 after 3.4. Hit down the ground, Hamza is going to just do the fielding there. Played into the offside for a single. And that'll take us to the end of the 4th over. Magic lose a big fish in the over. It's 40 for 2. Jeffrey Mobbs talking about the ceremonial swapping of the bats. Well, you know, in European cricket, the equipment isn't as easily purchased and attained. So that's why you do see it sometimes. Cause a bit of an issue. Remember Batgate back at the ECC on finals day. Batgate when Hamza just innocently trying to start his innings. There was an issue. It caused some of the best TV we've seen this year. Then went out and whatever bat he was using, he started belting sixes with it. Fifth over about to begin, and Faisal Safraz is going to be bowling it, and he gets in a good spot first up. Gets one past Fahad Hassan. You got Zain Ihsan out there, but he could have quite easily opened the batting zone. And so, certainly a player that they would hope be able to step up in this situation. It's going to be a wide, only just, but gets a bit of the line. That's the way they umpire. As long as they're consistent. I don't think anyone's got a problem with that. Jeffrey's asking, how's my new cube/tent? Well, it is more tent than cube. I'll tell you that much. The carcass of the old cube is just on the ground next to me. Poignant reminder. Oh, that's gone. As a little inducker from Safraz does the trick, drives straight through the gate, and so Fahad Hassan is going to have to go. And Magic have lost a third wicket now, 41 for 3. Little bit of in movement here. Just a little bit does him in the end. He opens up, he tries to go with it, but it's a clever bit of bowling. That ends the innings of Fahad Hassan. He's dismissed for just 2 or 4 balls, and Magic CC 41 for 3. You can see that just a little bit in, off stump line. So, Ihsan combination out there. Asad Ihsan, the captain, coming out at 5. That's a pretty nice shot first up. And he'll get off the mark. Safraz getting it pretty right so far. And this one's hit. It's hit pretty well. Maximo. Well, we talked about the discarded cube being a bit of a ball magnet. That's a good shot. Hit straight through the line. Pretty correct shot. And it was the kind of length that the right hander could get under. And he did it pretty well. Nice strike. Couple to come in the 5th. This time, they will have enough time to get through for a single. Safra's bowling a really good over here, but this is where, you know, the last ball is so important. I mean, I suppose it's no more or less important than any other ball, but, you know, it can basically decide if it's a good over or not. I mean, 9 at the moment. If he gets hit for 6, 15, seems like he's probably lost the over, albeit with a wicket in it. See if he can keep the ball on the field. Last ball of the 5th. Well, he won't put the ball in the zone yet, so that'll be a wide and re-bowled. '50's up now for Magic CC. Picked up over the leg side, but doesn't have the carry. It does not, and it's taken. Very well taken out there. And that's Bilal Aslam that takes the catch on the run. So another one goes down, and it's the Magic skipper that falls off the last ball of the 5th over. Good reward, I think, for what was a pretty good over from Safraz. He takes 2 for 10 in the over, And at the halfway point of the innings, Magic are 50 for 4. All right, question coming through. What's your best matchup in Group E and why? Good question, because I actually think that 4 of those 5 teams are contenders. I'm going to say, because there's a bit of beef thrown around in the chat yesterday by Zishan Khan, the captain of Gozo's Army, I'm going to say Forfeiture against Gozo's Army, the Scots against the Maltese. And let's not forget the Maltese national team really pushed the England 11 and really looked to have them beaten in the ECC. So I'm going to say the Scotland-Malta matchup. And we have just been to Malta. Having said that, BSC Rehberger will be bringing some heavy hitters. BSC Rotterdam were the initial champions in 2019, although their club's changed a lot since then. Stary Grad are the kind of unknowns, I suppose. Serbia taking part for the first time in the ECL. So, yeah, it'll be a good weekend as well because of the fans from Forfeiture, no doubt, and it's a weekend. 9, 10, 11, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. As Yasser Ali comes on. And he's going to go for a single first ball. All right, Yasser being entered with the ball now. Now in the air, simple catch, and Amir Hamza into the action once again. Yasser Ali with his first wicket. And so Magic CC really falling away here, 51 for 5. Should have probably hit that better. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Ranjot, the next one to go. He goes very first ball. And the score 51 for 5. And a bit of work for Derek. Ranjot, I mean, first ball, you never quite have your timing, do you? Typically. And, well, simple catch. Really worry about where this innings could head from here. With 5 back in the shed. And we're just creeping into the 6th over. A lot of responsibility on Zain Isan, who's at the non-striker's end. Joined out there now by Ali Assad. And, well, Yasser's thrown a big wide here. And now there's a bit of will we, won't we, will we, won't we. Zain was keen to get down the striker's end, but there's too much hesitation. Spooks him. This one goes back to Yasser. That was an extraordinary bit of cricket, the previous delivery. And this is going to be one down the ground. Now, Yasser keeping things pretty quiet, to say the least. And that'll be the end of the over. 1 for 2 off the over. And the score 52 for 5 after 6. .27 for Bilal, but he fell at a crucial time. And really, no one else hitting double figures. No, Isan's on the brink of it. Hasn't really gone to plan for Magic at all. Right, up in the air, and I don't think this has got the carry either. Oh, it's dropped. Completely misjudged down there by Roger Adil. Straight through the hands. It's just a bit tentative. We know that he caught one earlier that was a bit of a finger stinger. Adil. Nonplussed there. Ooh, this is a Yorker squeezed out. If this goes for 4, I'll be trying to work out how for a long time. Let's have a look at it. This is a proper Yorker. Squeezed out, bottom of the bat, bounces over or past the stumps. And yeah, they are Magic CC. That was a bit of magic, aren't they? Aren't they happy about that? Has to reach for this one and be quarter wide. Now, it's been swinging about here in Barcelona. These Grizzlies are hard. They are also swinging with the prodigious seam that they have. Slightly slower ball. This is hit flat bat down the ground. Nice shot. Another one into the cube. That lies next to me. Yeah, that's a good shot by Ali Assad. Interesting field here. The long off was pretty wide there. Often you see teams trying to squeeze there, long on, long off, so nothing can get between them. But there was a pretty big gap, and Assad found it there. Now short, and nice shot from Ali Assad. He was almost sweating on that one, wasn't he? Safraz dug in the short one, hoping to catch him unawares, but he was in early position. I like the way he kind of gets inside the ball and opens up that leg side. That's incredibly good footwork there from Ali Assad as he gets another boundary. 4 carreras más. 69 now, with a couple to come in the 7th. Another ball down the ground, and this is going to find the gap as well. And well, Assad fights back with a vengeance. Again, I think you got to think about employing the Southern Cross field. You could have your Southern Cross field and bowl straight, and it's hard to see if Assad could have the answers to kind of take on the field to go for the Dorothy Dixer. As it is, last ball of the over. They try the short ball again. Well, that wasn't very smart. Didn't learn the first time, did Safraz. That over ends up going for plenty. Let me get my counter. I've got that as 25 off the over. And it was such a strange over. There were 6 fours in the over out of 6. And there was a wide in there as well. But yeah, I just think, you know, for once, Jags not thinking that clearly through what they had to do. Walking stick 77 for 5 after 7. This is what all the teams are playing for, a spot in the knockout stages of the tournament. Elimination day is only 10 days away. And finals day is Saturday the 16th. And the very next day we'll be starting the ECCW. We've got the format that rewards teams that finish higher up the ladder. So first and second will go straight to the semis. Third and fourth will only have to play the second half of elimination day. The other 4 teams will have to play all the way through. Win 2 matches each day. All right, this is in the air. Can he reach it? Can he catch it? Yes and no. And what's worse, he's headed it over the line. Let's see exactly where this gets him. It's actually a pretty difficult catch to go back with the flight. Let's see. Can't quite get it. And then, yeah, it's off the snout. And, well, Yasser Ali is a very good fielder. Don't think he'll enjoy that highlight. And I hope he's all right, obviously. And next one down the ground, but it has been raining 4s, hasn't it? Last couple of overs. But yeah, packed schedule. I mean, we don't have another off day the rest of the year. And then next year, I don't know if we'll have any off days at all. The way things are looking. All right, genuine bouncer this time. Gets away from the keeper, but close. They're going to have a look at this. I mean, it was a heads-up play to just run on the unclean take. And I think this is pretty close. It's far away from me, but let's have a look. Here comes the ball. Here comes the batter. Who wins the race? He's gone. He's just out. And so, quick bit of work by Umaraja, and that's going to cause a run out. It's Zain Isan that's going to have to go. Had to be perfect recovery, quick recovery from the keeper and hit the stumps, and both those things happened. So, yeah, disappointment, but yeah, magic gambling and coming up snake eyes here. You see here, look, didn't ever leave him that much, and then he almost takes a moment to say, hey, seriously, are you running on this? Got in good position with his body, so he didn't have to move much to kind of get the underarm away, hits the target. So probably unnecessary considering how well Ali Assad was hitting them. You didn't really need to run him off strike. And so 83 for 6 now in the 8th over. Roger Adil being brought back here. Full and fairly straight. Well kept out. It's Mohammed Kamran, the new batter. And yeah, famous name in these parts. He's had a pretty good series though, Kamran. He's a guy who'll give you 100%. Probably likely to open the bowling in the second half of this game. Doesn't mind digging it in either. One of the few bowlers that's had some success with that tactic. Oh, that one seemed nasty. And Cameron gets sent back. Assad. To be fair, he doesn't carry on about this, but I think he's just taking a few moments to regain his composure. I mean, he might be singing soprano in the Barcelona choir tonight after that blow. But yeah, cricketers are pretty tough. This is clever by Cameron. Goes down, has a chat to him just to try and buy him a bit more time. When that happens in baseball, you'll find the umpire will go and make up, sweep the plate or do something just to slow the game down to give the batter some time to compose himself, the player involved. Slower ball though, pretty clever bowling, but he doesn't quite get it straight enough. Adil. Half the world felt that blow. Asad Ali though, he's a fascinating player to me because he has the bracket C bracket on his back after his name, which would kind of suggest he's the captain, but he's not. There's another Asad who's the captain. We still haven't solved that mystery. Deal gets hit for 1 here. One more chance to take a wicket for Raja. Some suggestion the C is silent. I still think it's pretty unusual because you don't normally have C on your shirt anyway, even if you are the captain. I'm going to make a campaign. I love the idea of having captain's armbands in cricket. Why don't we have that? Ooh, gets a bit of bat on this. And it'll go down for 1 and it'll take us to the end of the over. Cameron retains the strike at the end of 8. The score is 87 for 6. Yeah, but don't you think the captain's armbands idea is cool? Yeah, I suppose if you had to go off field with an injury, you could throw it to someone else. You could make a big ceremony about that. I know it's very common in cricket these days when you get your first cap. Looks like Farouk Soal coming back. It looks a bit unders at the moment, doesn't it? Having said that, I mean, if you crunch all the numbers here in Barcelona over the years, 11 and over is the average. But I just think the modern trend, you can add a couple of points and over to that. They are going at about 11s at the moment. Start of a new over. And we'll start with a single. I know behind the scenes we're working on having a kind of an improved projected score. So keep an eye out for that. As this is lifted up in the air and into the gap. This will be 4. So Assad's played a real good fighting knock here. And he moves up to 30 now. And he's just kind of played what's been bowled at him. He hasn't been crazy, running at the bowlers or premeditating. But he's just tried to make good solid contact and occasionally turn the pace of the bowler against him. And he's done that pretty well. Slower ball this time. Hit down to Yasser. That's a good bit of fielding, and he almost creates a run out of nothing. That really was a good pick up and throw, and if you think you're just sitting your heels, not to Yasser Ali. I think if that's on target, it's out. A good slower ball from Soal. Gets past the bat. This is clipped away. They get 1. And that's all they'll get. Last ball of the 9th is hit by Ali Assad. This time he will walk. Don't know why. He probably should have learnt last time you can't do that to Yasser. But it will be the end of the over, and the score is 95, I should say, for 6. Would have got home, but that's good fielding. You make him earn it. If we learned anything from last game, maybe he'll ping a hammy, at least, of the opposition. Yasser could come back if he wanted, but not so sure he will here. Looks like they're going to give Bilal Aslam an over here in the 10th. Jeffrey talking about the coloured caps in some of the franchise competitions. Yeah, that's a pretty good initiative. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air. Yasser back to the line. That's a great catch. Robs him of a Maximo, and Assad's hand comes to an end on 32. But Yasser prevents 6 here and removes the dangerous Ali Assad. Have a look at it here. Knew that he had to take it to the side of the ball. Normally he'd want to get behind the ball, but he knows if he does that, then he's unlikely to be able to stay in the field of play, taking it in an orthodox fashion. So, yeah, Yasser Ali, nice work. And that'll be the 7th wicket to fall, 95 for 7. Have a look at it again. Knew he couldn't really afford to take another step back and had to take it to his side, but did it very, very well. So 5 to come. Gurdeep Nath gets a hit and he gets a run straight away. Back to Kamran. See if he can get a blow which would take him beyond the 100. Well, he has a good old college try. This will probably spin away from the fielder, and it will bring up the 100. Roger Adil, no matter where he's gone, the ball seems to be following him today. This time he can't make the chase. And Kamran brings up the 100 for Magic CC. You thought they may not get there the way things were going. This one probably was going to be a wide. It's going to be out. He chases it. Kamran goes 4 and out late in the piece. And so that'll be 8 wickets down. Aslam, well, he's cleaning up, isn't he, at the moment? That was a slow ball, I think. Long way away from the eye line. Kamran, I suppose you're in a hitting mentality here. But if he saw it right, he probably should have left it alone, taken the wide and had another delivery. But that will be the 8th wicket down. And the score is 100 for 8. Nice catch, although I will say it was a bit of the old crocodile style here. but it's in. And that's the main thing. As Kamran is dismissed for 8. Sufyan Anwar has a go. He gets the same ball, but he misses it. And that means he's going to get it wide. So the top defence so far in this series, or the lowest score defended, is 105. It's not a bad shot. That's into the gap, and that's going to be 4. So, yeah, pretty good hit, really, from Anwar. Takes them up to 105. With the ball remaining. Man, nicely done. Last ball coming up. Straight through the legs, straight through the keeper's gloves. And once again, inexplicably, we won't see a run attempted on the last ball. So I'm not so sure about that. But that will do it. And so, in the end, it will be 105 on the board. And 106 will be the target. So I can't see Hamza getting there. He needs 106 by himself to reach 3,000 runs on ECN cricket. But you would say the Jags in control of this game. And there are just a few key moments here. And the fact they were able to keep taking wickets made such a big difference. Hamza caught well, didn't he? Interestingly, I don't think we saw him with the ball. We thought might be an opportunity for him to get out there. Did cop a bit of tap. Amir Hamza earlier in the day. Fahad got castled. And yeah, difference is Jaguars, they just kind of hold more catches than most. I wouldn't say they were perfect in the field during this 10 overs either, but they certainly held more than they dropped. The wicket of Bilal was a big one, but I really was impressed by Ali Assad and how he just gave a bit back to the Jags here. He was good on the pull. He was also good straight down the ground. Yasser Ali, well, that one spun back towards him in a little bit of an uncomfortable fashion. That cost him a boundary. But then this one, file it under you for unnecessary, I think, because it didn't need to lose a key batter in that way. Run out by a matter of inches. Yasser Ali, Panther-like, trying to create something out of nothing there. Can't rest on your laurels against this Catalina Jaguars side. And then doing it in style, robbing the Maximo to finally get Asad Ali. And late in the piece, Kamran with a 4 and an out. Anwar with a 4 late in the piece as well. But 105 doesn't look like enough, but we'll see in the second half of this game. Ali Assad, he top scores from number 7, 32 or 15 for him, 27 for Bilal Hassan. So Bilal makes the start, doesn't go on with it. The other middle order batters can't really do that. Zayn running himself out for 14, having been starved of the strike for a while. And again, 9 wides in 10 overs. I mean, that's kind of on the acceptable side, isn't it? If you're giving less than 1 run and over in those avoidables. 2 wickets apiece to Farouk Sohail as well as Faisal Safraz, and Bilal Aslam cleaned up at the end. Yasser Ali just the 1 over, but it was a good one. He took 1 for 2. We'll take a break and back in a few minutes with the chase. 106 for Catalina Jaguar to keep their undefeated streak alive. Or can it be a memorable defence for Magic? Well, I'll need to go into the Magic tricks bag, I think, to do this, but we'll find out after this short break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. See you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Buenas tardes and welcome back. And it's great to have your company as we get back to Barcelona for the second half of this match, match number 43. And it's the Catalan Jaguars getting ready to chase. We know that Jaguars do like to chase, and that's what they get to do here. Their target they're chasing, 106. As it will be Hamza Saleem Dart to face up. And here's a guy, he's 106 runs away from the magical 3,000 runs. And race was won, I suppose, by Isan because I suppose he had a few games in hand, didn't he? The way the fixtures were in the series. I was waiting for the clock to tick over here. But at the other end, Yasser Ali, very experienced campaigner, and he scored, I think, over 2,500 runs himself on the network. So, yeah, you've certainly got an experienced pairing out there. Yeah, Yasser's scored a lot of runs on ECN cricket. And Ranjot Singh is going to get us going in this one. Shake, rattle, and roll with Ranjot to start the defence. Pretty good ball first up, even though it's a wide. Almost gets a little nick. It certainly bends in the air away from the left-hander. I'd say it's actually a pretty good spot to miss. Just too much movement, but it's kind of a wicket-taking delivery, isn't it, to Hamza? If you can get him playing away from his body early, maybe get a little nick behind or to the short third. Now it takes matters into his own hands, gets a bit lucky. Changes the length by coming forward. And he is off the mark. But yeah, one thing I suppose, if you're going to trouble good players, it helps if you can bend the ball off the straight. And you can see that Ranjot has that natural in-swing with the new ball as well, which is helping. But now he's going to have to deal with the right-hander. So this is also the difficulty. He's going to stay around the wicket though, but he's going to have to make a conscious effort to pull the ball a long way to the left Ranjot. Otherwise he's going to lose it down the leg side. With that swing, with the angle that he's approaching. Hello to Wayne, good to see you as always. Yasser Ali, 100 on Saturday. Let's see how he goes on Tuesday. Starts by punching one into the gap, more or less off the end of the bat, but it'll still run away pretty comfortably for 4. So you can see with the different kind of aim that Ranjot has, he loses the swing on this one. Swing is certainly one of the dark arts. And Yasser, very good footwork. Gets that back foot back and across. Hits down a very safe shot, very effective shot. 4 runs. Yeah, good delivery, but just looked a bit more dangerous to the left-hander, didn't he? Ranjot. The only way I think they can pull this out, they're going to have to go through the powerful top 3, 4, 5 of Catalonia Jaguars. Yes, he's also happy to defend a good delivery. He's in here for the long haul. Hasn't had too many opportunities in this series due to unavailabilities. Matt certainly has made it count when he's been out there. 144 runs in the 3 matches he's played to this point, Yasser Ali. Makes an early position then, hits it beautifully through mid-on and long on. There's nobody home. All right, he spots the gap there, Yasser Ali, and he plays with a very straight bat. Look at that big gap. That's what he's looking at. He says, you know what? I'm just going to hit this pretty correctly into that gap. I'm going to make my own line by moving around a little bit. This is absolutely bashed over the leg side by Yassir, who looks in a mood here. Maximo at 16, come off the first over. 16 without loss. And once again, some promising signs for the bowler, but in the end, he's going to go for 16 in the over. 294 matches since the golden ball. Well, then I make it that if we don't have one today, we're going to end the day at 296, which means we'll hit the big 300 tomorrow. Mohamed Kamran to bowl. This should be an interesting battle. Takes it in first up. Hamza doesn't have to do much. Down leg side for a wide. So just as far as the commentary goes, I think I mentioned this earlier, but if you weren't with us, I do have a few personal commitments that'll take me away for a few days. But Srinath, Sri Patharaman from Switzerland will be here with Rico over the weekend. So Srinath is doing 4 days. Rico will hold the fort, and I'll be back next week. Come back towards the end of Wednesday, I think, and rolling into Thursday. Of course, the series finishes on Saturday before we get into the ECCW on Sunday the 17th. Now, that's a powerful pull, if ever I've seen one. It wasn't that short. This is the difference, I suppose, getting the ball up around the shoulder and not quite. Arms up. He knows as soon as he strikes that one ain't coming back. That's downtown. Hurricane Hamza. He's done it to some very good attacks this year as well. First Maximo of Hamza's innings. You feel it probably won't be the last. And it won't be, because this next ball is outside the hip. And yeah, it's just an area which I think it's going to end badly, especially in the power play. Can't really have a fielder back there. Not that it would have mattered, but Kamran kind of gets the line right for a right-hander. Hamza just sees it pitched outside the leg stump. As soon as it pitches outside the leg stump, he knows that he can just pretty much block the stumps with his body and swing away. He's got such a good eye. He's got such fast hands. Contact point well out in front of the body there. Back-to-back Maximos. And right now, Magic searching for answers. And this one is hit high in the air. This one will also depart. Adios Pelota. Maximo. 3 on the spin from Hurricane Hamza, who now moves up to 19. Again, look at the length. Just something for Hamza to get under, and he's so talented. I still think we haven't really seen a Yorker attempted. I think there's a few concerns over there. I think Tyrone's looking a bit nervous. We may be running short on cricket balls, and that doesn't surprise me in this series. You do have to be prepared. Okay. Kamran with the comeback ball. And this isn't hit quite as well, but it's still hit pretty well. And they will get through for one eventually. Oh, Wayne, it's good to hear. And thanks for supporting European cricket. Thanks for your comment in there. Julian saying you'll miss me, but I'm never too far away. I'm always lurking. I think I'm trying to work out how many games I've done this year. I think I'll probably hit the 1,000 in the year within the next couple of weeks. It's a lot of cricket. I love it though, obviously. Otherwise I wouldn't do what I do. As a dot ball to finish the over, but it still goes magical. It's 20 off at 36 without loss after 2. Julian, hopefully you're well, and Sarah as well. Looking at the table, Jags with a successful chase here. We'll go 8-0. Badalona CC, they've been pretty good, the young guns. They're 6-0 at the moment. Got some games to make up. You can see quite a few teams there, including Royal Barcelona, including Barcelona International, and of course Bengali. Haven't seen them at all. We'll see a bit more of them in the second half of this group stage rather than the first half. And yeah, I've got a family engagement that I'll be attending. That's where I'm going over the weekend. Well, Hamza gets another one outside his legs, and it's not going to end well. I'd love to have a euro for every time Hamza's put one over that fence in that area. Those trees have taken a hammering. Just look at the timing here. Well, he may have, I don't know if he's broken his bat or his pads or something here. Just looking at his bat here. I think maybe he might have cracked it, Hamza. But the result, Maximo 6 runs, and I know he's a difficult guy to bowl to, but I don't think those kind of deliveries are the answer. Another one he hits high, but this one is coming down as a chance, and it's taken. So really important that if he offers you a chance, you take it. Hamza goes to the skies this time, and the ball flies, but it's higher than it is long, and it will be the first wicket of this chase. Hamza going for 26. Yeah, nicely held out there as well. So 42 for 1. And yeah, I suppose the difference there, it wasn't outside the pads. Fahad Hassan is the man that takes the catch deep on that square leg boundary. So, well done to Magic. They do break through. That's one part of the puzzle. Just trying to time it over the fence. But yeah, can't get outside his pads. It took him a bit of time to learn that. Zain Ihsan with the breakthrough. Oh, it's pretty close as well. I'm having a good look. Very good look. His tail's in a bit, but it hits him pretty much in front. Is it doing too much? I'm looking at this. Oh, I mean, back pad. I think it's a good decision because there's an element of doubt there. But am I positive it's missing the stumps? I wouldn't say I'm positive. I have a feeling it would have just missed. All right, this is another opportunity, though. Has to be held, and it is. So 2 chances, 2 wickets. The dangerous Farouk Sohail is going to go for a duck. And Ihsan bags the brace in the third. It's 42 for 2. And there was some question about whose catch this is. Keeper feels he might be able to reach it, but it is pretty much straight down the throat of the fielder, so he leaves him to do his work. And even picks up his sunglasses for him in the end. But Farouk goes without scoring. Now, is there a twist in the tail here? Ali Assad's having a very good game. He's the man that takes that catch at fine leg. And Catalina Jaguar, 42 for 2. Wow. Could this be a boil over? Look, with Yasser Ali there, you'd say no cause for panic stations just yet. Bilal Aslam, very good batter as well. Comes out and pulls the first one straight to the field, a no run. New Magic, just having a good over here. Didn't start too well with the ball getting whacked over the fence, but well, the new one they sent out has done the job. It's got 2 wickets. They won't want to have this one hit into the city anytime soon. Magic CC. Oh yeah, a little bit of panache about that shot. It's a little back dab cut from Bilal Aslam. Let's have a look here. Gook just lets it come onto the bat, and a little bit of it, like a bop on the head of the ball. Uses the pace of the bowler expertly. So a classy shot there, and takes us to the end of the over. 46 for 2 at the end of the power play. So yeah, once again, very productive power play for the Jags. A lot of wickets falling in this game. We had 10 wickets fall in the first 13 overs. But yeah, Yasser Ali, for me, is a big key here. You know, obviously, you've got Bilal. You've even got players still to come. And this is the tough thing about playing the Jaguars. Amir Hamza has looked pretty good with the bat earlier today. You've got Raja Adil, who can certainly hold it. Not even to mention Abu Bakar Siddiqui, who they've trusted with a top order spot since he's come into the side. But it will be a battle of the Bilals here. Oh, it's not a good start. It's a no ball +6. That's 7. And batter's heaven for Yasser Ali, who's now going to get to face a free hit. And Bilal Hassan doesn't have to bowl to the other Bilal just yet. But this first one, I think it's an attempted Yorker. Okay, yes, he steps out of his crease a bit, but it's pretty high and it's pretty flat as well. Yasser did very well to knock that out of the park. Free hit coming up then. 50's up, and we'll add 6 to that as well. Maximo! That's a slower ball. Yasser shows the stumps and kind of dares the ball to hit him. Not that it would have mattered because it was a free hit. Deep in the crease. Reaches and gets it. So 13 off the first ball. Well, now gets it wrong. Got to hold this for a fighting chance. He does hold it. And so Asad Ihsan, the captain, takes the catch. And the dangerous Yasser Ali, the next to go. After a horrendous start from Bilal Hassan with 13 runs coming off his first delivery. Yasser just coming down the wicket, little shimmy. Hit it high in the air. And Asad Ihsan does the rest, spikes it in the ground. Well, hold on to that ball. That's your lucky one because it's got you 3 wickets at the moment. Magic trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat here in match number 53, and now they have the Jaguars 59 for 3. Yeah, I know a few people saying we should go send out the search party over the wall to the left of screen, but what I will tell you is they better have all their abseiling gear because it's pretty much a cliff face down into the city. Safran's the new batter, comes out at 5, and he goes in the air. Oh, this is a bit of a tease up for the fielders, but Magic have just got a little bit of belief now that it wasn't there until they were able to take that first wicket, but they've gone bang, bang, bang. And if you could add 2 wickets to the score from here, man, I think they'll feel they're more than just a fighting chance. But maybe this is the time to take it easy a bit if you're batting with that required rate only about 7 and over. Yeah, but that's one of the cool things about this ground. We are kind of halfway up a mountain. We're part of the Olympic complex that hosted the Summer Games in 1992. The city is so close. So it doesn't carry through to the keeper, but it does beat the bat of Safraz. What a turnaround from Bilal Hassan. Remember, he had 13 before he'd even started the over, basically. And now he's got 1 for 15 with a ball to go. Oh, another big swing and a miss. So what a comeback from Bilal. And certainly not completely out of it yet, Magic, but the Jags still got to be in the box seat. 61 for 3 after 4. Hamza, by the way, for those of you keeping track of the race to 3,000. Of course, not much of a race now that Ihsan's already there. But Hamza, he scores 26 in his innings today, or this game I should say, and so now he needs 80. And Jaguars will be in action last game of the day against Soal Hospitalet, and so that'll be his last opportunity today to do it at least. I think it's a matter of time during this series, and then he will bring up the milestone. Zain Ihsan. There's some bat in here. Oh no, he's gone. Well, obviously not. I thought that there might have been a little bit of an edge on it, but the umpire didn't think so. And really, he's a lot closer than I am, just because of the way the ball kind of jumped. Let's have a look on the replay. He doesn't hit it. No, he doesn't. I don't think there's an edge there. So that's just a question of if it's going to hit the stumps or not. So Bilal's going to have to go. LBW. It's weird, just the way the ball came off. I thought it might have been inside edge. I think the replay shows the umpire's right. There is no bat in it at all. Is it hitting the stumps? A little bit of tail in here. A little bit. I think it's a fair enough decision. I mean, if you take the batter out the way, can you really see that missing? I know it's leg side-ish, but I think it's one that It should have been hit. So that's another dangerous hitter gone. Bilal goes for 5 with just the one boundary. Humion Ishtiak, the new batter, and he'll get off the mark immediately with one down the ground. Isan the destroyer here, 3 for 11. Good game, really good game. I have a feeling Magic might have dropped off the win predictor, but they've been revived. Now given a 5% chance. Never say never. Oh, another shot that's up-ish, but it'll just be a single. And meanwhile, I'm keeping an eye on the required rate, which isn't really a drama at the moment. Still under 8 and over required. We just had this stretch of kind of 8 or 9 balls without a boundary, a couple of wickets falling again. Oh wow, this is going nowhere. Can't believe no one could have reached that. It was like a tiny mini Bermuda Triangle. You had a fielder coming in from point, you had the bowler, you had the keeper, but it's just complete luck for Ishtiak. Look at that. It just doesn't go far enough to be a catching opportunity. Feel a bit of a tension in the air at the moment. Rightly so. There was an air of inevitability about this moments ago. But with 4 wickets down, if you could grab a 5th, Magic certainly not out of it completely. Back down, and Stumps do the fielding. They'll run anyway. Only got one set of stumps left, so they're going to get through for a single. This is what makes cricket interesting, though. Momentum. It's intangible, but it's very, very real. Probably would have been one either way on reflection. Pity that ball didn't bounce back towards the bowler, so we could have stopped the single. Interestingly, we haven't seen Hamza with the bat yet, as in Amir Hamza. He's been in good form. Oh, we almost see him out there, I think, because this almost cleans up Ishtiak, but he does survive, and it's the end of a very good spell from Zain Isan, 3 for 14, his figures. And Catalan Jaguar, 65 for 4 after 5. So looking at the ECCW squads, they came out yesterday, and there had a bit of discussion about the England 11 squad as well. There's some very good players in there. I think they'll really enjoy the opportunity. They are the only team that haven't played in ECN cricket before, whereas all the other 4 nations there, they have had some ECIW cricket during the year. And in fact, 2 of them, Spain and Austria, have played at that venue at the Cartmore Oval. Looking at the Austrian side. Yeah, Hannah Simpson-Parker, sister of Mark Simpson-Parker in there, HSP. Pretty sure Joanne Stiglitz will lead them. And they've been improving all the way over the last 2-3 years. All right, start of a new over, and it's a good start for Safraz. Closes the face on this. And it's not a good start to the over for Bilal Hassan. He hasn't enjoyed first balls of his overs, that's for sure. Maximo takes some 6 close up. Lifted up again, and this is going to travel all the way Maximo. So the momentum is rested back off the bat of Safraz, and the Jags back in control. Walking stick 77 for 4 now. How quick things can change. So Bilal, he fought back hard in his first over. Can he do it again? You need kind of 2 wickets, I think, to square the over. Oh, might get one here. No, it's a teaser. Pretty good fielding there. Oh, now they want to go for 2. It's not on, but it's not a good throw at all. Maybe just rushed into it. Safraz getting greedy, trying to get the strike back, but he gets away with it. throw beats him there comfortably, but look how much work Shaquille Ahmed had to do. It was just too much. Right, high. And this one will take the fielder right back to the wall, but he can't do it. Maximo. Safra's kind of getting the advantage here. It feels like this innings has been a bit of a tug of war where Magic have pulled back on the rope a few times, but now I think they've exhausted their options, and the Jaguars getting the rope going in their direction. 21 to win, and that one will make it 15. That's gone miles. Crossbar challenge complete on the 10 over there. Maximo. 4 sixes in the over and the 2. And this game is going to get put to bed fairly quickly. So Jags look likely now to go 7 in a row. No, 8 in a row now would be. All right, this is in the air. And long chase. Ball's winning the race here. And so supersonic stuff. A dirty 30 in the over for Bilal Hassan. He's going to finish with figures of 1 for 45. I think although Magic, to their credit, they throw down a challenge, the Jaguars have answered it. 95 for 4 after 6. Having a look at what's coming up next. Magic go back to back. We've got Soal Hospitalet. We'll come back to that in a second. Let's go back and watch the first ball of the new over. Hit pretty well. That's not going to be an easy stop. Bilal goes bootwards and does make the stop. So news from the toss there is that Magic have won the toss. They'll be batting. And Asjad Butt is named in the side. We know that he's struggling with an injury, but he is listed. Whether he opens or not, I'm not sure. That game starts in 40 minutes. Join us right here for that one. Still 2 matches to go here on day 9. But yeah, fascinating chase, that's for sure. But again, showing what makes these top teams so difficult is if you do get a bit of a run, you get through 2 or 3 batters, someone's going to turn it around. It kind of reflects the Spanish national team a bit in that way with the depth. Lift it up to the offside. It'll just be a single. Yeah, but that's what teams are doing now. They've got maybe 1 or 2 all-rounders like a Hamza Saleem Dar, but you can pack your team with batters, and normally talk about the magic number being like 8. To have 8 batters, 8 genuine batters, that theoretically you could shuffle, put them in any order, and they're still going to do a pretty good job. Then you might have your 3 specialist bowlers. Ranjot coming back now. Remember, he bowled the first over. Tight one. Would have thought maybe got a bit of the line. Umpire said no. Probably all academic though, with 8 to win. Yeah, clever variation this time. Gets past him. Yes, yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd say, 8 genuine batters. Look, if you can have more, that's great. But you can see you probably are going to have 3 specialist bowlers that might be able to bat a bit. But I feel like 8's the magic number. Gives you a lot of insurance. And yeah, you're hoping for a couple that can do both. So, players like Hamza Saleem Dar, for example, is a very good example. But there's others. Yeah, looking at those sides. Have a look at some of these fantasy points. Asjad's already over 1,000 points in the series. That's very big. I suppose that's what happens when you play so many matches. And Soal have played 12 Magic. They'll have a 7-4 record after this one. As we will go to an 8th over. After 7, it's 99 for 4. Sufyan Anwar is going to bowl the 8th. I feel probably will be the last over of this game. Ooh, goes the bouncer first up. It's going to be called a wide. It was very short. Remember, if it's over the head, it'll be a wide. I think that's a harsh one to call it on width. But Square Leg umpire had that opinion. So a 6 will win it now. That won't be a 6, but it will be runs. And it'll spin away, and you got to feel for poor Inderjit Singh there. He's had many chases. I don't think he's caught up with one yet, but that will make it just 2 to win. His game's on borrowed time. Next game will be starting in 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Hello to Ben Whitehouse. Nice to see you, as always. Everyone start eyeing off the exits. Here we go. Well, in the air. And this will be game, set, match. It'll bounce over for 4. And Safraz will end up with 43 not out. And he did step up when his team needed him. Again, he's been starved of opportunities, I think, because of how strong his top order has been. But again, showing their depth. And the Jags continue their winning ways. And they bring up the win with 16 balls to spare. And so, well, the Jags yet to lose in ECN cricket as a side. I mentioned that there's a few super teams have been put together here for the ECS because of the amount of cricketers that there are in the region. And the Jags, they're yet to face teams like Paco Care or Badalona CC, but can only play the opposition in front of you, and they continue to keep racking up the victories. Yasser Ali out there opening the batting with Hamza Salim Dar, and Yasser looking in a destructive mood early. He's hitting them all over the place. Hamza, as usual, seems just good etiquette to bowl short and outside his leg stump early. And he did whack a few downtown, didn't he? He was timing the ball nicely, but eventually he didn't quite get hold of one, and it was a nice catch taken out there on the square leg boundary by Fahad Hassan. And then, pretty much straight away, they lost Farouk Sohail. So, 2 wickets going down in quick succession, and Magic just had a sniff, didn't they? Yasser Ali then holed out, and you thought, well, hold on a second. Could be a game on here. Bill Ali loved it. That was after going for 13 in his first ball. And this one, again, I think that's an umpire's call. It hits him pretty much on the crease and hits him in line. But then it was a really steadying hand here from Faisal Safraz that would get them across the line, and doing it with plenty of time to spare. So, I mean, it looks comfortable in the end. I suppose it is. No, certainly Magic showed that they were competitive against the Jaguars, but they won't be able to pick up a win against them in the group stage at least, because that's the last time they'll meet until they potentially meet in the finals. Pair of 26s there for the openers, but they're done in quick time. Hamza Salim Dar and Yasser Ali. Apart from that 43 off just 17 for Faisal, and Ishtiaq was there to see them across the line as well. Pretty good on the extras, not giving away too many. Zain Ihsan really kept his team in the game, 3 for 14. Bilal did have the other wicket, but it really was his only bright spot as he got clobbered as well, finishing with 1 for 45. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about half an hour's time. Last game in the day for Soal before they played the Jaguars. So still 2 matches coming here on day 9. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Enjoy the break. We'll see you shortly for match 44 in this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Great to have your company here as we're getting set for the fourth match of today. It's match number 44. And we're going to see Magic back out there. We just saw them go down to the Jags. They're taking on Soal Hospitalet in this one. And I can tell you news from the toss is that Magic, they won the toss and they've elected to bat. Asjad But is listed to lead Soal in this one despite the injury issue that we saw him suffer earlier in the day. So I don't know if he'll be moving that freely. Bilal Hassan is a bit of a key with the bat for Magic CC. But I've got to say they certainly fought hard in the earlier game. Fahad Hassan, I think, is having a pretty good time as well. Got to say that Ali Assad in particular, he really impressed me for Magic, the way he fought back in the last game. Magic, not surprisingly, big favourites if you look at the records of the two teams. I think they have been struggling, I suppose, to make the grade. Soal Hospitalet, and they've relied too heavily on too few, but they've got a chance to turn this around here as we get ready for the first ball of this one. Welcome back. I want to welcome back everyone who's watching on our YouTube channel, ECS European Cricket Network. Also, I hope Rico is having a good day off. He's been busy taking in the sights, so almost ready to get going. And yeah, of course, a lot of people tuning in on Fan Code in the subcontinent and also on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as always. And just waiting for the clock to tick over, as always. I'm always happy if we're running ahead of time. And it has to be run like clockwork. I'd say like the trains do in Germany, but as anyone that works in or lives in Germany would know, that's actually a bit of a myth. They're quite often late. Anyway, time to just have one last think about this contest. Can Soal put it together? That's probably the big question. So, time to rock and roll. Oh, it's a good ball first up from Raza, who's opening the bowling. Gets this one to cut Bilal Hassan in half. Good stuff. They're going to need some help, aren't they? They need a bit of luck as well, maybe. Why don't you jump in the chat as well? Enrico having his day off, like I said. Hopefully having a good time. We're having a good time here, though. This one will just sneak inside. No, wasn't a ball that the batter thought of hitting, but I think it's wide. I was wondering how it was inside. I don't think it was. At the moment it passes the crease, but gets away with that one. Umpires have a lot of decisions to make in the day, let's not forget that. Another leave. He doesn't get this call either. Oh, yeah. I suppose so. At least he's consistent. But normally anything that, put it this way, has to be completely inside the line. Was that or not? I'll leave it for you to decide. Marginal ones at least. All right, Sky. Now can they hold a catch? I'm going to say no chance. There's three coming together. Larry, Mo and Curly, really. And they're all laid out. And I hope no one's hurt. That's all. Oh, well, that kind of sums it up for Soal. Too many cooks. Bermuda Triangle. And, well, I think the bowler, Said Raza, realises the collision's coming and the other two don't. Communication is so important. At least, you know, multiple people wanted to go for it, but it doesn't work out too well. So that classic Bermuda Triangle If you don't laugh, you cry, really, with that kind of situation. And Bilal, who's a key player, is dropped on 0. That's why you don't want to miss the start of a match. Doesn't take too long for us to get into the swing of things. This is the captain, Asad Isan, who's opening up this time. So, well, just the comical drop off the over in the end brings the only run. It's 1 without loss. 12 days until the ECCW, and I'm so excited to see even more development of the women's game here in Europe. It's obviously something which is lagging a little bit behind the men's game, but something we're very passionate about developing and giving opportunities to showcase their talent in European women's cricket, and the ECCW will be a great way to do that. 5 nations will contest the first event, and we're certainly hoping that that grows, much like the ECL has grown from 8 clubs now up to 35, and much like the ECC has grown from 15 countries to, probably 32 in the next edition. Start of a new over. Hit and run on the fumble, and they'll get it. So Bilal Hassan will get a single. This one drifts in, and I won't get a run here. Magic just really struggling to get going. Let's see if Soal can kind of turn this into something more and maintain the ascendancy. That'll be the issue. Short delivery, no bat on it. Probably the one for the over, I'd imagine. Of course, these matches today are actually a carbon copy of Saturday's matches. Magic CC took on Soal Ospitalet in match number 29. Soal did put 138 on the board, but it wasn't enough as Magic overhauled the total with 5 balls remaining. Astrad Butt comes in under an injury cloud, as we discussed earlier. He did score 83 in that game on Saturday against this opposition. See, this is an interesting one for me, because in my opinion, under our current interpretation, he moves before the ball's bowled, and therefore this probably isn't a wide. But maybe it just squares off a couple of the other ones. To be honest, and I've seen a lot of cricket, probably too much. That's why I kind of favour leaving the line where it is. And if the batter wants to move and take a risk going there, that's fine. Bowler's always got the option to go up the stumps. This one takes a bit of the bottom of the shoe, almost creates a run-out opportunity for Mohammed Waris. He's into the side, but not able to turn in something more. This one will be called. You've got no choice but to call those ones. So I won't say it's a rocketing start, but Soal, they'll be happy they've been able to keep things quiet so far. And it's kind of a bit of a crossroads, isn't it, for Magic, who now have a 7-4 record and have had mostly good performances. But if they drop this and go 7-5, they'll certainly be looking over their shoulder at a few of the teams. Remember, the higher that you finish, the better your chances, essentially. The easier your draw is. And you can see Bilal wants to get on with it, but he won't be able to catch up with this one. Trying to take it from well outside the off stump and send it to the leg side. Shazad to close out the over. Oh, in the air, but just away from the fielder. It'll be handled down there by Raja Shazad, and that will take us to the end of the second over. And Magic CC 6 without loss, so another quiet one. And you'll see what I'm talking about when we have a look at the table here. And so Soal Hospitalet need to find some wins from somewhere. I suppose the concerning thing for Magic, 4 losses. So if you look at the loss column, that's another way to look at kind of who's travelling well. If you just look at that, and that kind of counteracts the games played a little bit. Of course, most teams will make the knockouts, but half the teams that make the knockout stage, 4 out of the 8, will have to win 4 matches on the spin to win the trophy, and that's going to be really tough, I think, when we get down to the business end. So no boundaries in the first 2 overs. And Syed Raza is going to bowl over 3. Well, takes on the short ball straight away. Yeah, it's a bit of a risk. I think this is above the shoulder. Yeah, I think that's a good bouncer. But he won't be able to bowl another one over the shoulder for the rest of this over, so he spends it early. Hello to Aslan Khan. Nice to have you in the chat. Now, that's a really good shot. He plays this one well when he's in form, Bilal. And, oh, has that made the back of the net? Perhaps. It has. Goal. It is a big goal, I will say that. That is the batting cage they use for baseball practice. Slightly different to our nets. So they'll do that. They'll have the pitcher, whoever's throwing the batting practice, behind their own fence because it's quite dangerous. And then, yeah, it's just to catch all the balls that are basically the edges in baseball, the foul balls. All right, lines this up straight down the ground. This will beat the fielder. So that'll be 4 more. So Bilal, he really should have been caught on 0. These are all bonus runs really for him. He'll get 4 more. Just bludgeons that. Just a flat bat hit. Look at the angle of the bat when he hits this. Kind of a mix between a pull and a drive down the ground, that shot. Wow, well that was lasered leg side. Again, tries the short ball, can't get it up that high. He's not allowed to now, but that was such a dominant kind of a stroke. Look at the field in the background here. Doesn't have too much time to have a look at it. All he can do is get the rebound off the wall. So 4 more. Bilal's up and swinging. Again, inability of the Hospitalet teams to hold on to key chances early has come back to bite them time and time again in this series. So after no boundaries, we've had 3 in a row. Well, it's a good comeback though. Raza really should have had his man already. Aslan's asking how I am. I'm going to tell you I'm going very, very well. We're just tossing up a couple of options for dinner tonight. I know it's a bit early for food chat. I had my paella last night. Last ball of the power play coming up. That's a big filthy heave. Hassan will survive. Raza, not a bad set to be honest. So he got a bit of tap during the over. He'll go for 15 in the score at the end of the 3 over power play. 20 without loss. And we're tossing up perhaps the spring production crew gave us the heads up to an all-you-can-eat sushi restaurant. I know that's not very Spanish, but it's a bit of a tradition. That was a blue crew. We've done that before and over-ordered. But then also I've been alerted to the existence of the empanada shop here in Barcelona as well. So I feel like it's only fair and balanced if I try that one out. I'll let you know how that goes. 4th over to begin, and Imtiaz Ahmed is going to bowl it. Magic being kept quiet so far, but there's still pretty much 70-30 favourites here. I think he's got an edge on this. If he hasn't, he's out. And I'm going to say this is going to be a run. No signal from the umpire. Tells me he got a fair bit of bat on that. See if we can see a deflection or not. You can't, but I think the big double noise gives it away. Yeah, full and outside off stump. Locks up Bilal. Yeah, but we're all going very well here at the ground. We love spending time in Barcelona. It's a beautiful city. Also really nice that this cricket ground is pretty close to the middle of town. It's not always the case in Europe, given the cost it would take. Again, that's good location from Imtiaz. Gets it outside off and just knocked away for one. Groom is asking, is today the 5th day of ECN Christmas? Yeah, well, I know that we made up that 12 days of ECN Christmas carol, didn't we? It'll be 5 golden balls. But I don't think we'll get 5 golden balls today, but I know we won't. Well, steps across, and this is a full toss asking to be hit. Isan gets into his business. The captain, Asad Isan, probably would have got a wide if he left that alone, but just searching for the York, it turned out to be a full toss and well struck away. But the 12 days of Christmas, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it starts on the 1st of December when you're talking 12 days of Christmas. Wouldn't it start on like the 14th? Tell me what you think. Get to the leg side, just a single. The other thing is, and I didn't realise this, I've talked about it once or twice before, that a lot of places in Europe, they'll actually do the whole presents thing and the unwrapping and all of that. They'll do it on the 24th. They'll do it the night before Christmas. And if I'd known that as a child, that was an option, well, if any Australian kids knew that, they would have a riot. Yeah, so what do you think about that? So the 24th here, it's actually bigger than the 25th in some places. And then you've got other calendars. Some people will celebrate it on the 6th of January, for example. And there's a few different customs here on the continent. End of the 4th over. And Magic 28 without loss. Just had the 1 boundary in that over. A full toss that was whipped away. So it looks pretty impressive, but you look at the scale for 7. Magic CC have to get moving. Credit to Soal though. I mean, I've been critical sometimes of their bowling, but I think they have pretty much got it right so far. Probably just that one opportunity that went down in the first over. I'll be ruining that. So time for over number 5, and Mohammed Halim. He's going to go shopping, as we like to say, with his leg spin. That's a good start though. Got the keeper back, but you might say that's a bit crazy. But if the batter's not charging, I suppose what it does do is it gives you the opportunity to take some of those thicker edges that you might get. So if you're not especially confident up to the stumps, then it's an option we're seeing more and more. Yeah, that's pretty well bowled as well. It's been a good start for Halim. Halim's made a good start, but can he get 6 right? That's the big question. Well, pretty much. This is going to slice towards the fielder. He's not going to be able to cut it off. Oh, it's a bit unlucky for Soal, really. You never quite know where to put your fielder straight down the ground, but if he had been a bit straighter, that's a catching opportunity. And I'd say that's 3 out of 3 for Halim. And no, he gets hit to the boundary there, but it wasn't an especially convincing stroke. Well bowled, I'm going to say. Good shot, though, from Isan. Does what he needs to do, finds the gap and finds the boundary. There's the quicker one. Let's push through. That's the question. Yeah, this isn't the leg spin, it's that quicker one. And to be honest, he's bowled 3 pretty good leggies. I wouldn't have switched, but he does. What do you make of this one? Angling in. I mean, it's not a mile away. Certainly worth a good look. Umpire thinks it's missing a leg stump, and certainly make a case for that. Leg by signalled. Just re-signal, just to make sure everyone knows that. I think this one will have to be called wide, but yeah, I like that Halim actually spins the ball. I know it's a bit of a radical tactic, but he puts good revolutions on the ball. This pitch does take spin. He's a different kind of proposition, I suppose, but I like that. Again, well bowled. And batted unwilling to come down and try and meet it. And it allows the ball to spin a bit more before it gets to him. So Halim, he's dealing well, but yeah, this is another example of an over that hopefully you can get out of without going for another boundary. And it could be out. It's going to be dropped, and I think that's gone all the way. So just a slight misjudgment. We'll check it out on the replay. Well, I think this either hits the rope or lands just over the rope. We'll check it out. Yeah, hits the rope. Hits the rope on the full. So you could just see that if he was back a step, it's a more comfortable catch. So you got to feel for Halim there. He ends up going for 12 in the over. Still a good over though, I thought. And it's 41 without loss after 5. All right. Well, Anders, my director, he's been asking me for some good matchups. So go on, Anders, give me another group. Only I can hear Anders. Anders, you still with us? Oh, Anders is on the camera, so Elvira is going to have to give me the group. Okay, we'll come back to me in a second. It was a very awkward silence. Anyway, this is going to be hit down to square leg. All right, so Elvira is now in the director's chair. She said, what did you choose? A? E. All right, we already did E. I'm going to get you to choose again. Okay, A. Whoops. We'll come back to that in a minute. That's what's the next ball. Gives me some thinking time. Driven. And we'll just be a single. Okay, put it back up. And I've got my key matchup for you in Group A. And I'm going to say Ginebrescia in their first ever ECL versus Skanderborg of Denmark. I think both those teams will be very, very keen to impress Skanderborg. And I'll tell you something about those two teams as well. As this full toss will get worked, probably just a single. Skanderborg and Ginebrescia are two of the teams that have qualified before for an ECL, but haven't actually had the opportunity to play because they qualified in years that the ECL didn't happen. So those years were 2020 and 2021 due to the pandemic. And they've been drawn in the same group, so they will be super keen to take each other on. Hit hard, another misjudgment. And I don't know if he would have got there or not, but we'll never know. Said Raza takes 3 or 4 steps in, and this goes over his head, but a bit more comfortably. You can see he's just caught out of position there. Maximo Bilal living a charmed life out there, brings up the 50. The 50 partnership comes up as well with that stroke. I wouldn't say it's been a terrifying pace, but they're still there and not really having to worry about getting bowled out with just over 4 overs to go. Hit leg side, and this is going to be 4 as well. So Hassan been given a break, and now he's cashing in, isn't he? Pretty good shot. Had a little bit of length to work with, but not much. And away it goes to the boundary. So when I think of those, I don't know what I want to call those teams, like the lost teams. I'm going to say the lost teams because they should have played ECL and they haven't. It's nice to find them again. As we get to the end of the 6th over, Bilal Hassan will retain the strike, moves to 38. Not a bad spell from Imtiaz. He goes for 22. 55 without loss after 6. So just picking the ones that are here. Of course, there are some lost teams we've never found, if you like. Swartzen of England, for example, who qualified, but never got a chance to play. So Skanderborg and Ginebrescia are lost teams in Group A. The other ones that jump out to me, I think there might only be one more that is playing in this one, and that is Donnerstadt of Austria in Group F. They're a lost team as well. That's what sticks out to me, at least in that ECL draw. Anyway, start of a new over. It's going to start with a big bomb over the leg side. Maximo Bilal Hassan to 44, and he wants more. Goes and fetches that one outside the off stump. From outside the off stump, and it disappears over the fence. Good striking. All right, now here's the chance. Who wants it? Keeper wants it. Bowler wants it. Another collision on the cards. And would you believe it? History repeating for Soal Hospitalet. This time the bowler and the keeper come together. And 2 collisions in the innings. And Halim should have had a wicket, but he comes up empty-handed. What are the odds of this? I mean, I like it. Once again, I like it that they both want it. It's a keeper's catch if he calls it. But I do often say if there's one guy on the field that can overrule the keeper, it's probably the bowler. It's his wicket after all. Now, big swing and a miss. Well, unbelievable, really. Two catch collisions in one innings. And you can't believe he's still there. Now he's got to be stumped. Got to be stumped. He's going to be called a wide. And well, he just runs down. And I think this is a case that this is retiring out, I think, when you're not retiring out. Because he hasn't really gone at a lot of pace. So he has a big swing at it. And yeah, no issues there with the stumping. But to be honest, when I look at that shot from Asad Isan, he's saying, look, I'm just going to swing wildly at this. And I'm not even going to try and get back. It'll be called a wide. But Asad's thinking, look, maybe I'm not the man for the job from this point. Because, yes, I've survived 6.5 overs, but I've only got to run a ball. So let's get someone out there that might be able to score a bit quicker. And to be honest, I can kind of see where he's coming from. And, well, case in point, new batter comes out and smashes one. Zaini Son coming out and goes Maximo first ball. So, yeah, I just think that's a case of retiring out when you're not retiring out. He even gets a run for it. It wasn't a ball because it was a wide. And now Zain comes out and smashes a 6. Wants more and will get more. And the next one 6 as well. Maximo. So, be careful what you wish for. Halim should have had a wicket, didn't, and he did, and now maybe regrets it as he goes for a dozen off the next 2 deliveries. And well, that really was a dangerous one. So, last ball of the over coming up. Another shortish one into the gap. Can't see that getting stopped either. So, what a difference the change makes. So, Nissan comes out and he goes 6-6-4 after the stumping off the wide. And at the end of the 7th over, Magic CC, new lease on life, 79 for 1 after 7. This is the schedule for the rest of the year. Of course, we will finish this event on the 16th. We have the first ever ECCW on the 17th, and that'll run for 6 days, 23 matches in total. And we'll have a 3-week hiatus to take us through the holiday season and the new year. We will be back during the week, at least, of the 15th of January, possibly even the 15th of January. We'll let you know. Okay. And Bilal's made his way to 45. 45 more than he probably should have had if you're watching the first over. And he's going to hit this into the gap as well, but quick work this time from Kashif Afzal, keeps it to a single. Hello to James Stewart watching in the chat from Estonia. Hopefully you're well today. All right, a little bit short. This is right back and it's going to be dropped over for 6. Well, this one wasn't particularly easy, I will say, for Kashif Afzal out there, but it's going to end up costing him more. Goes back, kind of doesn't want to jump because he thinks if he jumps, he's going to hit the rope when he lands, and I think he's right. So I think he does the best he can, but it doesn't stick. Zain's come out in a mood, and he's really making the most of it. Maximo! 6 more to Magic, and, well, it's like a magic trick. You make one Isan disappear, or one jumps out at you. And, well, Soal, I'll be wishing they could have sawed him in half before he even got going. He's 28 off 5. And now false shot, but it's going to loop over the fielder. And this is going to run away for 4 as well. So even the miss hit's going for 4 at the moment. They've exploded to life. And I still go back and I look at pretty much Asad Isan giving his wicket up, I think, saying, you know, it's just not happening for me. You get stumped 13 off 13, and in 6 balls, Zain Isan has 32. So, I mean, 3 sixes, he's on for a 9-ball 50 here. Have to be perfect, though. Oh, he's nicked off, and he should be caught. He is on about the 3rd juggle. And he's frustrated, but in a way, he's done more damage than his captain did in a few balls. And so he's going to have to go. And this is the benefit of keeping back, I suppose. You can take these bigger edges. It is pretty significant. 1, 2, 3, 4 touches, I think, in the end. This will be a good view of it, actually. Big neck. And then just having to keep his cool. Takes in front of his eyes in the end. Azim Latif with the gloves. And it will be the 2nd wicket, 96 for 2. Good cameo from Zain Isan, though. Shaquille gets a go, and he's going to drill it. Oh, what a shot. That is Maximo. Every time they get a wicket, they kind of get punished for it, it seems like. So that'll be the end of the over. Brings up the 100 as well. 102 for 2 at the end of 8. And now they're on track for 128. So it's been a really strange innings. But I suppose you're going to get all sorts of innings when you have so many games on the network. Up in the air, and that's going to land over the line as well. Maximo, and that'll be 50 to Bilal Hassan. Brings it up in 28 balls. I won't say it was chanceless, but he's taken his chance, hasn't he? And he'll be hoping for a big finish here. Big side, and it'll just be a single this time. But nowhere safe at the moment. Shaquille, who we have seen opening the batting earlier in the day. He'll get his opportunity once again. Oh, pitched up and absolutely moosed. What a shot that is from Shakil Ahmed. Well, he's come out in the mood as well. 2 sixes, 2 balls. So the non-Asad Isan partners for Bilal have a combined 44 off 9 since he got stumped. And this one, I think you can put with the rest. Fielder goes all the way back, but he won't be able to keep it in. He had to step out anyway. Maximo. And Shaquille, that's exactly what Zain Isan did when he came out. He goes 6-6-6. At the other end, Bilal Hassan. Let's not forget that on Saturday, we saw Bilal scoring a ton. Magic versus Soal Hospitalet. 102 off 34 balls. But what a crazy turnaround here. Goes again. This one won't go for 6. In fact, it won't even go for 4 as it is stopped. But I had the question at the beginning, and I'll maintain it. I said, can they keep the momentum? They had the momentum. Can they keep it? The short answer is, well, no, they haven't been able to. High in the air. I don't think anyone's reaching this either. So another slice of luck for Bilal. Now he's going to ride his luck, turn it into 2, and he'll get away with it. Throw pulls him wide. So, yeah. It's a mixture of good luck and bad fielding, to be honest, at the moment. As we get to the end of another over, it's 125 for 2 after 9. Looking at the bowling figures, Said Raz kept things pretty quiet. Well, I just don't want to stick those bowling figures, do they? But, obviously, looked like they might be able to restrict it to something reasonable. Look, in the end, it's still chaseable, but you've got to ask questions about Aschad and his ability to run, i.e. he can't. That's a job. That's a question for the second half, though, right now. Let's finish the 10 overs. Starts with a wide. Raja Shazad coming on to bowl the last over. Lets it go again. Gets the call again. A good eye. Shazad kind of tempting him to try and go after this. He's not falling for the bait so far. This one will be another wide. So it's real cat and mouse at the moment. But yeah, it's good eye. Well left. So 3 runs for free. Miss hit and should be caught, and it is caught. So an adjustment made at the last minute. And so the whirlwind is over as far as Shakil Ahmed goes. There's a pretty good catch taken out there in the end by Mohamed Waris, who certainly has had his hands full in that region. Shakil, I don't think he should have sent this over the wall. But he will have to go. And so 3 wides and a wicket to start the last. The score is 128 for 3. Again, I still go back to when Assad pretty much handed his wicket away. 63 off 6.3 at that point. And every batter that's come out since then has come out swinging and hitting, as it's Fahad Hassan, who starts with a nice little off drive, elevated Maximo. Takes Magic CC up in the 130s. Oh, well, it's going to be more of the same. Maximo, 140 now. And the score just keeps on climbing. And you got the feeling some of these Magic CC batters, they've been waiting for their opportunity. And they're ready. They are very, very aggressive, as you'd expect in this situation. But it's the execution of the shots is the amazing thing. And more of the same. Wow, it's a bit like a driving range at the moment. Another batter comes out and goes 6-6-6. And I suppose when you slice and dice it, the big question has to be asked why you'd have Assad opening the batting, though. He is the captain. And in the middle orders come out, and they've been on fire. Maximo. So this over has gone wide, wide, wide. Wicket, 6-6-6-6. And it's just exploded out of control. No other way to put it, really. 150's up now. So, yeah, we had 16 off the last half of the 7th over. And then since then, we've had 23, 23, 27. And this last one could go supersonic. And we're 55 after 6 overs. One more time. Why not? It is supersonic stuff, as Hassan is perfect in 5 balls. He hits 5 Maximos. And he'll finish on 30. And a crazy last 4 overs. And you won't believe what I'm going to tell you, but they scored 103 in the last 4 overs. And insanity here in Barcelona. But let's go back. And speaking of insane, there were some pretty insane things, and they were harbingers of what was to come. I called it the Three Stooges. The Cats, the Bermuda Triangle came together. Bilal dropped on 0. He'd go on to score 55. But I wouldn't even say he was in the top 3 explosive batters in this inning because of who came out after him and exactly what they did in such little time. But Bilal did make the most of the opportunity, didn't he? And this was the second of the collision catch attempts, bowler and keeper in an unholy union. Bilal couldn't believe it. Look at him. He cannot believe his luck. He gets down to his knees in incredulity. Meanwhile, and the boundaries have kept on coming. Assad pretty much gives his wicket away. And that was the catalyst for a huge finish because the batters that came after him, Zayn came out, whacked 4 sixes in 7 balls. Shakil Ahmed hit 3 sixes in 5 balls. And Farhad Hussain hit 5 sixes in 5 balls. So if you combine those guys, they only faced 17 balls and 14 of them went to the boundary, 12 sixes, 2 fours. Now, even when the wickets came, it did not slow the scoring. In fact, it had the opposite effect. What about the 6, 6, 6, 6, 6 to finish? And, oh, look, it's about as close as you get to the 6 sixes in the over. We talked about the fact that no batter's ever hit 6 sixes in an over, being the first 6 balls he's faced. Farhad Hassan goes about as close as you can get, 30 off 5. 55 though, Hassan kind of anchors the innings, but yeah, 103 runs come off the last 4 overs. Stunning turnaround at Magic CC. And it was like a magic trick, wasn't it? How they got that score up to 158 in the end. Not pretty reading, although I think Saeed Raza was the best of the bowlers. Took none for 15. Halim, in a way, bowled better than his figures suggested, but he kind of opened the Pandora's box by getting Asad Isan, who was only going at a run of ball pace, and it turned out to be a lot worse than that. Soal Hospitalet with an injured captain and slightly undermanned. They'll come out and try and chase this 159 after the break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. You never know what you're going to get on ECN. There is more coming. You know you're going to get more, and you will after the break. We'll see the second half of match number 44. See you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back to Barcelona. Great to have your company here on day 9 of this European Cricket Series. 20 days of action, 98 matches featuring 10 super clubs from all around the Catalonia region. And right now you're looking at the beautiful city of Barcelona. We are around about a couple of hours away from the sunset, which is always a breathtaking breathtaking time of day. It's been lovely weather considering we're into December now. No, it hasn't been that way necessarily all around Europe, but very mild here. Decent conditions for cricket currently. About 14 degrees, having exceeded the expected maximum of 13. And so I want to say hello to everyone, including Sundori. Hello to Kevin. Hello to James Stewart in the chat as well. Well, that was a crazy first innings, really, because they were 55 after 6 overs. They end up on 158. 103 come off the last 4 overs. And it was quite incredible. And if you want to be a bit more specific, 96 came off the last 3.5. So insane hitting, really. It was a bit of a tactical decision, I think, with the captain getting stumped by a mile, but he was kind of hoping for a miracle for it to go to 6, but he doesn't even try and get back. He says, you know what, I think it's time for me to step aside. And the 3 batters that ultimately would come out and do his job after him would put on a mountain of runs. Yeah, so I said Isan stumped for 13, but the batters under him would end up with 81 runs off 17 balls. Anyway, Asjad is going to open, but the big issue he's got is that he can't run properly, and he might get run out first ball. He certainly did himself a pretty big injury earlier, but he's such a big player in this team, he doesn't want to sit out. And he's going to go out there and hope he can whack a few boundaries. Doesn't plan on running much. Would this been out? I think so. But then my question is then, why take the run at all? If you're out there, especially trying to make the most of the first 3 overs. Latif. Well, maybe that's why, because this is short and it's going to go to the boundary. 1 bounce. And, well, it looks like Marzi's been done by the spin there. He comes out of his tent to try and save everyone else. But have a look at the spin on it. Marzi did not expect that to take the left turn at Albuquerque. It crashes into some of that Spring Productions equipment, and I hope it's cricket ball proof. Otherwise, I think Marzi should get the bill for that. Mohamed Kamran opening up here. And a sky ball. And it should be taken, although it's a slightly awkward one. It isn't taken. And it's Ali Assad down there. He's at deep third. Had a long way to come in, but this is something I'm seeing time and time again. That batters aren't, fielders aren't comfortable diving forward for a ball like this. He ends up just kind of lurching forward for it. But yeah, he's not able to kind of take it in the action of diving, keeping his head closer to the ball. Instead, the head stays up, the catch goes down. Asjad does get the strike back. He hobbles a 1. And the question will be, how are you going to go at 16 and over with a batter as good as Asjad Butt is? He just cannot move at the moment. Shades of Prince Deman from the Ripoll Warriors last year, who was battling at the end of the tournament, pretty much unable to move. They're still hitting some cracking shots. Now it doesn't commit to it. I think this is going to be out, and it is. So Asjad, it's a sorry sight to see him not at full fitness, and he can't really even get the full extension into this. He's fooled in pace, I think. It's a fairly simple catch that presents itself to square leg. So Asjad's going to go for just 1. The number on his back. And you'd say that drives Soal Ospilet's chances deep into the ground. Gurdeep Nath with the catch. And the score is 6 for 1 in the first over. Yeah, James saying he had an amazing final 4. It sure was. So 55 they were after 6. Then we had 24, 23, 23, 33 in the last 4 overs. Here's Siddiqui to take his place. And the first ball, he hits out to square leg and will only get a single. It'll be the end of the first over, and the score is 7 for 1. Siddiqui getting the 3 spot. Mohamed Kamran keeping it pretty quiet early on. 2-9-5. That's where we're at the moment in the golden ball counter. yeah, went off at 334, which is quite a famous cricket number, particularly for Australian cricket fans. Famous score made by Don Bradman in a test match, which was the Australian record until it was equalled by Mark Taylor. And then I think it was Hayden that beat it, getting 380, which was a world record at the time, but not for long, because Lara said, oh, hold on a second. If you're going to take my world record, I want it back. And he got it back. Start of a new over, and it's going to be a nice looking shot down the ground first up. Beautifully struck. Sufyan Anwar comes on. It wasn't the worst delivery, really, but it's just caressed through mid-on for 4. Good batting. So they'll need more of that. They'll need it pretty quickly as well. A lot of runs to get, though. We have seen these kind of scores chased down in the last year. Right, goes through the pool and gets it. There he goes deep and over wicket. Maximo! 6 carreras. Had to get that just right, didn't he? But he did. And so it all starts with the power play here. Trying to get something out of it after a quiet first over. You only got 7 out of and lost your captain. But Siddiqui, he's going to give it the old college try. And well, over the wicket. Gets horned again, and that's going much the same way. Maximo! Well, that's a roofer. And yeah, it's classified who's in that 10. Not because it's a secret, just because I can't see from here, but look, it was a bit fuller. Yeah, we got lurking around there. They are there, though. They're working. Good shot. Really, really good shot. So, fighting back. Let's not forget Catalunya Red. They were chasing even more than this, and they were in a worse spot, but they still managed to win. Yesterday, they were chasing 164. They were 2 for 2 after the first over. They were 6 for 3, 8 balls in. They found a way to turn it around. Siddiqui playing quite the hand, but it's only a start. Wants to go again this time. Slight miss hit, but it'll be 4. And yeah, not so sure about the foot fielding from Shub, but it is effective enough. I think I mentioned yesterday, Shub had a slight back strain from sleeping funny. Put that in your injury notebooks. But he seems to be on the mend. Sufyan, probably wondering what happened to this over. It's gone magical already, 4-6-6-4. And really, you can't stop there. You've got to try and turn it into more. Oh, okay. Is that the second bouncer or is that the first? That one definitely is over the shoulder. And, yeah, it's called that way. I was just wondering with some of those other deliveries if they were above the shoulder, but I guess not. The one he pulled for 6 was below. So, count that as a dot. First real win for Sufyan Anwar of any kind. Last ball of the second over coming up. And goodbye. That's too short. Can't keep banging it in, I think, on this surface. Yeah, you'll get away with the odd one, but most of the time, the batters are just licking their lips. Maximo to finish the over, 26. Come off it. And back on track. Soal, Hospitalet. Don't count them out just yet. It is 33 for 1 after 2. Looking at the table, a bit of a banana peel game for Magic, to be honest, who are 7 and 4. And Soal, 2 and 10. Kind of says all that needs to be said about it. But with that over, they are back on the rate. So, yeah, just searching for that 16 and over. So, you'd want to be 48 after 3, 64 after 4. Ranjod to bowl the third over, last over the power play. Oh, gets it wrong first up. Has he got something on this? Must have. It looks highish to me. It's been called a wide. I think that's got to be a no ball. Yeah, I mean, he's hitting that. Yeah, okay, yeah, he's bent slightly. But yeah, I think, yeah, they're probably going to make this adjustment, and I think they should. He's trying to bowl here, but he's not going to avoid it. Yeah, it's good umpiring. Yeah, it was. You can just tell the way he played it. So free hit coming up. Probably would have been out, although I'm not really watching straight on. But being a free hit, can't beat. Didn't stop the appeal coming in. You be the umpire here. What's your decision if it was possible? Oh, I think it's hitting. I seem to be thinking everything's hitting today, though. Free hit, not cashed in. Next one is, though, it's dragged away over mid-wicket. And well, that's certainly a busy area at the moment. 4 carreras más. 1 bounce and 4 runs. Amir Siddiqui with the weight of the world on his shoulders, it seems like at the moment, but he's carrying it pretty well. 31 off 9. To Ranjot's credit, he's trying to get on with it at the moment. He will have to re-bowl that one. So what do we think about this game? It would be quite the victory if Soal were able to do it. I mean, they were on top early. They completely lost the plot. And they lose their captain, who is injured. This is definitely missing the leg stump. But more importantly, it's a dot ball, which kind of matters at the moment. Dave B, sounds like he's having a busy day. Di Maria, nice to see you as well. That one drifts in. You can see when it hits him, it's probably 2 stumps outside leg. Another good in-swinger, but he goes with the movement. More work for Shoup. Oh, that's unable. There's the foot fielding going wrong. And he's going to have to go get it. 4 carreras. Yeah, the movement's good, but I suppose just controlling it and kind of starting at the right place. And at Ranjot's pace, he's not express. It was well handled by the batter. Siddiqui. What an impact innings this is. We've seen a few cameos in this match, haven't we? This one doesn't swing. In fact, it holds its line and so it forces the miss hit. A bit of natural variation there, I think, from Ranjot Singh. Last ball of the over. Shot. Yeah, straight. It's just a little check drive there, but he times it very, very well. And that will take us to the end of the third. It's 48 for 1. Have a look at that acceleration. It's quite an incredible graph, that one. 3 magicals and a supersonic to finish things off. As we'll keep an eye on the skyline there. We're still a fair bit off sunset. Around about an hour and 45 minutes away. But it is certainly pretty as a picture when we get to the sunset. Normally around the end of the first innings of the last game. Just coming up after this, we'll see the Jags back. So Cameron gets the ball back. He did keep things pretty quiet early. Protection of 5 outfielders now as well for Magic CC. Cameron does like the short ball, you know. Called as a 1 for the over. Let's have a look on the replay. Cameron didn't seem thrilled about the call. Yeah, I'd say that is. You might say, oh, what if he was standing up or whatever, but I think in real time it's fair enough call. So can't bowl another bouncer in the over. And so he has to pitch up, and he's hit high and he's hit hard. And he's hit over the fence. Maximo Latif into double figures as the 50 comes up for Soal, and they are not going down without a fight, keeping their chances alive. Naseem Lifted that one up, and he probably knows Cameron can't really go back to the short ball, so he's going to have to pitch up a bit. Look at where he's taking up his stance. Very kind of tape ball. Now he gets it slightly wrong. Catching opportunity should be held, and it is. So Latif goes 6 and out. Nicely taken out there. And guess who? It's Bilal Hassan that takes the catch. Right approach, though, from Latif, but he ends up basically top edging it. You see it there. And well judged. Difference that it makes when you hold your catches. Let's not forget what happened to Soal Hospitalet earlier in the game. They had 2 fairly comical drops at Bilal. Make sure he doesn't end up on the blooper reel. He reels that one in, and Soal Hospitalet now 54 for 2. So they've lost Aschad, they've lost Latif. New batter, Mohamed Waris. Can he keep things going? Well, he starts with a very inventive little cut, very wristy shot. He backs away and makes good contact, and he gets 4 runs. He was kind of cramped for room and operating out of a shoebox really there. Mohamed Waris ends up getting 4 runs, and Soal definitely giving this a good shake at the moment. Pretty much right on the rate at the moment. Oh, he likes it again. Well, after 2 balls, you'd be having a fielder there, wouldn't you? He's tried the same thing twice in a row. Again, kind of moonwalks to the leg side. And 2 balls, 2 boundaries. And yeah, you might as well stay there. They put the deep third in now. I wonder if Cameron's tempted to go full in at the stumps here, though. He's only got 1 more ball in this match, Mohamed Cameron. Do you kind of pitch up and try and castle Waris? He's gone 4 and 4, especially if he's going to dance to the leg side. Let's see. Well, he tries, but he gets it wrong. And I got a feeling, look, it's certainly done a bit of damage to the fielder, Asad Isan. But yeah, it's going to be a no ball, waist high full toss. And so he tries to go full, but he goes too full. We'll see it one more time here. Yeah, I think that's a good decision based on that evidence. And called it on the field anyway. So it is going to be the last ball of the over, and it will be a free hit, so he won't end up with a wicket at all. Mohamed Cameron. Hello to Kwame, who's saying hi. Nice to see you. Let us know where you're watching from. James has asked you that in the chat. Free hit time. Well, he does hit it, but he won't beat the fielder. Well, he shouldn't. But maybe not a bad thing that Siddiqui will retain the strike. He moves to 40, and at the end of 4 overs, Soal Hospitalet are 65 for 4. Do that 16 and over. They are 1 run ahead of the 16 and over. Beautiful landscape here in Barcelona. And it's always just a short stroll into the city, maybe 15 or 20 minutes down to Plaza España. And from there, you can pretty much get anywhere on the metro. Right now, quite dramatic after that wicket of Aschad Butler. They're able to put in a big second over. And then you can see that they're sitting on the red line at the moment, the healthy side. But can they stay there? Zain Isan will hope that he can peg things back for the Magic. Over 5. Again, probably slightly too short, but there's a fielder back there. So it's just a single. Yeah, rinse and repeat, says James Stewart, I think referring to the double cuts of Mohamed Waris last over. Now, here's the question. Is Waris going to do the same again, even with the fielder there? If he times it well, if he places it well, he might still get 4. Or does he kind of hold his balance, maybe go outside off rather than back away? No, he tries it again, and it's a brilliant bit of wicket keeping from Shaquille. As he climbs the ladder, up goes the periscope, and the ball sticks. Now, Waris tries it the 3rd time, but it's unlucky for him. I thought, as this was climbing towards the Magic keeper, that it was going to be 4 runs. You see it there. It's the latest of late cuts, really. But Shaquille, oh, it is a bit of magic, isn't it? He gets it pretty much in the webbing and then protects the ball on the way down. It's actually really clever. We'll look at that one more time probably in a moment. But look at the left hand, the non-catching hand. See how he uses that hand to break his fall and make sure that that ball's not going anywhere. So a brilliant bit of keeping. And what a game Shaquille's having. 5 Maximos out of 5 balls. And then pulls off a screamer. And it spells the end for Mohamed Waris, who goes for 9 at 66 for 3. Rajesh Shazad comes in again. He's very capable. But yeah, that was a very good piece of wicket keeping. Had to time the jump perfectly. And he sure did. Meanwhile, I don't think it's going to faze Siddiqui too much as he lifts this one up. And again, that is the hot zone. You need a few more nets over there, I think, because the ball is attracted to the forbidden zone. And Maximo 6 more. Sam's all right. That's a good thing. So we know Sam's in there. We don't know who's in the tent with him. What a knock this is from Amir. MIA before, but he's certainly making his impression on this game. Hit hard, hit straight at the fielder. So you can't rely just on Amir to get these runs. You need some support. Rajesh Shazad will be required as well, I'm sure, to contribute. Hello to Wayne in Queensland in Australia, saying the first tropical cyclone of the summer set to hit. And fears it could grow into something quite substantial. Well, thinking of you, Wayne, as always. And saying it'll strengthen as it moves along. Well, this one is moving along as well. It's short. And Raja says, well, I'm more than just a bit part player here. I can clear the ropes too. We know that. We've seen it before. Maximo to finish the 5th over. And they stay pretty much on the rate. 80 for 3 after 5. Yeah, Wayne saying that it'll strengthen as it moves between Townsville and Mackay. And we'll certainly hope that it doesn't affect you too much. All right, I'm going to now roll a dice that's 20-sided, and I'm going to tell you about number 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Well, Malta on-court series, I think, is the one there. We'll have a chat about. And, well, Goso Zalmi. They continued the heartbreaking stories of Atlas UTC Knights, who have made 4 finals now in Malta, but they have never won one. Atlas had gone 12 in a row before their run to the final. Well bowled, it's full, it's straight Namir. He can't deal with it. Bilal has the impact, and you got to say, why didn't anyone try this a little bit earlier? Because Amir's just been sweating on balls and length and just launching him over the fence. But I think Bilal turns to the back of the dictionary to the Y section, looks up Yorker and says, I'm going to give that a bash. And it works. What do you know? And then he sits there in the middle of the Montjuic Stadium and says, yeah, I thought of this tactic. Full and at the stumps. And big moment in the game, because even though they pretty much stayed at that 16 and over, without Siddiqui, you wonder if they can keep it up. He goes for 48, just missing out the half century, 80 for 4. Yeah, Bilal, he's a good player, as we've seen. And again, it's going to be one of these performances, if Soal do go down, and it seems like they will, at this stage at least. They've really only got themselves to blame for a fair bit of it. Again, goes full. This is kind of the full toss, which is an attempt at Yorker, which has gone slightly wrong, and he misses it full. Don't think it's full enough to be considered for a no ball or anything like that, but this is how it can go wrong. Field is well placed though. But yeah, you'd rather miss it slightly full than slightly short, because that becomes drivable on the up. Now, opening up the leg side, but gets a leading edge, and Afsal will just get a single again. This is smart bowling. It's pretty simple bowling, to be honest, from Bilal. He's just trying to hit that block hole. And I just think there's no real trickery about what he's doing. He's just trying to get it full and straight like that. don't think it'd be LBW though. Oh, and he's given him. All right. It would have been run out anyway. So I guess it's a wicket either way, but I got to say, my question would be, where's it bounced? It would have been out anyway. Let's have. It doesn't pitch in line for me. I don't think that should be LBW. But you know who pays the price is Kashif Afzal, who, well, not Kashif, I should say. Raja, who gets given, but if he wasn't out, Kashif was getting run out. So pick your poison, basically. But that's something you always have to be conscious of about bowlers bowling round the wicket, right arm around to right-handers. If the ball hits him in line, where's it bounce? That really should be the first thing you're looking for. And I think the evidence will show it was a harsh decision on the striker. But like I said, one way or another, it was going to be a wicket. Last ball the over coming up. And it's hit straight, and it's hit pretty well. Wow, no time spent crying over spilt milk. And Syed Raza comes out and goes maximal to finish the over. 89 for 5. Good shot. Bilal, it's had an interesting day with the ball. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. He takes 2 for 9 in that over. Yeah, so to get an LBW from that angle, it has to be really full normally. Or I suppose the other thing you could say, if it deviates, straightens down the line, you've got a chance as well. Magic, not giving too many away for free as well. 2 no balls and a wide through the first 6 overs. Hello to Martin. Martin always tends to pop up when there's a contentious decision. Normally his opinions are pretty good. All right, in the air. Now this is going to take the fielder right back, but, oh well. Did all the hard work, didn't he, Zane? Ends up doing the full pirouette. Well, he has time to smile, probably given the game situation. But, yeah, it seemed like he had this one covered. See it here on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Just when it started to get away, a bit of mild panic sets in. Didn't want to kind of knock it over the rope, trying to take another catch. And Ranjad, well, I'm no body language expert, but I think he's pretty unimpressed. That's Kashif didn't know where to go. He said, well, I thought it was run out already. On the body. This is another good example of poor communication between the batters. Raza maybe wants to strike, but he turns his back on his partner. See there. Just puts a hand up as a not so subtle message that he won't be participating in the single. A big swing and a miss. So running out of chances. That rate's going to climb pretty quickly to the 20 and probably above shortly. And Soal, we will see them against the Catalonia Jaguars to finish the day. Wow, quite a good shot. He makes his own line here, jumps outside the off stump and just helps it on its way. Maximo, Syed Raza. Well, it's not an easy shot to play. You've got to get the timing spot on, but he catches up with it. And the result's going to be 6 runs. That's the only thing that's going to bring the boundary down now, or bring the rate down. Boundaries or extras. This is a full toss, which is hit down the ground. So again, most of the bowlers attempting to go full. I think it's a better tactic than the short ball here, really. Edged and held behind the stumps. Gives him a little bit more regulation. And it is Shakil that will finish the dismissal and finish the innings of Afzal, who was almost run out, saved by a dubious LBW decision, but now there's nothing to save him. As there's a thick edge that flies through to the magic keeper. And Soal will need to pull out a few tricks of their own if they're going to get out of this one. It's the end of the 7th over as well. The score is 97 for 6. Coming up, we have more cricket, of course. And Well, there's another one. And Zion, he's certainly gone from 0 to hero pretty quickly. And, well, you wonder how long this might last at the moment. So, full straight again. I've said it. I hate to be, it's almost like, one of those teachers or parents and they keep saying the same thing and people get sick of hearing it, but full and straight and at the stumps, guys, or at least full. Go full. You're going to have a better time. Hello to Shahid Khan. Nice to have you with us, as usual. And so, Zion looking to close this one out now, I think. Oh, that's pretty full and close as well. Well, remember the one that was given. Let's have a look at this. Umpire just motioning, thought it was going down the leg side. And I think he's right. When you look at it live, you can see all three stumps there. No, that's good umpiring. Got to be positive, I think. Wow, that's dangerous. And, well, we'll get to the rope. It doesn't. And it's exactly why I think, you need to be pretty strict now on players wearing helmets. This is exactly why the kind of the full ball at pace is outlawed. Anything waist or above. So free hit coming up, and it is hit high. Doesn't matter if it's caught or not, so they think no real need to go for it. And they will end up getting just the single. Isan, 2 wickets, searching for 3. This one kind of ties him up, but it will be a dot ball as this game creeps away. Lift it up and out of here, Maximo. I feel like you can probably file these under consolation runs now. And still, it's a good strike. Frustration for Soal. Again, they haven't been that far off. Still over 50 required. They need to go for a ball. They won't get for this ball. But I can tell you that Shahzad Khan will retain the strike, and at the end of the 8th over, it's 108 for 7. Then you got to ask the question: how's Shahzad Khan batting so low? I know they've got a lot of good hitters, but yeah, mind boggles a little bit. All right, so here we go. We have the next match coming up. Jaguar versus Soal. Hospitalet. Jaguars won the toss, elected to bat. As this next ball will be hit up and out of the ground. Maximo. And, yeah, well, this is why I'm asking, why would Shahzad Khan be batting so low? It doesn't make any sense to me at all. He's got an injury or something like that. Of course, we don't know everything, but it just doesn't make sense. Yeah. To be honest, it's frustrating when you see something like this. You see a guy coming out number 9 that should have been batting 5 spots higher, at least. And now you see him whacking the ball around the place. And look, I know you've got to kind of mix it up. You've got to give people opportunities. But I just think in this game, I didn't really have the luxury of mucking around with the order. Hits down the ground to get 4 more. So, yeah. I mean, it's the only way they're going to pull this off. It'll be a memorable victory if they could do it from here. Bilal. The good in the back out of it today. Now he's going to get a wicket. And he goes full and straight again. And I'll say it again. Just get full and straight. Get all your plans. Take him out the back. Put him in the bin. Come back. Write on a piece of paper. Full and straight. If you did that 60 times, you're going to win cricket matches here. Full and straight. Wait for the mistake. And it'll come. Again, that kind of Yorker length. Kind of bounces between the feet of Shazad Khan. And Bilal. He's going to have a bit of a party now. But yeah, frustrated that we didn't get to see Shazad a bit higher. They'll have their reasons, no doubt, but I feel it's a missed opportunity. You've got a guy that, he's been scoring good runs. He's scored a 50 in the series. He's been hitting a lot of boundaries. Why does he bat number 9? Again, full, liking it. Imtiaz Ahmed comes out at 10. And now they might not even bat out their 10 overs. Last ball of the over. Big heave, there's no contact. End of the over, end of Bilal Hassan's spell, 3 for 25, his figures. And Soal, again, so close yet so far. 124 for 8 after 9. So, yeah, about an hour and a quarter away from the sunset. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the figures. Bilal with 3 wickets. Saint Isan, 2 for 26. Mohamed Kamran, 2 wickets as well. Ranjot with just the 1. Sufyan was pretty expensive when we saw him last, but he's not going to get the 10th over. That will go to Ali Assad. And this first one, what's the spin? Oh, well, does just well enough down there to make the stop. Always such an awkward one on this surface. I guess they could have potentially done the 6 sixes, but even out, 5 sixes won't be enough. Remember, that's exactly how Magic finished the innings with Shakil Ahmed. Came in at this exact stage and went 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. And really, those last 4 overs, if you take out those 4 overs, 7, 8, 9, 10 of the first innings, Soal have won this game pretty comprehensively, but it matters. Swing and a miss as Imtiaz still fails to make any contact. Assad had a pretty good day. Well, gets a bit too short in his pace, can't afford to do that. The unintended region out there, deep point, and that goes for 4. Nicely struck. It's not a lot of footwork. It's all about the eyes, the hands. Yeah, Dave saying it's not possible. Or me saying it's not possible. Said, tell that to Sam Curran. Yeah, well, everyone has their good days and their bad days. That's life, I guess. Chaz, a moment of a one-hit wonder, and we'll get one more opportunity But yeah, just have a look at the difference between the two teams at the moment. It's 29 runs with the ball to go. So once again, Soal Hospitalet, they'll be frustrated they can't get the W. This will be a prolonged last ball because of that wide. But yeah, holding their chances is going to be super important. Still be hoping they can try and grab a few wins and stay in the contest at least. Well, it's a pretty good shot. It's going, and Ozone might catch the ball and we'll count it. But it will be Maximo time, and at the end of the day, it won't be enough. He's got a good position there in front of the cameras, and he can afford to smile because he can probably keep that match ball now. Zain Isan was pretty good as well. But it is a 6 to finish, but it's in vain. Again, frustration for Soal. 22 runs the margin. The final score, Magic CC 158, Soal Hospitalet 136. And, well, there's some real clear moments in that game that I think cost Soal. The drops costing him again. The inability to kind of get it right to those batters coming out in the last 4 overs, giving them plenty of hit-me balls. This is what's coming up in around about half an hour's time. We'll turn on the lights, and can the Jags make it 9 in a row? Soal Hospitalet, end of a long day for them. Ashad Butt retains his spot in the lineup. And Siddiqui, don't see him batting down at 11, but we'll see how that pans out. The Jags winning the toss and electing to bat. And remember, Hamza, he needs just 80 runs. I say just 80 runs to bring up the 3,000 here on day 9. Let's roll the highlights. It was a bit of a stretch, but, you know, they had that opportunity. That catch went down. Ali Assad not comfortable really coming in off the deep third boundary, but then Asjad, who certainly has been affected by that leg injury, he had to go for just one. But it was all about the Amir Siddiqui show. New number, new lease on life there. He was certainly dealing. Don't think they bowled particularly well to him, I will say that. I think they gave him way too many balls that bounced and gave him a chance to muscle under them. This one was taken as it was a dramatic dismissal, wasn't it? As Warren went 4-4 and out. And yeah, Sammy liked that one. Why not? It was a periscope catch from Shakil Ahmed. That was the hot zone over in the forbidden tent. But yeah, someone finally had the idea. Let's get one up in the block hole to Siddiqui. And it was Bilal that castled him in the end. Look at this kind of delivery. Okay, he's round the wicket. Doesn't really matter if you're around or over, but get it up there. You know, bring the stumps into play. Wait for the mistake. It came, and Siddiqui had to walk for 48 from there. Wasn't really on. This was a weird one. I don't think it was LBW, but even if it wasn't given, I think it would have been a wicket anyway, because Afsal would have been run out. Slight egg on your face moment for Zain down there, and it wouldn't cost him too much. And Afsal, in fact, would be caught behind pretty shortly after. Shakil, don't forget his 5 consecutive sixes in that first innings. Yorker being effective, full, straight, little bit of tail on that one. Zain Isan getting on the action. And yeah, I just think with the pitch not doing you too many favours, you take the pitch out of the equation. This was late in the piece. I think that was a free hit, so it didn't matter too much. But again, the full delivery, I mean, just if you're struggling about how to bowl to some of these guys, just have a look at this innings. It's partly the plan, partly the execution. Well, the last ball never touches the ground again off the bat because Isan, he grabs it right in front of me, and he's pretty impressed with himself. And why not? Because Magic, they go to an 8-3 record as they end up defending that 158, holding Soal Hospitalet to 136. 48 for Amir Siddiqui, played a good knock in there, going at 16 and over pace. So he was going at the pace, but really nobody else was able to. Shazad Khan, got to say, why is he batting 9? Someone explain that to me, please. Said Rasa with 13 in there. Imtiaz was able to get a couple away at the end, but too little too late. And Soal, unfortunately for them, fall to another loss. 3 wickets for Bilal Hassan. Certainly an entertainer, isn't he? 3 for 25, his figures. 2 wickets apiece for Mohammad Kamran and Zain Ihsan as well. The last one went to Ranjot Singh. We will take a break. Back in about 25 minutes, take you to the last game of the day. Random question time will be active. Bit of food chat as well. I've got some big decisions to make for dinner, so I might need your help. For now, though, we'll take a quick break. Back shortly as we'll see if the Jags can make it 9 out of 9 and looking fine. And can Hamza get the 80 runs he needs to be the second man to 3,000 runs on ECN? Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. We'll see you shortly for more action here in Barcelona in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back, and what a sight it is here as the sun will go down during this match number 45 of the European Cricket Series Spain. It's Catalina Jaguar taking on Soal Hospitalet. I can tell you the news from the toss is that Jags won it. They're going to have a hit. No surprises there. Thought they'd want to make full use of the 10 overs, and they have been in incredible form as they're 8-0 without a loss yet. Hamza, he's currently on 2,920 ECN runs a lifetime. Soal Hospitalet, though, Asjad Bhatt went down with an injury. He's still playing, though, so, doing his best. Shazad Khan batted at 9, inexplicably, really, in the last game. He's got to get back up the order to give him a chance. How many they're chasing? I guess we're about to find out. Yasser Ali also included in the lineup. He's always a handy one. Catalina Jaguar, to say they're heavy favourites would be a bit of an understatement. It's a bit of a David versus Goliath, but we have seen tables turned on ECN before, and it can happen pretty quickly. One thing Sohail need to do is hold on to some chances if they are given early on. Otherwise, I think they're going to pay a pretty hefty price. Hamza, he's eyeing off that milestone. I suppose it's funny how everyone just assumed he'd do it today, but remember he did start the day needing 136 runs. The scores of 30 and 26 so far today. So, yeah, it doesn't just happen. 136 runs in a day is still a pretty significant number. And we're almost ready to get going. So, almost ready to go. Imtiaz is going to open up. He's going round the wicket to Hamza Salim Dar, who's going to take the first ball. Just have a look at this. Hamza always faces the first ball in the series. Makes sense. It's the one time that the batting team can choose how they want to strike. Obviously, they're kind of spoilt for choice a bit with Yasser Ali in the side, but yeah, I like it. Not shying away from the challenge. The challenge firmly on Sohail as we get ready for the first ball of match number 45. It's drilled down the ground for 4, and the fielder was back there. Probably didn't have that far to go, but it was just hit so well. Thought for a second this might have hit the stumps, but he's off to the races. And blink and you'll miss it. Good effort from the fielder, though. That's Saeed Raza down there, who at least I see him getting down and making an effort. Now Hamza is going to go leg side. He's going to get a full toss. He's going to put it away. So straight away that 80 becomes 72 required. Jumping down the pitch. It's a tough one. I mean, how can you deal with it as a bowler? You could bounce him, but he's got such good reflexes. He'll probably adapt to it. And it's not like you're going to just suddenly become a quicker bowler, which is what you'd want to do. The keeper might have a bit of an issue with the pad, but I think he's all right to continue. Thick edge, and there's nobody back here. It's going to fly away, and it's going to be 4 runs. So 3 balls, 3 boundaries, and Hamza is in the mood. Into the 60s now required. 68 runs required. A milestone alert we've been following. And at the other end, he's got Yasser Ali, who is a guy with over 2,500 ECN runs. So I don't think you could find an opening partnership in ECS cricket, at least, that will have more runs between them. Some 5,500 or so. Now up in the air and out of here. Maximo Hamza is on the charge, and it's really hard to see how he can be stopped here. Just got to kind of hope for a mistake, at least put the ball in the right zones. He's very quick on his feet. He's striking the ball very, very well. This over 18 surely will go magical. Now it will. He just helps this one away. Pure timing. That one has gone into the sunset. Well, like a cowboy with the dame in the old-fashioned westerns. It's riding away and it ain't coming back. Magical stuff. Maximo time. 24. have come off this first over. I feel the Jags want to make a big statement here. I feel that they might even want to go record setting. Last ball of the over, and Hamza, he wants it. And guess what? He gets no response. Well, if he knew that the Yasser wasn't going to run, he probably would try to smash this too. But look at Yasser. He's saying, well, I'm just going to stay right down. He takes a knee, quarterback style. Yasser Ali, he says, all right, you've had your go now. It's my turn. It's 24 without loss after one. I've got to say that wasn't very organised, but I suppose they've got the luxury, don't they? Catalina Jaguars. Los Jaguares. Looking good so far. 12 days until the ECCW, our final tournament of the season. It'll be our first ever Euros of women's cricket. For more, go to EuropeanCricket.com. I wonder if the squads are up there yet. I know we've been sneaking them in from time to time. Said Raza gets a bowl, and good outswinger gets past the bat of Yasser Ali first up. Got to say, I met Yasser's two children. They came over and said hello. I was very, very happy to meet them. They're big fans of European cricket and, of course, have ambitions themselves to play for Spain one day. I'm sure that would make their papa very, very proud. Doesn't say too much, Yasser Ali, but lets his bat do the talking most of the time. Led the side in the recent internationals. Just punches this one and we'll get a single. So back to the Hamza show. Well, they started at 4%, now they're down to 3%, but you're going to have to catch the hurricane sooner or later. I suppose sooner to limit the damage, but the issue with the Jaguars batting lineup, they've got plenty of other hitters behind them. Raz around the wicket. Oh, that's a great shot, really. I mean, that's not a bad delivery at all. Coming into him, he turns the face of the bat a little bit inside out and makes something out of nothing. And this is why this guy's so good and he's having such success. He's in a good headspace. He's got all the tricks. He's got all the shots in the book and some that aren't. But he keeps it pretty simple as well. Great decision making in the split second, and he moves to 28 of just 7 balls. Brilliant batting. That might be one of the best shots all day. Now Raza's scratching his head. He's going to try a change of angle. Going to go over the wicket now. Now elevates over the offside, and that's going to be 4 more. So into the 30s in no time at all, and he's going at this 4 a ball pace at the moment. As he saved his best for last here on day 9. I suppose the nature of cricket is only takes one mistake and that'll be the end of him. But at the moment he looks completely in control of his game. Hamza Saleem Dar. Raza, good luck. Well, it gets full toss. It's going to be a no ball and it's going to be put up and over the boundary. Maximo! And 7 up and a free kick coming your way. So you may be going for the Yorker there, but overcooking it. Missing by a fair bit. And Hamza, he's going to go to 38 off 9 and a free hit to boot. What does he do? Does he keep it simple here or does he get funky? Oh, he just plays a normal shot and he's going to get 4, and that's maturity as well. Could have gone for the trickery, but he says, no, I'm staying very still. I'm just hitting the right shot. Again, it's a missed Yorker. Turns into a low full toss and disappears. 42 off 10 now. Hamza Saleem Dar. This over's gone magical. He started needing 80. He's already over halfway there. Last ball of the over coming up. Oh, class work. Well, I don't really know what I'd be trying now to Hamza. He misses the Yorker short this time, Raza, and he gets sent over the fence. Maximo! Another expensive over. And believe it or not, the 50 has come up. And at the end of the second over, it is 50 without loss. You can see why the Jags are having success, although we haven't seen them tangle with Pakai Care yet. We haven't seen them tangle with Badalona CC yet, who are the other two undefeated teams to this point. And we are halfway through the group stage at the conclusion of today's play. Look at the sunset. This is the yellow phase. Okay, we'll go through the yellow phase. Then we have the orange phase. Then we'll have the pink phase. And then maybe at the end, we'll have the dark purple phase, if we get that far. Anyway, 50's up. And it reminded me of a record earlier on that we were talking about. That Vasikaran and Indran in Germany, in Krefeld, for the Bayer boosters. They actually had a 50 partnership in 7 balls, which is the record fast partnership. And there were a few 5 wides and stuff in there, and I think a 38 run first over. All right, Yasser's turn here, and he's going to get enough. Gets it over the top, gets it into the table. Maximo. Well, you start wondering if some of the all-time records could be in jeopardy the way things are going at the moment. Now, this is brutal hitting. Yasser has another go. And gets this down the ground, but he'll only get a single. I mean, at the moment, they're about 250 pace. Remember the record. Good question in the chat from Tim Reedman. I don't have the answer to that. Maybe the robot is tuning in and can answer it about the broadcasting arrangements for the ECCW. Harms on 48, and that'll be his 50, and he just makes it look so easy. 50 and 12 balls, right up there with the fastest 50s we've had, probably in the top dozen, and, well, he looks like he wants more than that. Hamza has got his team off to a flyer, the flyer of all flyers, really. Looking at the highest team totals, it was here last year in November 2022. Badalona Shaheen put 229. That game had 403 runs, the most we've ever seen in a match, and now he's going to get 4 more. He is on the charge here. Again, it's good shot selection. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. Just make sure he catches up with it. Knows where the outfielders are. He's got a very good cricket brain. Yeah, so looking at that, Badalona CC did score 216 earlier in this series, so they're on there as well. But yeah, right now, we could be looking at another team on that list, but a long way to go. Now Hamza gets on the charge and pumps this one out of the ground. Well, when a guy starts being good and then he improves dramatically, this is what you end up with. He's just toying with the bowling. He's his own worst enemy in a way, in that it's only really boredom or a lack of hunger of runs that's going to get him out here. I can't really see what they can throw at him. So now he moves up to 2,982 runs on the network. And last ball of the over. This time he will get the single. So he retains the strike. Just have a look at Yasser Ali, number 22 here. Last ball of the over. Yasser saying, "Oh, we're really running, are we?" And Hamza with a bit of a smile to his national captain from the previous series. And so into the over. 73 without loss. A few orange tinges in there, but I'd say we're still in kind of the yellow phase, if you ask me. But they are wonderful suns. It's a bit of cloud around today, which kind of accentuates the glow. 24, 26, 23, 3 magicals. Shows you how dramatic the Pakai Care power play was the other day. They set a new record with 94 in the first 3 overs. So that was 21 more than that. All right, 4th overtime. And it's going to start with a hook. It's going to leave us. And that will be going to the centro. What a shot. Maximo by Hamza. They try him out the short ball. They hope for a mistake. They don't get one. So 2,988 now. 2,989, in fact, if you if you count the single last over. So 11 more required for Hamza. Again, one mistake could end it. 5 outfielders in place now, but it doesn't look like making a mistake yet in this innings. He's on the charge. Yeah, better ball. And they've tried a few Yorkers, but they haven't really hit many. That was pretty much a Yorker, and he just has to jam it out. Hello to Corey Ruckers, who's tuning in. Corey, hopefully you're well. And he's calling Hamza MVP. Of course, he was the MVP in the Euros of cricket. ECC 23. Yes, sir. Not sure how he feels about playing second fiddle here. And, well, he's going to have ideas of his own. Well, you know, there's a little bit of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones about this partnership. I think they're going to push each other to new heights and scary places. And so where will this team total be? If they bat the 10 overs, I'm telling you right now, these two bat the 10 overs, you can kiss goodbye to that 229. We're going to have a new highest score on the network. Going 246 pace. They're continuing to consistently score 4 a ball plus. Well bowled. Well bowled, full and straight. Jammed down. But that's how you get a win. Like, they're small wins, but it's something. Bowlers coming in and trying to bang the ball into these guys, you're just going to get walloped. But full and straight, it's always your best tactic, especially if you're backs to the wall. And this time he slightly misses, and I'll tell you what, the only way they're going to get out at the moment is a run out. It's just saying they're having some differences of opinion on some of these singles, and mostly it's about wanting to be on strike. And a question about the boundary size. Standard ECN boundaries, 50 metres from the centre of the pitch. It means if you're hitting a straight ball, straight over the bowler's head, probably 59 metres from where you'd hit the ball to the boundary rope. Okay, last ball of the 4th over. I don't even know what's going to happen here. Hamza doesn't want to run, tell you that much. Won't have to. Yasir picks it up and hits it out of the park. Maximo! And Raza will end up in the naughty 40s. Well fielded by Paolo there. And this one bounces off something. I think that's right up the fence. So, look, credit to Said Razi. Doesn't go magical, but it's almost. 19 off the over. And so it's 92 without loss after 4. And Chris Ward saying that if Hamza keeps going like this, then Laius deploys, the record might be in danger, but I just don't think he's going to get enough of the strike given to him. Last ball of first over said it all. Yes, he pretty much turned down a single to make sure he could face. So he's on 70, Hamza Salim Dar. He is on 2,990 career runs on ECN. Here we go with Imtiaz Ahmed. And he's going to be helped up and out of the ground. History beckons for Hamza Salim Dar. That one's gone downtown. Maximo! Barcelona bash, and Hamza really is taking us to dangerous heights here. 2,996 runs for Hamza Salim Dar, star of the ECN. And that will do it. 3,000 runs to Hamza, and only the second player to achieve that milestone. It's a significant moment in his career, and the first person to congratulate him is Yasir Ali, who's overseen his development at close quarters. And you can just see that's a nice moment between those two. And so, yeah, congratulations to Hamza. And so, look, it's certainly a fantastic effort. And to see a guy, you know, already with such immense talent, but to have that managed and worked on and just tweaked to the point that he's done it against some of the best attacks in Europe. You know, getting that opportunity to play for the national team. You saw what he did against the Dutch in qualifier 2, taking a hat-trick and a lightning 50 as well. That's asking for trouble. And so, yeah, a lot of questions about the boundaries now. But here's the thing. Looks easy when you got two players going at it like this. But the average score on this ground is 11 and over. So that's one thing that, I mean, that's standard ECN cricket. If you don't realise that the boundary is 50 metres, you obviously haven't been watching much because they don't change. You know, what it does, it encourages batters to be attacking. Now, look, sure, these guys in Barcelona, they don't need the encouragement because they'll do it probably anyway. Yasser pulled away and, well, put this with the rest. Maximo, as they will stay on world record pace, 115 without loss after 5. And so, yeah, I think as we see the sun getting down, yeah, Hamza, sensational effort, really. 3,000 runs on the network, and obviously very proud to play for Spain as well, to play international cricket, not just play, but to excel in it. And when you think about some of the quality on display in that European Cricket Championship in 2023, to be crowned the MVP and to get the watch, you know, following on the footsteps of players like Clayton Floyd of the Netherlands 11, Andy Rishton of the England 11, to be, you know, in that calibre, it's something pretty special. Anyway, right now we're on century watch now. That's the next milestone. And he could do it this over. Halim to throw up a few moon balls. And the first one is going to disappear. Maximo! And so, well, I actually don't mind Halim as an option. They tried to kind of pack the deep fine leg, deep square leg, and get Hamza to tie himself up. That didn't really work too much. Hamza's already on that list twice last week. Could he be century maker number 47 as well? Reaches, gets it all the way. Maximo! Ground rule double as Hamza spends a little bit of time in the 90s, maybe not too much, because that takes him to 95. And now, with another Maximo, he could bring up 100. And well, interestingly, goes for the single here. And Julian said he'd love to see the England 11 bowling attack out here in Barcelona, how they'd go. Yeah, it would be interesting. Marvin saying congratulations. All the congratulations running in, and so they should. European Cricket Network is all about the development of teams and players across Europe. Yasir now goes on the sweep, and he's going to get a boundary. He'll get 4 here. So that record pace is 23 and over. And so to be on world record pace after 6, it'd have to be 138. Well, Corey Rucker's in there as well, Spanish national team coach, to throw his congratulations in. In the air, and this is going to be 6 as well. So Yasser Ali is going to go large. Maximo keeps him on this world record pace. And yeah, look, I totally get, you know, some people are saying, oh, this is very batting heavy. That's the nature of it in Barcelona. The things, it's standard around Europe. If you go to Croatia, for example, the average score was 80. And, you know, that's just the nature of it. To be honest, I think the bowlers need to lift their game. They haven't bowled well this year. Yeah, tries to throw on at the stumps, doesn't. Yeah, but we haven't seen enough Yorkers. You know, we love a low-scoring thriller as well. But I got to say, you know, to me, I don't like watching cricket where the bowlers can be defensive and you know, essentially, you can really defend the boundaries easily. This is a ball which is hit out towards the boundary. It'll just creep through the dirt, and that'll be 4 at the end of 6 overs now. 143 without loss. But that's the thing, I suppose. Everyone has opinions, and that's obviously fine as well. But I think what I don't like is minimising the achievements of people, and they're making it look easy. It's not easy what they're doing out there. It's if you think it's easy, ask some of the people that played professional cricket that have played in ECN events at Cardamar Oval. Yes, opening partnership now with 143. Let's focus on Hamza as the sun goes down here in Barcelona. Hamza on 96. And he's going to face Mohamed Waris. Hit straight, and this will be Hamza's 100, his third of the series. And he brings it up with a straight hit. Yet another boundary, and just 24 balls to bring up the milestone. That's right up there in the top handful of hundreds. What a knock that is. And have a look at the wagon wheel. There's spokes all around the ground. This guy is so talented. And he's taken us to scary places. Now once more, and he might get it. Watch the trampoline Tortuga. It's going to get past the fielder, and that's going to be 4 more. So, yeah, bouncing, and really a real awkward one for the fielder. Hamza. Now, okay, let's talk records. There's still the opportunity of the highest individual score online here. And the way he's batting, he might do it. And that's going to be another 6 Maximo down the ground. And who's to say he can't, really? So we've got 3.5 overs remaining. Got 21 balls left in the innings. Let's say he faces 15 of them. I think he could go over the 163. And he might. There's another 6 Maximo. And really, you got to feel for the bowlers in this circumstance. It's, well, yeah, these are the highest scores ever. And we did have Ali Hassan score 135 early in the series. Let's go back to the action here. As this will be away from the fielder, and this isn't going to be cut off either. So he moves to 120. So now we're kind of on, I know it's still a lot of runs to get, but he's 44 away from knocking off Lance Deploy of Hungary, and of course of Derbyshire, and a very experienced cricketer playing in Abu Dhabi at the moment. Back to the action here, and that's going to be 6 more. That's into the sunset. Maximo. Well, Kroom, again, very generous. He's gifted a membership, and look who's got it. It's Corey Rutgers has been gifted the membership. That's very kind of you, Kroom. Are you happy with that or not? 173 without loss after 7. Having a look at tomorrow's fixtures, Royal Barcelona will be on deck, and Pack Care have 3 matches tomorrow, so I mean they're going to keep racking up the fixtures, and they'll hope to be 13-0 by the end of the day, but they have to play Royals twice. That'll be tricky. I'm looking forward to match 50. Badalona CC versus Pack Care. I think that'll be a good one. Badalona CC play 3 times, including a doubleheader against Magic. Join us same time tomorrow. Right now, back to the action. Yassir. Well, one's a perfect result here for Hamza, who's on. We're on record watch. He's 126. So at the moment, he needs a couple of runs to knock Iqbal Hussain of ICCV in Austria off the chart. Halim gets lifted up and out of the ground as well. Rinse and repeat. And really, we got a perfect storm here. You've got a team, Soal, Hospitalet, who have their captain unable to bowl, their national team player, Asjad Butt. They've struggled to keep teams quiet. And so you kind of just have this perfect storm where Soal, they're demotivated. They don't really have the answers with the ball. And they got somebody who's hungry for history. Now, this one shouldn't be 4. It won't be. Just a single. So 133. He's on the list now. And yeah, mentioning that Lance Deploy will be playing at Middlesex next season. Yeah, big switch there. We talked about that a little bit earlier in the season. Yasser on 45. And that'll be his 50. Brings it up. Gundy ball outside the leg stump. Doesn't really trouble Yassir too much. And he's had to play second fiddle here, Yassir, but he certainly played it well. 51 off 16 balls. And so, well, I think it's Corey might be even more excited about getting the ECN membership than he is with the performance of his Spanish representatives here. 187. Oh, this is a ridiculous... It's a perfect storm. This is not typical, guys. That's the thing. People sometimes saying, oh, look at this. Is it too easy? No, but what you're watching is not typical. Yassir is going to be gone. Has he missed the stumps? Oh, he has. He does keep back a little bit. And I think this has to go down as a chance. But he couldn't reach the stumps. Needed to start moving here. Would have been gone. Didn't have arms long enough. In fact, he misses it by a fair bit. And out comes the ball. Red dot ball, though. Corey's confident. Last ball of the over. And lifted up for 6. Maximo, 193. And, folks, there's still 2 overs remaining. Yassir Ali probably should have been stumped. The keeper, Azim Latif, needed the go-go gadget arms. And the sun setting on the day. Is it also setting on that all-time record? Oh, crazy stuff. And, well, we're in the orange phase, but it's a red alert. That 200's going down. Hamza, 133. Supersonic over. Gets him to the record. And it's going to start with not a 6, but a 4. Okay, so he's 137. So who's he knocked over so far on this chart? Maybe we can have a look. So he's gone past Ali Hassan now, and he's level with Scott Edwards on 137. Next stop is Lala, Big Lala, 140. Hit 20 maximos in that innings for Gozo Zalmi. That is no ball. That's an awful result. If you're a Badalona Shaheen fan, by the way, Hamza has played a fair bit of cricket for Badalona Shaheen, but this is a 7-up. It's got no ball, +6, free hit to come. There's the 200, by the way. I think this is, I'm not going to say it's a done deal, but there's a free hit coming up. Hamza 143. History in the making. Oh, wide. So he'll get that one again. 205. For the record, they need 25 in 11, and the next one's a free hit. I don't see how they're not going to do it. All right. Another wide. And I don't mind the idea. Maybe he'll spoil it, and you can get out of a delivery, but oh, carnage here from Montjuic. And still free hit. And there we go. It's a full toss. Adios Pelota ball. That one ain't coming back either. Harms it a 149. So he's gone past Lala. And now he's only 2 names ahead of him. He's 149. It's Gurvinder Singh Bajwa on this ground. 156 not out for Grathia back in 2021. And Laius Deploy, 163. Back to the action. And it's going to be 6 more. And there's his 150. And he is only the 3rd batter in ECN history. He's brought up his 3,000. And what a way to do it with a massive knock. And now he's knocking at the door of all-time history. He's 155 off 35 deliveries. It's quite incredible hitting we're seeing here. It's the fastest a team's ever been to 200. Goes again, and there's 161. He only needs 3 more for the record now. The Jaguars are 224. They go past VOC Rotterdam in the ECL 19 final as the 2nd highest now. And Hamza Salim Dar could bring up the highest individual score and the highest team score with 1 swing of the bat here. And he will. And that's an all-time world record for Hamza Salim Dar. In over 3,500 ECN matches, he goes to 167 not out. It also brings up the highest score by any team in ECN history. 230 is breached for the first time. Quite incredible. Last ball of the over. And why not finish with one more? And he will. Maximo. 173 off the stick of Hamza Saleem Dar. And that'll be the end of the over. 236 without loss. Of course, now there's all sorts of records going down. It's the all-time highest partnership, of course. 236, beating the 222 of Scott Edwards and Max O'Down in the ECL 19 final. It also knocks over the highest ECS partnership between Omar Ali and Naresh Kumar the other day. And here's a record Waris has. He's gone for 73, the most expensive figures ever on the network. And yeah, he's gone for over 36 and over, having bowled his 2 overs. That over went for 43, the second most expensive over ever. We're going to have to write this all down later. Right now, Yasser, get a single, please. Could we have a 200? Yeah, and he'll play along. He'll play along. So here we go. This is quite unthinkable for one batter to get 200, but it's possible here. He needs 27 of 5 balls. So he could hit 4 sixes and a 4, or 5 sixes, for something that I don't think will ever be done again. And he's going to start by getting the first one away. Maximo, 179. He needs 21 off the last 4 balls for a double century as an individual. And I just don't think we'd ever see it again. I think you could live to be 1,000 and you'll never see it again. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity we're seeing here. 179, and goes after it again as this one got the legs. And it's a thick edge. It's going to be 4. Well, there you go. Keeps him in the hunt. Takes him in the 180s. And this is a score right now that you'll be looking at for many years on our Hall of Fame. That one was pretty close to 6 as well. But he's got to be perfect now. He's got to get 3 out of 3 away. The score is 247. They've smashed the record. They've absolutely belted the record into a fine powder. Got to go Maximo or bust here, Hamza. He goes high, and that's 6. So he only needs 2 more 6s in 2 balls. The 250 comes up. He's 189 not out here live in Barcelona. Unbelievable hitting. If he can hit 2 6s in the next 2 balls, he will have an individual double century to his name. 2 to come. And he goes, and he's not going to get it. In fact, he might be out. He won't be. They won't run. So probably the only thing that hasn't gone Hamza's way here is that he mishits that. He will survive. And now the last ball to come. You've got to give credit to Yasser Ali as well. I think he's recognised the moment as well. Last ball coming up. And it's a false shot, but guess what? It'll bring him a boundary. And he's going to finish 193 not out. And he's going to go 30 runs past the old record. The Jaguars are going to finish 28 runs past the old record for a team score. And now we're talking records that I think, you never say never, but I don't think I'll live long enough to see that team total broken or that individual total broken. Because, it was like a perfect storm of things, wasn't it? You had a side that had been struggling to contain teams. They've had injury concerns, but you've got the Jags. They were hungry to really make a statement here, to chase history. Hamza goes through 3,000 runs, and he's going to end up with a lot more than that in the end. 3,113 runs by the time the innings is finished. And, well, settle in and have a look at this 10 overs. I think also it's the most Maximos in an innings as well. 29 6s hit in the innings, as well as 17 4s. And so, well, it's only one chance I could think of in this 10 overs, and it was a stumping chance. But, well, Hamza went out there with Yasser Ali. Talk about your explosive combinations. And these balls were disappearing into the sunset, having a bit of fun. Let's not forget, Yes, Seat turned down a single last ball of the first over that cost Hamza the strike. But he did have most of the strike. He faces 43 balls in the innings and he hits 193 at a strike rate of 449. He equals Leas Deploy as far as sixes hit, 22 maximos off the bat of Hamza in the innings. That was the only kind of chance that was given, if you like, and then it was just kind of back to the well, wasn't it? Hamza was just treating it like a computer game where he had the cheat code. And this is where it got close. Looked like he might get the magical 200 in the end. Has to settle 193. Absolutely insane hitting here live from Spain. And Hamza, he rewrites the record books. 193 or 43. 22 maximos, 14 fours in there. Don't forget about Yasser Ali. He was very good as well. And like I said, he read the room. 58 off 19 in the end. He was able to hit 7 out of the park himself. Look, if you're searching for positives, there aren't many for Soal Hospitalet, but they did keep their extras down. They kept it down to 4 whites and 2 no balls, but well, look away now. Look at those figures. Everyone in the naughty 40s, but Juarez, well, he's a record breaker of his own. He ends up with none for 73 off his 2 overs. His first went for 30. His second went for 43. The second most expensive figures we've ever seen. And there's a few bowlers who conceded 61 breathing a bit easier, including Dave Hooper of Guernsey in there, and Mohammad Sufyan of the Royal Tigers. We'll take a break. 258 will be the target, but I think it's a matter of time until we'll be closing things out in the Jags. Making history here in match 45. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. For the European Cricket Network, it'll be one of those where were you moments. We'll be talking about this game for a long time, and we'll be back after this break with the final innings of day 9 in this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. Well, are you pinching yourself yet? We've just seen something, the likes of which, I've got to be honest, we've never really seen anything quite like it before, as Hamza Saleem Dar and Catalan Jaguar have just rewritten the record books. 257 without loss in the first innings of this game. Hamza Saleem Dar individually 193 not out of 43 balls. And yeah, we're still coming to terms with it, really. It's a record, or records, I should say, that I think are going to stand for a very long time. Right now, the unenviable task of chasing a target of 258 is coming up. And Soal, I think Asjad is going to have a crack at this. Remember, he's struggling with injury as well. Didn't have a good day, really, because he's injured himself. He's going to have a go anyway. 258 the target. It's going to start with a wide. Well, that's only 257 they need now. But it was quite amazing what we just saw. And yeah, I just don't think there's enough superlatives. It wasn't typical. And a few people saying, oh, you know, this looks too easy. You got to realise when you see something special, it's not typical. Another wide. Some will be handled. It's exactly 2 months to the day since last deploy. Knocked 163 up in the ECC. Hamza Saleem Dar. Just quite crazy what he's done there. Well, slowly, catch the monkey. And look, it's going to be a tough watch probably, but let's just maybe use this time to reflect on what we've seen. And so right now, Safraz trying to get it right. They're getting too much swing though. These are unhittable. I don't know if they'll take this. In fact, they will in the end. So Asjad butt out there with Siddiqui, and Asjad still hasn't faced a legal delivery. There'll be 5 wides in unconventional way. Another wide. Well, positive is he's getting some swing. But, I mean, you want to know what I've been doing? I've been keeping an eye on the records and watching them come in one by one over the break. I haven't really had a rest. .257. And now Siddiqui, well, he wants to get a couple back, and he will be able to get 4 runs back here.
Thank you, Maximo.
Doing my bit by retrieving the ball near the cue, but what do you think about that? 29 Maximo's innings. I believe that's a record as well. VOC hit 28 in there, 222. But I mean, records are made to be broken. I mean, a lot of people said at the time that VOC 222 would never be beaten and that partnership would never be beaten. But, okay, we've seen the team score beaten by Badalona Shaheen last year, and then now we've also seen that partnership record beaten, obviously. That's a pretty good shot by Siddiqui. All he can do is swing the bat, and that's exactly what he'll do. Gets another boundary. So 2 boundaries in the over. Yeah. So it's almost enough to make you speechless. So just looking at that Hungary innings, they also got 28 Maximos in the innings. But in this one, there were 29. 22 off the bat of Hamza and 7 off the bat of Yasir Ali. But really, I mean, obviously, there's a little bit of the kind of tension out of the air now, if anything, because everyone's still just trying to come to terms with what's happened. Taniki thinks of a run here, but he knows Aschard's probably even slower than him at the moment, so he won't get a run. Yeah, Louis Bruce, hello, he's popped in. Who's just joined us and has asked, what's that total about? Is this a 50 over game? I don't think Australia had to get that many in the World Cup final. Tell me if I'm right. Another wide. So, Safraz, he's looking incredulously at the umpire, but yeah, I think it's safe to say the golden ball counter will continue. I'm just trying to catch up on the chat. Yeah, Julian wasn't in the commentary box this time, but you'll remember where you were. That's for sure. He gets this one a bit straighter, but also nicely hit by Siddiqui. Well fielded out there on the pitcher's mound. And they have to force the run. Yeah, you've got a feel for Soal here as well. I mean, obviously, you know, he had such a powerful batting unit running into a bowling attack that struggled. A lot of these centuries actually have been against Soal Hospitalet. So there's the first 15 centuries of the year. And well, we'll probably cycle through that in a minute and take you to the end. Yeah, there you go. Hamza Saleem Dar, 47. Don't forget, he's on there. I think 40 and 42 as well. All right, lift it up and out of here as Hamza opens the bowling as well. Not finding it quite as easy, though, as it disappears out of the ground. Maximo. And for once, I'm saying that against Hamza. So we saw Shahid Nazir just yesterday with a century, 110 off 31. Now up in the air and straight through the hands of Umar Raju. Doesn't have the gloves on anymore because Abu Bakar Siddiqui is doing the keeping, but he might have needed them there. Shahid Nazir racked up that century yesterday. Momentarily had the first and last century in Barcelona. But 193. I mean, just imagine if he'd gone 200. I mean, think about what that actually means. Not a bad delivery there. I mean, 200 on your own. And 200's we've only had 17 200 scores ever on the network. Imagine having 200 off your own bat. Helped out by a couple of no-ball sixes. But when I go back to the VOC Rotterdam game as well in 2019, I was commentating that one too. They also had a couple of 7-ups in there. Aschard, here's the thing. He's finding it hard to get expansive stroke play away. And yeah, now he's going to get hit by the ball. That's not going to help either. So he's, I've got to say, I'm not sure how wise it is that he's opening, given the game situation and the fact that he can't really bat the way he normally bats either. Lifted up in the air, and the fielder, Yasser Ali, will go back and take the catch. So Siddiqui falls on his sword after a bright 16, but he's going to have to go. And Hamza, wow, he gets into the action with the ball now as well. Is there anything this guy can't do? We even saw him take a wicket with leg spin earlier on in the day. But, yeah, James Stewart heading home. Hopefully we'll catch the end. Wayne just saying, yeah, just a standard 193 knot from Hamza to Louis Bruce. And I still think that Corey's pretty chuffed that he got the membership off Kroom and Santosh didn't. And we know there's always a bit of a vibe between Corey and Santosh. And like I said, searching for positives, they did keep their extras down pretty well with just a handful in the first half. But still. Ooh, look at the scoreboard. It's been highlighted. All right, I've seen this before. Well, Hamza might have broken the scoreboard as well. I don't think it was ever designed for these kind of numbers. This will take us to the end of the over, and in the end, it'll be 24 for 1. Now, here's the thing. Sunset, while that was all going on, we kind of glossed over it because of the fireworks we're seeing out there in the middle, but the Jags, the certainty to go 9-0, just 2 points nestling behind Paco Care. But Paco Care do play 3 matches tomorrow. Beautiful city. We're heading out there tonight, maybe with a couple of the crew. Still tossing up with some options. Getting into food chat, we haven't had too much time to talk or chat in this game, but I did go the paella last night. It was delicious. All right, in the air. And there's no long on for no particular reason. He's a long way wide. And now he's saying, hey, probably would have been a good idea to have a fielder there. I think he spots the gap and decides to go for it. That's Judd, and he will get a boundary. Yeah, Kroom saying that when Rico gets back tomorrow, he might be saying, did I miss anything interesting? I wonder if he's been lurking. In case, I assume because I haven't heard from him, maybe he hasn't been keeping up with this one. I'm going to ask him. What's the highest score you could imagine a team and individual getting? And we'll see. Don't peek at the scores. We'll see what Rico says back. Because I think, oh well, this is a 5 wide. Wide's helping out. Soal just patting the scoreline a bit. This one swings down leg side. To be honest, he's had issues with too much outswing. So then he aims it this way. And it's what happens when you just aim with your arm. You lose your natural swing. And so it goes the other way. Yeah, so I was going to say that I did a few calculations once. When Gurvinder hit his 156, I thought the most I could see a batter ever scoring was about 170 or in the 170s. That was what I thought at the time. I thought practically speaking. But I did that on a calculation that they would score at kind of 4 a ball, thinking that's kind of topping out what's possible. But Hamza basically scored at 450 in that knock. And he faced 43 balls. Chopped on, and Asjad's going to have to go. It's a day that he'll want to finish as soon as possible. And finally, Safraz gets one in the general vicinity of the batter, and a little inside edge takes it on to the stumps. So Soal lose their captain 33 for 2. But yeah, I thought 400 would be the most someone could go at. And one of the reasons was, you know, if you're trying to farm the strike, you're kind of having to take a 1 off the last ball of the over sometimes. I think the most balls that were ever faced by one batter in an innings. So Lorenzo Ingram for Excelsior. And yeah, Lorenzo Ingram, he faced 47 for 109 in the Netherlands. He faced 82.5% of the innings balls. He was actually out with 3 balls to go. That's some class farming. Roger Sazad has a go, and as predicted, he'll swing for the fences straight away, and he'll get it. And Maximo time. Asjad does the fielding, having just taken off all the batting equipment. When we're talking most sixes in a match, that's an interesting one, because that is the Geneva versus Zurich Nomads this year. And yeah, I'll try and look that up in a minute. Oh, it's pretty close. Back pad. Oh, he says no. Yeah, it's a bit leg side E, but I have a feeling, you know, it hits him very far back, wide of the crease. Is this hitting? Oh, I don't think that's missing, if I'm completely honest. I think it's taking a piece of the leg stump. It's just my opinion, though, and umpire's in the best position. He gives the benefit of the doubt to Shazad. Big swing and a miss. Not that it'll matter too much the way things are going in this one. Yeah, so the most sixes in a match, here you go. It was 46. So we're a long way off that, as we've definitely entered the pink and maybe the kind of purple phase now. of the sunset. 39 for 2 at the end of the power play. So with 29 in the first half, you'd still have to get 18 sixes in this innings to break that record. So there's a record that might stand a long time. What else is on the cards here? Most runs in a match, 403. But to do that, they'd need to get 147. And the way they're going, I doubt they'll get that many. But it's possible. By the way, hypersonic over in the 10th over, going for 43. Yasser Ali getting a bowl. His leg spin, but he's met pretty well. It's a good shot. Maximo. That's a good straight hit. And Soal, yeah, for sure, I think their batting has held up a bit better than their bowling, and definitely their fielding in this series. Yasser, again, he's normally an off spinner, but he's dabbling in the dark art of leg spin as well. Well, this is high in the air. Hamza thinks he can get there. He calls it and he drops it. And probably the first mistake he's made in the game. I think it was always curving towards him. He cops it on the end of the finger. Hamza Salim Dar. Not an easy one because he's on the move again. Doesn't want to get off his feet. Gets there fairly comfortably in the end, but just misjudges it. Probably coming out of the lights a bit as well. Yes, it was good support for Hamza during the batting innings. From saying, hey, it's your time to support me. The catch goes down. Dragged down and fetched and hit Maximo to Shazad. Well, maybe they can keep hitting like this. They could get 18 Maximos in the innings. And we could see that match Maximo record go down as well. Yeah, I know a few people in the background. They thought that Laos's score would last longer than Govinda Bajwal's, but it doesn't. It only lasts 2 months. Hit hard and hit well. Maximo. So yeah, Yasser, I don't think he's quite enjoying the treatment he's getting here. Probably not really getting a lot of sideways on the ball. He's just trying to locate them. But at this pace, I think the batter's not too scared, Shazad, that it's going to turn past the outside edge. Now, well, turns past the outside edge, right on cue. But he was aiming a big heave across the line. So last ball coming up. Yasser trying to avoid going magical. Has a smile on his face. Rocking the beard at the moment, Yasser. Well, it'd be a wide. It's a ball that was going down again on the second bounce. So Yasser still kind of, it's almost like when you buy a car and you tinker with it a little bit. He's working on a few things. Better ball this time. And heaved across the line. Shazad will take one and he will retain the strike. The score is 60 for 2 after 4. It is a magical over in the end. I know a few people concerned in the chat. I think Charlie Smith saying, he's lost so many balls, do we have enough? Well, I hope so. I think we should just ban left-handers. What do you think? What do you think about the fact, I've got one for you, those top 3 highest individual scores are all by left-handers. Crazy pace here. Rate started at 25.8 required. Yeah, so what do you think about that? His arms up. Well, he's going to say, well, my leg spin might trump your leg spin, Yasser. Let's see how he goes. And what he bowls here in the 5th. Oh, that one bounces straight over the stumps. That's pretty unlucky. Yeah, so Hamza 193. Well, this one looks like a bit of a wrong-un actually, but it's picked up and is out of the ground. Well, like a baseball left fielder. We saw we saw him going back to the wall there. And no chance. Yeah, so have a look. All top 3 of those are left-handers. And then under there, you got 3 right-handers, 4, 5, 6, 7. In fact, everyone's a right-hander on that list except for the top 3. Is there something to that? Maybe they're just a little bit more difficult to bowl to, you could say. Incredible performance, though. And now Hamza gets the wicket, and he slides one through. Everything he's touching turning to gold at the moment, as he does it once with pace, once with spin. He has certainly achieved something monumental tonight. And if there's ever a shoe-in for player of the match, I think you're looking at him right there. What a performance. So yeah, hopefully we do have enough games. Enough balls, I should say. Santos saying, well, records are made to be broken. What about Mohamed Ihsan? Yeah, true. Maybe he could achieve the right of reply. We'll see. But, yeah, so he finishes 3,113 runs. Career. This is hit down the ground. And they will get... Oh, well, tell you what, if that was gathered, I think there was a chance for a run out there. But now we've got like the new space race, because Mohamed Ihsan is 3,191 and Hamza's 3,113. So he's only 78 behind now. In the air, catching opportunity. Should be held, and it will be. And this time Farouk Sohail doesn't have to go back to the wall like a baseball outfielder. He'll just take a few steps in, and he'll end the innings of Latif. And Hamza does it again. Now, he's telling everyone that was his plan. Not so sure about it. It was a ball that probably should have been hit out of the park, but it's a bit of a top spinner there. And miscued pull shot ends in the safe hands of Farouk Sohail. And it's the end of Azim Latif for 7, and the score 67 for 4. How about margin? Okay, so here's one for you. And I don't think they're going to do this. Well, in fact, they can't. But the biggest winning margin is 194, as Malta Super Kings 200 defeating Gozo all out for 6. So that one won't be beaten. It's our 17th score of 200. It's our first ever 250 plus. And Catalina Jaguar at the top of the tree now. 28 runs. It's an incredible amount that they've beaten it by. You thought, you know, could they get 230, maybe low 230s? They have beaten it by, like, even in 9 overs at that rate, it's still more than the old record. I'm not kidding. You know, 9 overs at that rate, it's 231 as we get to the end of the over, and 67 for 4. I said get him a contract, didn't I, the other day? Look, you would have to say also, you know, there wasn't too much bowling that tested him. But, you know, you play against who you're playing against. Well, now we're deep into the purple phase now. The pinks and the purples taking over in the skyline. 5 overs left in the day. ECCW squads obviously came out, and I encourage you to go to europeancricket.com. There's the first ball of new over. Yes, here. So we've got the new leg spin twins here. We'll move over Shane Warne and Stuart McGill. And so you can see there, to find out more, you can always check out the squads page on the website. And, yes, yeah. Well, he's happy with this one. He gets this one past. Anyone else want to try and bowl a leg spin? So they've earned that right at the moment. They have a little bit of fun. Catalina Jaguar. So let me give some genuine feedback on Yassir's bowling leg spin. I kind of like it, but with confidence, I think he has to be a bit quicker through the air and be a bit more confident, really trying to rip him, really trying to get some side spin. And I think he can be good at it. He's a good cricketer. This is a nice looking cut shot, but straight at the fielder. This is Kamar Shahzad out there at the moment, wearing the number 17 shirt. They're a little bit superstitious about the 17 shirt, I've heard. So I'll spit to that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So that one had a few revs on it. But I suppose if you're going to try it at the high level, which maybe you should be aspiring to do, if he works on it, probably just have to get a bit more pace through the air, be able to kind of keep that accuracy as he varies the pace. Now, this is into the gap, and this will be 4. Nice shot from Kamar Shahzad. That'll end the over. Yassir goes wicketless in this one. But he's been a part of history, nevertheless, with that partnership. 257 in the first half. And in the second half now, 73 for 4. Going back to the chat, how are you guys? Haven't had too much time for random questions in this one. Corey is having a lot of fun with the fact that Croom's membership went to him. There's a vagary of the YouTube system that you can't choose who you give it to. It's so strange, but it's kind of fun because it is so random, and you kind of get to see who's lurking sometimes, don't you? And well, a bit high, I think. He thinks now he's got a crown. It should be King Corey. I'm not so sure that's going to catch on. HRH Corey, doubt it. Cut has enough to get it over the infield. And although it pulls up, it'll still run for 4. So Imtiaz Ahmed is able to get one away here. Here's the thing about, being a monarch. You still need to pay some attention to your subjects. I think Corey's already drifted off, out of the chat. Not sure if he's still with us. Probably doesn't have the concentration span. I feel if he was a medieval kind of royal family member, he'd be one of those ones that kind of history wouldn't be too kind to. But, well, let's see. And that will be the end of Imtiaz, as Farouk Sohail, who's probably going to bat 3, I'd imagine. He never got a hit. Now he comes in to make his mark on the game. Full and fairly straight. It's a wild swing from Imtiaz. He gets castled. Out for 5, and Sohail are 78 for 5. I think that Chris Ward is pretty excited that Matty Ward will be at the ECCW. No relation, but still part of the Ward extended family. There's the ceremonial bat swap. Waris comes in. Well, he's already made history for all the wrong reasons, Mohamed Waris. His figures were none for 73 off 2 overs. First man to hit the 70s. We have had a couple in the 60s. 61 was the record before that. But 2 overs, none for 73. That's more than 6 a ball that you're going for. But hey, that's the way it goes. Strike rate of 608, if you want to be exact, against you. But, he's got a chance to at least bring a couple of highlights in here. Yeah, he bowled the 7th over, went for 30. And then he bowled the 9th that went for 43. As he went the journey. Anyway, tomorrow, it's actually my last day here before I take a few off, as I've got just a bit of family business got to take care of, but I will be back next week. But tomorrow, myself and Rico will be here to take you through day 10. Well, ball's in Paco Cares Court, isn't it? They play 3 times tomorrow. Royal Barcelona have a couple of matches. Magic have another couple. They got a doubleheader against Badalona CC, and Badalona CC will take on Paco Care Badalona. That's my match of the day in match 50. Join us same time tomorrow. Hamza is in Amir. Hamza gets the bowl here in over number 8. Yeah, Waris's 43 run over. He actually went for 6 sixes, a 4, and then there was a no ball and 2 wides in there. So he did go for 6 sixes in the over. And they were on the spin. In the air. Oh, Hamza, he's totally misjudged this. Maybe loses it in the lights. And, well, he'll tell everyone about it. But if he didn't see it, then where was he going? That would be my next question. And I think you can afford to make a misjudgment in the field. I mean, it looks comical in the end. Yeah, so Waris actually went for a boundary every single ball he bowled, including the no ball, and then he bowled 2 wides as well. Ouch. That is some sort of record. Kamar Shazad wants to get a couple back. Yasir will bring this in pretty quickly. If that hits, I think that's out. Yes, I hate to do this to Waris, but I'm going to tell you what his analysis looks like. Ball by ball. Arms up. He's just getting his confidence back after getting a bit of tap earlier in the day. And he'll get a wicket here. So playing back, didn't bounce as much. And well, how do you follow up none for 73? Yeah, follow it up with a duck. And a long way back. Doesn't cover the line of the stumps. And over goes the castle. Well, if you're going to have a bad day at the office, you might as well make it a shocker. There's Warris. Probably not going to do you too many favours if you had him in your fantasy team. None for 73, and doesn't get too much consolation from a deal as he walks past him. And none for 73 and a 4-ball duck. Yeah, Warris bowled the 7th, went 4-4-6, 6-4-6. Then when he came back in the 9th, it was even worse. This one goes down the leg side for wide. Went 4-6 off a no ball, wide. 6-6-6-6-6, 43 off the over. None for 73. Well, in the air, but there's nobody in the cover position in the circle. So I'll get away with it. So it looks like Conrad Greenshields has popped in. Hello, Conrad. Good to see you. Hamza gets cut straight to the fielder. Sums it up, really. Soal at the end of 8, 85 for 6. So Conrad is just put a kind of the one high eyebrow emoji in, and I think that's spot on. Good emoji selection. And Kroom saying the declaration bowling doesn't go that much. To be fair, it is tough to bowl someone that's hitting him so well. But that's why I kept calling the perfect storm, because I actually think it was a mixture of somebody that was in incredible form and also bowling that just wasn't really up to the mark. And it has been that way this tournament for Soal, you've got to say it. And especially losing Aschad as a bowling option. Now, it gives it the long handle, but he picks out the field. But he never really picks that up, Farouk. I don't think they run here. And, well, actually, that's Bilal Aslam down there, because Farouk's bowling. I just spotted him. And he's saying, hey, I caught mine, and now, to rub salt in the wound, Kamar Shahzad is going to get hit for 4 next ball. Let's have some sympathy posts for Mohammad Waris in the comments. Try and find a positive. I'm struggling a little bit, but let's say he had a good start. He only went for 2 4s at the beginning. Less than the average for the innings. All right, in the air, another catching opportunity. He hasn't seen this either. Well, Farouk, he's going to be ropeable at the moment. He was admitted to emergency with a serious case of pad rash in the first half, and now he does get a bowl and not getting helped out. Again, you can see, look at the shadows. You have multiple shadows when you're under lights, because it is awkward playing under lights. And a lot of people say, the Cardamom lights are a bit different, a bit lower, but no matter where the lights are, it can be tough. Farouk can't get a wicket, or a second wicket. He tries to do it himself. Yeah, but that's the thing. The lights are somewhere, and I've played at the Wacker under lights. I mean, that's a very good standard of lights. But still, when the ball goes up in the lights, can't see it. That's ball the 9th. He reaches and he hits. Kamar Shahzad goes big and straight over the fence. Maximo takes us to the last over, and the score is 98-6. Okay, Rico's come back to me. He's saying, what's the highest score you can imagine for a team and an individual? And he's put 245 as the highest score he could think is possible, and 160. Well, obviously he must know that Les got 163 because he was commentating that game. I'm just going to send him a screenshot of the of the first innings, as Mohamed Umar Wakas is going to get a bowl here. And it's going to start with, another catch going down. Yes, here this time, didn't fancy it. And well, the captain's bowling. Yes, he might find himself down the order if he's not careful. So now I'm going to send Rico a little snippet of the scorecard and see what he comes up with. Thanks again for your company. It's been a strange end to the day, but this is Away it goes. Well, where's that going? Can he find it? Oh, finally, catch has been taken. Amir Hamza will hold on to the opportunity. Mohamed Mawakas with the wicket. And the only question now, can they get that margin below 150? Doubt it, the way things are going. And that was a tough one. I think that Abu Bakar Siddiqui, he's got the helmet on up to the stumps, was trying to rip it off, wasn't able to do it. And luckily, Amir Hamza was there to clean up. So I'm just waiting for Rico to read that message. He's probably out enjoying maybe a whiskey on the rocks on his day off. Probably he's earned it. Well, not probably, he certainly has. And just to let you know, I'll be here tomorrow, but then I'm off for about a week. But I will be back, I think, next Wednesday towards the end of the day. Srinath coming to cover me for the weekend. Oh, here's a run out waiting to happen. Now, is anyone at the stumps? Well, it's like a slow motion run out, and it'll be direct hit in the end. And, well, Kamar, he was just trying to get back down the business end. And he wasn't able to. So Halim comes out and he just plays himself in, really. And I mean, I've seen statues move quicker than Halim does there. See, who was the best of the bowlers in the first innings? It was Shazad Khan, none for 44. Concerning, isn't it? Well, Rico's got back to me. He said, holy crap. Got to read it, what he said. He said, but I'm not surprised. Well, he said, I am, but I'm not. All right, in the air. Is this catchable? Oh, it would have been a good one as well. Kind of running with the flight, fighting the floodlights. Now, potential run out, foiled. Yeah, he said he knew the 229 would go down, but not like this. That was what he said. Well, asking for trouble, but mistimed. Yeah, I would say that's if it was a fight, the ref would have stepped in a while ago. And Hamadu Mawakas, he's got a pretty good economy here. Last ball of the night. Mistimed, and that will do it. So history has been made here in match 45. Fairly average second innings, really, with no real possibility in this universe of Soal chasing that score down. It would have been like the South Africa versus Australia 438, 434 game. But there's Hamza getting into congratulate his teammate Faisal Safraz there and the umpire, and it's a game we'll remember for a long time. Final score, Cataluna Jaguar 257, Soal Hospitalet 104. Coming up tomorrow, same time, 5 matches starting with Royal Barcelona versus Pakai Care Badalona. That'll be a good one. 7:45 a.m. GMT, 8:45 in Central Europe, 1:15 in India. Rico will be back, and haven't we got a lot to share with him? Let's go to the highlights. Really playing for pride more than anything else. A lot of swing early, but not really controlled. A few wides. Just being served up early. But did open, but again, he's hampered. That one went through the hands of Umar Raja. And ultimately, it just wasn't going to be an easy 10 overs, I think, for anyone, probably including Cataluna Jaguar. Tried to have a bit of fun with it, but they'd really done their damage unlike anything we'd ever seen before. Yasir, his leg spin kind of got met a little bit. I think the fundamentals are there, though. He's got some potential with it. Has to keep working on it, I think. Didn't get helped out too much by Hamza. Probably the only real blooper he makes in the game. It just shows you nobody's perfect. Hamza, though, with his leg spin, he said, well, I'll show you how to do it. He got that one to slide on and crash into the stumps. A few chances coming. I think the lights causing a few issues. Although Farouk Sohail didn't have too many problems with that one. Nice to see Sohail kind of still going for their shots, trying to get a few on the board. They do make the ton in the end, finishing on 104. Hamza didn't see that one in the lights, and then late in the piece, Amir Hamza back in the wickets. And That one wasn't really seen by Bilal. That one went off the fingers of Yassir. In the end, Amir Hamza said, guys, look, I'll show you, it's not too difficult to take the catch under lights. It's really, well, it was a bit of a mess, wasn't it? When Halim, almost like when you face a predator that can only sense movement, he was completely still there. But the lights are on, but the lights go out on day 9, a day that we'll never forget. And a match that we'll never forget. 104 in the end in response. Probably the 15 wide, something that Catalina Jaguar might want to brush up on, but yeah, really, it was a game to forget for Soal. Shazad stopped scoring. Raja with 25, Kamar with 22 before he was run out. And really, no one else making too much of an impression. Siddiqui tried hard early, 16 for him. He was swinging it early. 3 for 15, Hamza to go with his 193 not out. Has to be the most fantasy points anyone's ever had in an individual match. Yasser Ali wicketless, but singles to Faisal Safraz as well as Farouk Sohail, Amir Hamza, and even the captain chipped in with a wicket at the end. And a run out. Ahmed Umar Wakas 1 for 6. Well, it was something, wasn't it? It's something that we'll never forget. And I remember I wasn't on the mic, but of course I was watching when Leia scored that 163. But that record has been obliterated by Hamza in this game. 193 not out of 43. Half century to Yassir Ali as well. And in response, just 104 with Hamza taking 3 wickets. I want to say a big thank you to everyone out there. It's been a big day. Thanks particularly to Kroom for his generosity every time that there's a milestone, that he's supporting the European Cricket Network and kind of building goodwill within the community. If you want to check out what's coming up, of course, you can always go to the series page on EuropeanCricket.com. You can also check out the ECW squads as they come in officially on the website. A reminder to everyone to check out social media at European Cricket. I'm sure it'll be pretty Hamza-centric tonight. And final note, if you are watching and you haven't already, please give this video a thumbs up. It does help us bring you the cricket and spread the word of ECN. And don't forget to subscribe and get us closer to 400,000 subscribers. Been a red letter day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be back tomorrow morning with Rico Full for day 10. For now, here's some of the best bits of day 9. Thanks to our wonderful crew at Spring Productions. Have a happy evening. Have a safe evening. And we'll see you tomorrow right here for more madness in this European Cricket Series, Spain. From now, it's hasta mañana.